The night kept trying to swallow me. Branches slapped at my arms and shoulders as I pushed through them, my fingers clawing at rough bark when I stumbled. The forest wasn't quiet. Leaves whispered, something small skittered through undergrowth, distant owls called, but all of it felt thin under the sound of my own breathing. Too fast. Too loud. I bent forward as I ran, long hands grabbing at trunks to keep myself from pitching face first into the dirt. My skin felt wrong, stretched over sharp bones, cracked and pale where ash had smeared across it. My dress hung in torn strips, black fabric catching on thorns. Every time a twig snapped under my bare feet, my body jerked like it might be another scream. Too fast, the words tore out of me, half-formed, useless. Should've, I should've. I couldn't finish any sentence. There was too much inside it. Roots rose like hands from the ground, trying to catch my toes. One caught my ankle and I went down hard on both knees. The impact barely registered. My palms hit the soil and sank in. It smelled like dirt and smoke at the same time. For a second, I stayed down. The earth pulsed under my fingers, full of a quiet life that had nothing to do with charred wood and falling beams and... No, the sound came out of my throat, flat and sharp. I pushed myself up again. My arms looked like they belonged to someone else. Too long, too thin, veins dark under unnaturally pale skin. The tiny cracks that ran along my forearms glowed faintly in the dark like old scars. If I opened my mouth, I knew I'd see black teeth. I kept going. The trees closed in around me, tall trunks and weaving branches, every shadow a shape that could have been what I'd just run from. My vision was strange, too clear, too bright, every edge outlined. White filled everything. Not the moon, me. The color had flooded my eyes some time back, I'd felt it. I caught bits of my own voice as I ran. Fire! Stop! Don't! Broken words flung over my shoulder at a night that didn't answer. A branch snapped across my cheek. Pain sparked. It helped. I grabbed the trunk beside me, fingers digging into the bark, and stopped. My chest heaved. For a moment there was nothing but my breath and the rough rhythm of my heart pounding against bone. My hands shook where they pressed into the tree. Loose hair clung to my jaw, damp with sweat and stray ash. The tree was solid and calm. It was also in the wrong place at the wrong time. Something in me snapped upward, all at once. I lifted my hand and flicked my fingers at the ground. A patch of grass a few feet away shuddered and went gray, blades curling in on themselves, collapsing like they'd been dried in an instant. I turned my palm toward a root. It split down the middle with a dry, ugly sound, like long wood cracking in a fire. Bark on the tree under my other hand groaned and split, a thin line running up the trunk. Power rushed through my arms and out again. It wanted more. It wanted everything. A quick rustle to my left made me look. A rabbit stood frozen near a fallen log, eyes wide, nose moving fast. The wildness in me reached toward it, something hot and furious, wanting to slam into anything that moved. I sucked in a breath, hard, and dragged my hand away from the tree. Not you, I said, my voice was hoarse. Not you, move. The rabbit bolted. I sent the next crack of power at an empty patch of soil instead. The dirt trembled and broke apart, a small crater opening where nothing lived. The air around me smelled faintly of burned things. Not like a house, not like that, just a thin echo. My fingers curled into my palms until the nails bit skin. Flashes kept jumping into my head, too fast for my mind to hold properly. A red-tinted sky, walls buckling, a door hanging off one hinge, something heavy falling, people shouting over each other until the sound turned into one long roar. Too much. The magic stuttered, then faded. My limbs felt suddenly heavy, like someone had poured sand into my bones. I sagged against the tree, pressing my forehead to the rough bark. It bit into the cracks on my skin. I welcomed it. The texture was real. It was something that wasn't falling apart. My hands wouldn't stop shaking. Air dragged in and out. In, out. It hurt every time it hit my lungs, but I kept forcing it. I squeezed my eyes shut, then opened them again quickly when the pictures tried to sharpen. Not now. If I think it all the way through, I won't stand up again. I repeated that thought over and over until the worst edges dulled. The forest came back into focus around me. The smell of damp leaves, the low hum of insects, the subtle sway of branches overhead. I lifted my head and looked up through them. Between the leaves and bare branches, I saw it. Far ahead, beyond the tree line, a cluster of yellow dots against the black, a tight group of lanterns. As my eyes tracked them, the shape around them became clearer. Squared shadows, straight lines, a wall. A fortress. Stone and light, cutting a hard shape into the night. I stared at it. I didn't move. I didn't think much at first. My body just refused to do anything but look. The lanterns bobbed slightly where guards walked along the top. The wall below them was dark, but I could feel the weight of it even this far away. Whoever had built it had believed stone and height could keep the world out. My jaw tightened. Slowly, without any big decision in my mind, I turned fully toward that distant line of light. My feet shifted to follow it. It wasn't a plan. It was just a direction. One step, then another. I left the tree and moved toward a small clearing between trunks. The night air thinned a little as the branches opened up. Above me, pieces of the sky showed, dark and clouded. I forced myself to stop in the middle of the clearing. The witch in me, wide-eyed, long-limbed, cracked, and dangerous, couldn't walk up to a fortress and knock on the door. The people inside would scream and run or shoot first and ask questions later. I couldn't risk that. Not yet. I straightened my back and let my shoulders roll back, as if I were shedding something heavy. My fingers relaxed, my jaw unclenched. Then I let it go. The change rolled over me like a slow exhale. The heat in my skin drew inward. The faint glow along the cracks dimmed and disappeared. My limbs shortened, bones and muscles twisting with a sensation like a long stretch after sitting too long. It was both familiar and awful at once. My white eyes blinked once, twice, then color flowed back into them, pupils sharpening, irises settling into their usual shade. My teeth stopped feeling like knives in my mouth. When I ran my tongue along them, they were normal again. Human. The black on my lips faded to a natural color. My jaw softened, not quite so sharp. My hands came back into proportion with my arms. The torn black fabric of my witch dress shivered and shifted, threads rewriting themselves. In the space of a few breaths, it was a different outfit, a worn but neat Drindle-style dress, the kind traders and nomads wore when they passed through border towns. The bodice hugged my chest enough to be flattering without shouting. The neckline dipped just enough to show I had a chest, but not enough for anyone to call it indecent. My skirt fell to my ankles, heavy and practical, dark against the paler line of my legs. A simple undershirt peeked through at the sleeves. Nothing about it said, witch. It said tired traveler who has been on the road too long. My hair, which had been floating slightly in the witch form like it was underwater, dropped back against my shoulders. It felt heavier, real. Strands clung where ash had stuck. I used the back of my hand to smear some of it away, rubbing my cheeks until the worst streaks faded. It didn't fix everything, but it made me look less like I'd just crawled out of something burning and more like I'd sat too close to someone else's campfire. I took a breath, then another. Each one felt a little more controlled. I watched my own hands for a second, turning them palm up, palm down. No cracks, no glow. The skin looked soft, normal. If someone saw me now, they'd see Isabel, just Isabel. Someone who'd slept under too many trees and eaten too much dry bread. Good. I stepped out of the clearing and headed toward the lanterns. The forest thinned little by little. Trees spread out. Underbrush gave way to open ground. The strange clarity in my eyes remained. I still saw more than most humans would in the dark, but the world looked less sharp, less like it wanted to peel itself open. I kept to the shadows at first out of habit, moving along the darker line where trees still grew close together. The lights on the walls swung in slow arcs as guards walked their routes. I could hear faint voices now, drifting on the night air, but not the words. No wolves, no village, no names. I pushed every specific term down where it couldn't rise up and choke me. Just walk. The trees finally ended. A A stretch of open ground lay between the forest edge and the fortress wall, rough, slightly uneven, but mostly grass. The wall itself rose tall and plain, stone blocks stacked in a way that looked like they'd been there for generations. The gate was a double door of thick wood banded with metal, currently shut. Torches flanked it. Guard silhouettes paced along the top of the wall. From here, they were just shapes. I stepped out onto the grass. The night air felt colder without the trees breaking the wind. It hit my face and raised bumps along my arms. I pulled the shawl edge of my dress a little tighter around myself and kept going, each footfall careful and steady. About 50 paces from the gate, I stopped. If I walked any closer, the guards might call down to me before I was ready. I needed something that looked like it made sense. A reason to be here that didn't involve magic or fire or red skis. My eyes swept the ground until I found a relatively flat patch. Grass, some stones, nothing special. "This'll do," I muttered under my breath. My voice sounded raw but more controlled than before. I knelt, the skirt of my dress spreading around me, and began to build a tent. From anyone else's viewpoint, it would look like I was just unpacking. My hands reached into the shadow beside me and came up with what looked like tied lengths of wood and folded canvas. In truth, I called small pieces from the thin place between things where I stored tools like this. No spark, no light, just an object in my hand that hadn't been there the second before. I set 2 short poles, then 2 more, tying them together with quick, practiced movements. A longer branch became the main support, stretched between them. The canvas unfurled, plain and rough, smelling faintly of old travel and smoke. I dragged it over the frame and pegged the corners down. One stake went into ground that should have been too hard to take it. I pressed my thumb against the top, whispering nothing more complicated than a push in my mind, and it slid in smoothly. Any guard watching would think I'd just found a softer patch of earth. I checked the lines of the tent automatically, tugging here and there to make sure it held. The whole thing was small and low, barely high enough inside to sit up straight, but it was enough to be called shelter. Shelter first, breathing first. The words came on their own, the way someone might remember a rule from childhood. They settled over my thoughts like a blanket. I clung to them. I crawled into the tent on my hands and knees, pulling the flap closed behind me. Inside, the air was cooler and smelled like fabric and grass and a faint trace of my own sweat. It was dark, but my eyes adjusted quickly. The ground under the tent was bumpy, but mostly dry. I pulled a thin blanket from where it lay folded at the back and spread it out, then sat on it, drawing my knees up to my chest. My arms wrapped around my legs out of habit, tucking everything in tight. For a moment, I just listened. Outside, the fortress was a dull presence, footsteps on stone, a clank of metal, a low voice calling something I couldn't hear clearly. The wall blocked most of the sounds of whatever town or buildings might lay behind it. Out here, it was mostly wind and guards. "Shelter first," I said quietly, resting my chin on my knees. The words came out steadier this time. "Breathing first." No big speech, no plan, just that. I focused on my breath. In, out, count 4 heartbeats in, 4 out. My body slowly started to believe we weren't moving anymore. Somewhere in the distance, a wolf howl cut through the night. It wasn't wild and ragged like a lone creature. It was clean, held, controlled, something that sounded like a signal between trained ears. The hair on the back of my neck rose anyway. I went absolutely still. The howl rose, lingered, then faded. A second one answered further off, then silence again aside from the wind. It meant something, I knew that. Somewhere past the wall, people would hear it and relax a little, or shift their positions, or change their patrol routes. Wolves meant order here. Safety for some. I kept my face blank, even alone in the dark. I let the sound pass through me and out. No reaction, no comment. The tent flap fell back into place after a small gust of wind stirred it. The faint glow from outside disappeared. Inside, only the slightest hint of gray threaded through the fabric where it thinned. I carefully uncurled. My feet ached when I stretched my legs out. My calves still carried the memory of running. I eased back until I was lying on the blanket, staring up at the low tent roof just above my nose. I didn't bother taking off my shoes or my dress. People who planned to stay somewhere took off their boots. People who weren't sure if they'd have to run again slept dressed. I folded my hands over my stomach and listened to my own breathing for what felt like a long time. Every time the edges of a memory tried to sharpen, flames licking at wood, a hand reaching out, someone calling my name, I shoved it away. Not now. Shelter first, breathing first. My eyes stayed open for a long time. At some point, they must have closed because the next thing I knew, the black inside the tent had turned to gray. I didn't fall fully asleep. It was that thin, restless half-drift where your body shuts down just enough not to collapse, but your mind keeps jerking at shadows. I turned from one side to the other, blanket twisting around my legs. A sound pulled me up from it. Footsteps. Not just one set, several, moving around on the grass outside. Boots on the ground, the dull thud of weight shifting. A low scrape, like metal being moved or rested. Deep voices murmured just beyond the canvas, too low at first to make out. I blinked at the dim light pressing through the tent fabric and realized it was pre-dawn, that pale not-quite morning where the world looks washed out. A long shadow crossed over the top of the tent, narrow at the bottom, wider at the top. A spear, or a halberd, something with a blade. I went very still. Whoever it is picked a strange place to sleep, one man said, amusement in his tone. His voice was close enough that I could hear the grin. Another voice answered, lower and more cautious. I couldn't catch all of it, just too close to the gate, and Alpha won't like surprises. There was a small rustle, like someone adjusting their grip on a weapon. Then a clearer sentence, right next to my head. Someone's camped right under the Alpha's gate. The word Alpha landed like a stone in my stomach. I felt my heartbeat change. My hand, resting near the tent flap, curled into a fist, then forced itself to relax again. I opened my eyes fully. The light outside made the canvas glow faintly. I watched the shadow of the spear move slightly as the guard shifted his weight. Slowly, making sure the fabric didn't rustle too loudly, I reached forward and closed my fingers around the edge of the flap. If they wanted to see who had chosen this ground, they would. Better it be on my terms than theirs. I took one quiet, steadying breath. Shelter first, breathing first. Then I began to lift the flap. The canvas under my fingers felt rough and cold. I held on to the inside edge of the tent flap for a second, just breathing, while the voices outside rolled over each other in low waves. Right under the gate. Could be trouble. Could just be stupid. Boots shifted on grass. Metal scraped lightly. Someone adjusted their weapon. The air in the tent tasted like old smoke and damp cloth. I pushed the flap aside. Morning hit me like a slap. The light was bright compared to the dim gray inside, a sharp, flat sky hanging over the wide stretch of ground. For a heartbeat, everything blurred. I squinted, one hand lifting to shade my eyes. 4 men stood around my little tent, all in some mix of leather and bits of metal, spears or halberds in their hands. Behind them, closer to the wall, 2 women in work clothes were hauling a crate onto a cart, half stopped to stare at me. All of them looked surprised. I must have looked like exactly what I was pretending to be. A tired traveler crawled out of a makeshift shelter. My hair was a mess, falling out of its loose braid around my shoulders. My dress was crumpled from sleeping in it. My eyes probably still had that flattened, hollow look, but I tried to keep my face neutral. The nearest guard was broad across the shoulders, with a square jaw and a line between his brows that looked permanent. He stepped forward half a pace, spear held in a ready but not aimed at me way. "Who are you?" he demanded. "What are you doing here?" His voice was deep, not unkind, but definitely not friendly. I forced my fingers to unclench from the flap and let it fall closed behind me. The grass was cool through the thin soles of my shoes. I kept my hands where they could see them, slightly away from my body. "Name's Isabel," I said. My voice sounded rough from the night but steady. "I'm with a wandering group. We travel. We don't really stay." I lifted one shoulder in a small shrug. The line between his brows didn't ease. Behind him, another guard, younger and a little too eager-looking, shifted his weight. "This isn't a camp field," the younger one said. "This is the Alpha's front yard." "We woke up and there you were," the older one added. "No one saw you come in last night." I didn't flinch. "I came in the dark," I said simply. "Saw the lights on the wall and the road out there is open. No idea who roams it at night. This looked safer than trees and no one within shouting distance." One of the workers, an older woman with a scarf tied around her hair, studied my tent, my empty hands, the way my shoulders were set. Her mouth pressed together, not unkind. "And your people?" she asked. "You said you're with wanderers." "We're with," I corrected softly. "I got separated. They move fast. They don't wait. If someone falls behind, they figure she'll catch up or she won't." That part, at least, wasn't a lie. I spread my hands a little. I needed a place to sleep for a few days before I start walking again. That's all. For a few seconds, no one talked. The guards let their eyes travel over me. The simple dress, the tent, the total lack of luggage or visible weapons. There was nothing beside the canvas except the small bundle I'd made out of nothing, tied cloth, pretending to hold all my worldly goods. The older guard's mouth twitched like he'd swallowed something sour. "You picked a strange place," he said. "You know whose gate this is?" "Yes," I met his gaze. "I heard the word Alpha through the canvas. I'm not deaf." I let a little dry humor tilt my voice. "Figured if this is where the most teeth live, it's also where trouble thinks twice before starting something. Walls mean rules, right?" A couple of them exchanged glances. It was the kind of answer a cautious traveler might give, half joke, half common sense. "It's one thing to sleep near the wall," the younger guard muttered. "Right under it is another." He jerked his chin toward the lower slope, where the hill dipped before climbing back up toward the trees. "There's space farther down," he said. "You can move your whatever this is there, out of arrow range." I looked over his shoulder at the spot he'd indicated. It was farther away from the gate, closer to the open road, more exposed. No cover between it and the tree line. No quick path to stone. I shook my head once. "I'll feel safer up here," I said. "Closer to the wall, at least until I know the area a bit." He frowned. "We don't just—" "I'm not asking to go inside," I cut in, keeping my tone calm, even. "Just to stay here. I won't bother anyone. I'll stay out of the way. It's just, if something walks out of those trees in the night, I'd rather be near people with spears than halfway down a hill by myself." I didn't raise my voice. I didn't plead. I just stood there and stated it like a fact, the way someone used to arguing for a fire spot might do. The older guard sucked in a slow breath through his nose. The two workers traded looks again. One lifted her shoulders in a small, helpless shrug. This wasn't their decision. Before he answered, movement above caught my eye. A figure stepped out onto the walkway above the gate, into the gap between two torches. The people below shifted, attention tilting upward with that wordless change in energy you can feel when someone important appears. I lifted my chin and looked. He was taller than I expected, even from this distance, broad-shouldered, wearing dark layers that fell neatly from collar to boot. No crown, no showy cloak, just solid, practical clothing with a few pieces of armor sitting on top of it like they belonged there. He stood with an ease that still felt ready, like even relaxed, he could move fast if he needed to. His face was serious but not closed, eyes sharp as they swept the space below and took in the tent, the cluster of guards and me. Our gazes met for a heartbeat. His narrowed slightly, not in anger, more like he was adjusting a lens and bringing me into focus. "What's going on?" he asked without shouting. His voice carried anyway. The older guard straightened and turned halfway toward him. "Stray Alpha," he called back. "Set up camp right under the wall. Says she's a wandering sort, got left behind. We were telling her to move down the hill." There was a beat of silence. From his place on the balcony, the man, Grayson, it had to be, looked from the guard to me to the tent, then back again. His expression barely changed, but he rested one hand on the stone ledge, fingers tapping once. Then, instead of just barking an order down from above, he turned and disappeared from sight. The younger guard shifted his weight again, muttering under his breath, "He's coming down." Bootsteps echoed faintly from within the wall. The workers drew back a little, making more space around my tent. I could feel every heartbeat in my chest, steady and controlled but more noticeable than before. I kept my face as neutral as I could. I was just a traveler, tired, a little stubborn, nothing more. The gate didn't open. There was a smaller side door set into the wall off to the right, and that's the one that creaked open. He came out with 2 guards at his back, both of them falling half a pace behind him on either side. Up close, he was even more solid than he'd looked from above, lean muscle, not bulk, but there was no question he could throw a man twice his size if he had to. His dark hair was a little disordered, like he'd pushed his hand through it recently. He stopped a few strides away from me, not crowding, not looming, just there. "You pitched your tent in the wrong front yard," he said. The words themselves were dry, almost wry. The voice behind them was firm, low, controlled. There was no threat in it yet, just warning. I lifted my chin a fraction. "Morning to you too," I said. One corner of his mouth flicked, almost like he wasn't sure if he was allowed to find that funny. "Who are you?" he asked, more formally this time. "And why are you sleeping under my wall?" "Isabel," I said. "I'm with a wandering group, or I was." I spread my hands small. "We go where the road goes. We don't build, we move." He watched me the whole time I spoke. His eyes were a deep, wolfish kind of color, not bright, but attentive. They looked like they missed nothing. "And," he prompted. "I got separated," I said. "They like to move fast. They don't count heads every morning. If someone is behind, they assume she'll catch up later or find another path. I didn't feel like walking alone in the open at night, so—" I tipped my head toward the towering stone behind him. I saw lights, walls, figured this was less likely to get me killed than the road. I kept my tone plain. These were the kind of details any traveler could give. Nothing about fire, nothing about witches. Nothing that suggested I knew exactly what kind of alpha I was talking to. "Where were you before this?" he asked. "Which road?" "Forest line," I said, which was technically true. "We've been moving along the trees for days. They were ahead. I was behind. It happens." "You didn't think to call up to the gate?" the younger guard at his shoulder asked, like he thought he'd caught me in something. I looked at him, then back at Grayson. "Would you have opened it?" I asked mildly, "or just told me to sleep farther down the hill?" That earned me the smallest exhale through his nose. Not quite a laugh, not quite not. His eyes swept over me again. No weapon, no pack, no extra cloak rolled at my feet. Just a woman in a practical dress, dirt on the hem, dark circles under her eyes, hair a little tangled. But I wasn't shaking. I wasn't begging. My hands were steady where they hung at my sides. That mattered to him, I could tell. "You've been alone how long?" he asked. "Long enough to be tired of it," I answered. It wasn't precise, but it was the kind of answer someone weary of answering questions would give. He went quiet. The guards waited. The workers hovered. The morning wind tugged at my sleeves and his hair. Somewhere further down the hill, a cartwheel hit a rock and bumped, the donkey pulling it, giving an irritated snort. Finally, he nodded once, as if he'd reached some internal conclusion. "You can stay out here a few days," he said. "Inside the wall is for pack and invited guests. Outside is still my land." His gaze cut briefly to the older guard. "No one touches a guest on my land." The emphasis on "no one" was mild and absolute at the same time. The guard straightened. "Yes, Alpha." My shoulders loosened by a fraction. "Thank you," I said. He looked back at me. "Don't test how far that promise stretches," he added. "If anything feels wrong, you yell, loud, someone will hear." I nodded, understood. He gave one last look to the tent, like he was memorizing it as a new piece of his territory. then turned, already half thinking about something else. The guards fell in behind him as he went back through the side door. The door shut with a dull thud, leaving the smaller world of the yard and wall feet around me again. The tension in the cluster of people eased. The older guard let out a breath. The younger one rolled his shoulders like he'd been holding them stiff, and the workers exchanged quiet looks that were a little more curious than wary now. "That's that then," the older guard said, less sharp than before. "You heard him. You're under his watch until you move on." "Yes," I said. "I heard." He hesitated, then jabbed his chin toward the wall. "Don't try to sneak any closer to the gate," he warned. "We've got enough going on without mystery women climbing the stones." "I'll stay where I am," I said. "You'll hardly notice me." He snorted like he doubted that, but didn't push it. The guards drifted back toward their usual points along the wall, their conversation turning to something entirely unrelated to me. The workers started moving again, too. The older woman pushed on her end of the crate with a grunt, and the younger one took the front. As they passed me, the younger glanced over. "You from north or south?" she asked, more from curiosity than interrogation. "North," I said, picking a direction. "We circle a lot, never long enough to make proper neighbors." She smiled a little at that. "You might find it strange watching us not move all the time." "Maybe," I said. "Or maybe I'll just enjoy not walking for a handful of days." She nodded sympathetically and moved on. I ducked back into my tent just long enough to straighten the blanket and shake off some of the night's restlessness. The space felt different now. Less like a hole I crawled into while running and more like a spot with a boundary around it, however temporary. "Guest," I muttered under my breath. The word felt odd on my tongue. When I came back out, the sun had climbed a little higher. The chill in the air was easing. The wall cast a wide shadow behind me. Out beyond the base of the hill, the road looked almost soft from here, cutting through the grass. I didn't go anywhere. That was the first rule I decided on. Stay put. Let them get used to seeing me in one place. Let them see I mean what I said about not causing trouble. People are strange about outsiders. They relax more if the outsider doesn't wander. So I stayed close to the tent. I sat down on the grass, legs out in front of me, then shifted to sit cross-legged when the ground dug into my side. I brushed stray leaves off my skirt and watched how the day around the fortress unfolded. The big gate in the center of the wall opened once the morning was in full swing. It didn't swing wide. It creaked outward just enough to let a small group through. A pair of wagons rattled in, one piled with sacks, the other with barrels. Men walked beside them, calling greetings up to the guards. Inside the walls, I could see movement through the gap, people crossing the open yard. A set of steps leading up to another level, the edge of a building. Voices carried out, muffled. The gate closed again after the wagons were through. The men who'd brought them in trudged down the hill past me, back toward the road. One of them eyeballed my tent, then me. "Alpha let you stay there?" he asked. "Yes," I said. "Huh," he scratched his chin. "He doesn't usually keep strays right at the door." "Maybe he was in a good mood," I said. The man chuckled. "Hope it lasts," he said, and kept walking. Late in the morning, 2 workers came out through the side door, each carrying something. One had a cloth-covered bundle, the other a clay jug with a wooden stopper and a folded blanket over her arm. They came straight toward me. "From the Alpha," the jug carrier said, nodding at me. She set the jug down near my tent and handed over the blanket. The other woman placed the bundle in my hands. It was still warm through the cloth. I unfolded a corner. Inside were thick slices of bread, a chunk of soft cheese, and a couple of dried fruit pieces that smelled like they'd been soaked in something sweet at some point. "He didn't have to," I said before I could stop myself. "Sure," the first woman said, straightening. "But he did." She tipped her chin toward the wall. "He's like that." Her tone wasn't worshipful, just factual. I nodded once. "Tell him thank you," I said. It felt odd saying it about someone I hadn't even given a real name to in my head yet. From the nomad who allegedly picked the wrong yard. That got me a small smile. "We'll tell him," she said. They turned back toward the door, talking softly between themselves about the weight of sacks they needed to shift next. I spread the blanket on the ground outside the tent and sat down, tucking my legs to one side. The bread was dense and chewy, the cheese plain but good. I ate slowly, more out of habit than hunger, watching the life around the fortress unwind itself like a pattern. Gates opened and closed at intervals. Sometimes it was wagons, sometimes riders. Once an older woman came in on a small cart with baskets, the smell of herbs and dried flowers drifting in her wake. Children appeared by late morning, running along the base of the wall on the inside, their voices faint but clear enough when they shrieked at each other for fun. A pair of younger boys on the outside chased each other down the slope until one slipped and rolled a few feet, popping up with grass stains and a grin. He saw me watching and froze for half a second, like he wasn't sure if I was something to be afraid of. I gave him a small, neutral smile. He nudged his friend, and both of them stared for a minute longer before losing interest and darting toward a man calling them from farther down. Here and there, someone glanced my way as they passed. A woman with a basket, a man leading a tired mule, a teenager carrying too many tools at once. Most of them just looked curious. A couple of them nodded. No one looked openly hostile. A worker with a broom, thin, with a few missing teeth and bright eyes, paused near my tent as she swept little piles of leaves away from the wall. "Where's your group from?" she asked. "If you don't mind me asking." I shrugged. "North, south, east. Depends on the season," I said. "We spend a lot of time along tree lines and rivers, never long enough anywhere for people to learn all our names." She huffed a quiet laugh. "Sounds nice," she said, "and cold." "Both," I said. She nodded, then looked at the bread in my hand. "The Alpha gave you that." "His people did," I said. "At his word, I'm guessing." She nodded again, leaving it there, and went back to sweeping. The sun shifted overhead. The shadows from the walls stretched a little, then a little more. As the day warmed, I loosened the ties of the bodice at my throat just enough to breathe easy, then left them alone. My feet went from cold to numb to pins and needles as I shifted positions on the blanket. I didn't fill the time with plans in my head. Plans needed to be made, but not while my mind was still vibrating from the night. For now, watching was enough. I watched which guards swapped positions on the wall and when. I watched how often the side door opened compared to the main gate. I watched how the workers moved between buildings inside, the direction they came from when they brought food, the way they looked up automatically whenever a certain voice spoke from somewhere out of sight. All of it lodged in my mind without effort. It was how I'd stayed alive for years. See everything, react slowly. No inner speech about revenge. No silent vows. Just the quiet tracking of a woman who didn't trust any place yet. By late afternoon, the noise softened. The wagons stopped coming. The last cart of the day rattled past me and out toward the road. The children went in. The guards on the wall became more defined, less casual conversation, more standing still and watching the trees. I rubbed my eyes with the heel of my hand. The lack of full sleep was catching up with me. My skull felt like it had been stuffed with wool. I stood up, stretching my legs, and walked a small circle around my tent, just far enough to get blood moving again. The wind had turned cooler as the sun dropped, brushing at my hair and tugging at my sleeves. When I sat back down, I pulled the new blanket around my shoulders. It smelled faintly of soap and the inside of storerooms. Clean, neutral. Torches along the top of the wall were lit one by one as the sky darkened. Warm orange circles bloomed against the stone, pushing back the early evening gray. Lanterns inside the fortress brightened the courtyard, throwing long shadows over the ground. From where I sat, I could see the upper edges of buildings and the hint of movement. Someone crossing with a basket, a man in a leather vest talking with a boy holding a bundle of arrows. I let my head tip back against the tent pole and watched those halos of light. It was easy enough for anyone to assume I was just tired, zoning out. Maybe I was. The edges of everything were softer now, like the day had sanded off some of the sharpness left from the night. No thoughts about the ruins beyond the trees. No mental name for the man inside who had just labeled me guest. Just the hum of a place that had its own patterns, pulsing around me. At some point, my eyes drifted closed for a few heartbeats. When I opened them again, the yard had quieted. The big gate was shut. Only a few figures moved. Guards changing shifts at the wall, 2 workers setting out barrels near the side door. My shoulders were stiff. I rolled them carefully, then adjusted the blanket. The air was definitely colder now. I could feel it on the skin of my neck. I was thinking about crawling into the tent and lying down again, not quite sleeping, but going back to that flat, quiet place, when I heard quick footsteps on the grass. Light ones. A little uneven, like whoever it was wasn't used to running this much. I turned my head. A boy, maybe 15, skidded to a stop a few paces from my blanket. He was breathing a little harder than he probably wanted to show. His hair stuck up in places, like he'd run a hand through it while moving. His shirt was plain, his boots scuffed, not a guard, a servant. He swallowed once, then straightened like he was trying to look more official. "The Alpha wants to talk to you," he said. His voice cracked a tiny bit on Alpha. He cleared his throat. "Inside," he added quickly. "Says it's better than shouting across the yard." For a second, I just sat there, looking up at him. My body didn't move, but my mind jolted back into full clarity. Inside. The blanket around my shoulders suddenly felt heavier. I pushed my hands against my knees and stood, letting it fall down around my elbows. "All right," I said. My voice was calm, too calm maybe. "Now." "Yes," he said, nodding, like he was glad I didn't argue. "He said if you're awake to bring you now." I brushed off the front of my skirt, picking stray bits of grass off the fabric. My fingers wanted to smooth my hair, check my face, but I kept the movements small. I didn't want to look like I cared too much what he saw when I walked through his door. My eyes flicked once toward the fortress entrance. The main gate was closed, but the smaller side door where he'd come out earlier stood half in shadow, lit by a lantern hung just above it. The light kindled a dull shine along its metal brackets. Inside those walls, the noise was a little louder. The glow was warmer. A lot of things lived in there. Some I knew the shape of already, some I didn't. I let myself feel the weight of that for exactly 1 heartbeat. Then I nodded at the boy. "Lead the way," I said. He turned quickly and started back toward the door, glancing over his shoulder once to make sure I was following. I took one more look at my tent, at the little circle of trampled grass around it, at the shadow of the wall falling over the ground. Shelter first, breathing first. I drew in a slow breath, let it out, and stepped after him toward the fortress doors. Stone swallowed the sky as we got closer. The servant boy moved fast for someone who had probably already run half the yard in the last few minutes. I kept a couple of steps behind him, the hem of my skirt brushing over flattened grass where wagons had rolled. The side door in the wall stood open, just enough for 1 person at a time, a lantern hanging above it throwing warm light on the rough wood. He slipped through first. I followed. Inside, the air changed. Outside, it had smelled like grass, dust, and cold. In here it was stone and iron and something thicker, stew, maybe, or old smoke from too many fires. My shoulders tensed without my permission. I was used to trees, to the way wind moved around you with no walls to stop it. The corridor on the other side of the door was narrow and high, torches spaced along it at regular intervals. Their light flickered over banners hanging from iron hooks, dark fabric, a stylized wolf head picked out in pale thread. The same mark repeated over and over, slightly different each time, like each stitcher had left a tiny difference in the teeth or the eyes. Bootsteps echoed ahead of us, someone going the opposite way. The servant flattened himself against the wall to let them pass, and I did the same. The man who went by gave me a quick, curious once-over and kept walking. "This way," the boy said, straightening and hurried on. We took a turn, then another. The floor under my shoes was smooth stone, worn down by years of people passing. The walls felt thick around us. Torches crackled, dripping a little wax down wrought iron brackets. The faint smell of stew grew stronger as we walked. I caught a whiff of something meat-heavy, something with root vegetables, the kind of smell that sinks into people's clothes over the course of a winter. Voices came and went as we passed doorways, snatches of talk about grain, patrols, someone's injured ankle. The deeper we went, the more I felt my back trying to press against something. Outdoors, if you needed space, you could just step sideways. Here, there was nowhere for the walls to go. I kept my breathing even, and my eyes moving. The boy led me through a short stretch of corridor and then into a wider space, a side hall off the main routes. It wasn't grand. No raised platform, no chairs set far above the others, just a long wooden table, a few chairs, and a shelf with rolled-up maps or papers tucked along it. Grayson was already there. He wasn't sitting at the head of the table. He was leaning against it, palms braced on the edge, hips resting on the wood. The posture made him look less like a ruler waiting to pass judgment and more like someone having a hard conversation with a friend. When we stepped in, his eyes lifted from the scuffed floor to me. Up close, I could see the lines around them from squinting in sun and smoke. He looked tired, but not from idleness. It was the kind of tired that came from people depending on him all day. "Here she is, Alpha," the boy said, a little out of breath again. "Thank you," Grayson said. "Go get something to drink before you fall down." The boy ducked his head and slipped out. The door clicked softly behind him. For a few seconds, it was just me and the Alpha in the stone hall, with the quiet crackle of a torch on the far wall for company. He pushed off the table and straightened, but he didn't come closer yet. "You slept there all last night?" he asked. His gesture with his chin pointed back toward the outer yard, where my tent sat under his wall. "I did," I said, "if you can call it sleeping." One corner of his mouth twitched like he understood. "Ground was hard?" he asked. "Like stone," I said, but it was quiet. His gaze flicked over my face and shoulders, checking for something. Bruises, maybe, or the kind of flinch that would mean someone had bothered me. "Anyone give you trouble?" he asked. I shook my head. "Just curious looks, and your guards poking holes in my life choices." He huffed a small sound at that, not quite a laugh, but close. "They're not wrong," he said. "It's not the place I'd choose to sleep." "It wasn't my first choice either," I said, "but it was the one that looked least likely to end with a knife in the ribs." His gaze sharpened a fraction. "Do you usually expect that?" he asked. "Knives in the ribs?" "Depends on the road," I said, "and the people on it." He studied me for a beat longer, then glanced toward my empty hands. "You don't carry a weapon?" he asked. "Not even a knife?" I thought of all the things that didn't show up on my skin right now, of what I could do with my bare hands in the dark forest if I chose. I shook my head. "No," I said, "I'm sharp enough without one." I let the line hang there with the smallest trace of dry humor so it wouldn't land as a threat. His eyes narrowed a little, then relaxed. "Roads have been rough lately," he said. He shifted closer to the window cut into the far wall, where a narrow slice of the yard outside was visible. "We've had reports of rogues near the southern ridge. Bandits, too. Hungry men do stupid things when winter comes." "Hungry men do stupid things when the sun's shining as well," I said. "But yes, we've seen rough roads." "Oui," he repeated. I shrugged, the movement small. "I told your guards, I travel with a group. Nomads, we move with the seasons. We're used to dodging trouble. Sometimes it hits anyway." The last words slipped out more quietly than I meant them to. Something in the back of my throat tightened. He caught the tone. I saw the way his eyes sharpened, but he didn't pry. "Is that how you ended up alone?" he asked instead. "Trouble hit and they left you behind." "It's how I ended up behind," I said. "They didn't stop. That's just how it works." No mention of red-tinted skis, no houses, no screaming, just the bare varnish of a story that was easier to tell. Silence settled between us for a second. He looked at me the way a man might look at a map that had something wrong with it, one he wanted to fix but couldn't yet see how. Through the narrow window, I could see a slice of yard, the shadow of the wall, a bit of sky starting to go darker blue as full night crept in. A guard crossed the visible patch, spear glinting faintly. "The ground outside," Grayson said slowly, "is for carts and horses and people who don't have a choice. It's too close to winter for someone to be sleeping on the dirt by my gate." He turned from the window to me fully. "Take a guest room for a few days." The words were simple. There wasn't any fanfare to them. "No, I grant you this." Just a stated fact, like he'd decided it, and that was that. "The tent is fine," I said automatically. My mouth moved on instinct, not because I meant it. Years of moving made it hard to accept walls, even when I wanted them. "It's not," he said. His tone didn't sharpen, but it firmed. "You might be used to sleeping wherever you fall. But I'm not used to having people under my protection freezing right under my nose. It looks bad. On me." There was a faint edge of humor in that last part, but the thing under it wasn't a joke. I weighed arguing for another heartbeat, out of habit more than anything else. Then I nodded. "Fine," I said. "I'll take your walls for a few days." Some of the tension in his shoulders eased. He tapped his knuckles lightly against the table and turned toward the doorway. "Lena," he called. Almost immediately, a woman stepped in from the corridor. She had her hair wrapped in a scarf, sleeves rolled up, and a quick, practical way of standing that said she was used to being sent here and there all day. "Yes, Alpha," she asked. "Show our guest to one of the spare rooms near the East Hall," he said. "Fresh linens, extra blankets. Let the kitchens know she's to be fed with the evening meal." Lena nodded, looking me over with frank curiosity but no rudeness. "Of course," she said. "Come with me." "Is that all?" I asked Grayson. "For now," he said. "We'll talk again after you've slept on something that doesn't bruise you." There was something close to kindness under the dry tone. It made something in my chest flicker in a way I didn't want to examine yet. I dipped my head in a small nod and followed Lena out. The corridor outside the side hall opened into a slightly wider one that ran parallel to what I guessed was the main yard. We passed a couple of narrow windows set into deep stone frames. Through them, I caught glimpses of torches flaring outside, shadows moving, the corner of another building across the way. Lena turned left, then right, walking at a brisk pace without bothering with small talk. I didn't mind. My eyes were busy anyway, counting doors, noting which ones had scuff marks near the bottom from heavy use, which ones didn't. Eventually, we stopped in front of a plain wooden door with iron hinges. Lena lifted the latch and pushed it open. "Here," she said. "Guest rooms aren't fancy, but they're dry." I stepped inside. The room wasn't large, but after a tent on bare ground, it felt almost expansive. A single bed sat against one wall, frame sturdy and simple, with a mattress stuffed full enough that it actually rose above the wooden slats. A folded blanket lay at the foot. Next to the bed was a small table with a candle and a flint box. A narrow chest sat under the window, lid closed. There was a peg on the wall for hanging clothes that I didn't have. The window itself was narrow, the glass a little wavy where it caught the light, set deep into the stone so the sill made a kind of ledge. If I leaned there, I could probably see the trees beyond the wall. I walked in slowly, fingertips brushing the edge of the bed frame. The wood was worn smooth by hands before mine. It felt solid, not like something that could be packed away in a bundle and carried off the next morning. My body, still used to trees and canvas, didn't quite know what to do with it. "You'll have to share wash water with the other hall," Lena said behind me. "There's a basin on the stand there." She pointed to a small wash stand tucked near the door. "If you need more, send for it. Kitchens are down 2 levels and through the west side, but someone will bring you a plate tonight, so don't worry about finding them in the dark." I nodded, stepping toward the window. I pulled the curtain aside and looked out. From here, I could see the dark line of the forest in the distance, just beyond the outer slope and wall. The trees were shadows against a darker sky. Their tops swayed gently, barely visible. My fingers pressed into the cold stone of the window frame before I realized I'd done it. The chill bit my skin, grounding me. Behind me, I heard the soft rustle of cloth. I turned. A woman stood in the doorway with a stack of folded linens in her arms. She was a little older than me, maybe early 40s, with warm brown skin, a few silver strands threaded through dark hair that had been braided and pinned at the nape of her neck. Her eyes had the kind of lines around them that came more from smiling than from frowning. "This the new stray?" she asked Lena. "Traveler," Lena corrected, but her tone wasn't sharp. "Alpha says she's our guest." The older woman's gaze slid to me. She smiled, the expression easy and real. "Then guest it is," she said. She stepped inside and set the linens down on the chest by the window. "I'm Hannah. I help keep this place from falling apart when the Alpha is too busy pretending he can do everything himself." That pulled the corner of my mouth up despite myself. "Isabel," I said. "Just passing through. According to the guards, I picked a terrible spot for it." Hannah snorted softly. "You did," she said, "but at least you picked a yard where the owner cares enough to complain." She shook out one of the folded sheets and moved to the bed, slipping it over the mattress with practiced flicks of her wrists. "In summer, this room doesn't feel so much like a stone box," she said conversationally. "You can leave the window open at night and pretend you're outside without the rain. Right now, though," she tugged the corners tight, "you'll want all the blankets we can throw at you." Lena took that as her cue to leave, giving me a quick nod before backing out and pulling the door mostly shut behind her. Hannah layered another blanket over the first and smoothed it. "Alpha told us to make sure you know where things are," she said. "Kitchens, wells, that sort of thing." She glanced over her shoulder at me. "Down the hall and left, there's a stair," she went on. "It'll take you to the first-level courtyard, training yard, main hall. You'll find water there. If you get turned around, just ask. Someone will probably point you." "Probably," I echoed. She smiled again. "Some of the younger ones like to pretend they're too busy to talk," she said. "Ignore them. They'll get over themselves." Her hands moved easily, tucking corners, shaking out pillows. Watching her, I had the brief, strange thought that this room had seen a lot of different people pass through it. Traders, envoys, maybe family from another pack. And now a witch who was pretending to be a woman who never stayed anywhere long. "Where are you from?" she asked, not looking at me as she plumped a pillow. "And don't say the road. Even wanderers start somewhere." She said it lightly, but there was curiosity under it. I leaned back against the window ledge and folded my arms loosely. "My people move a lot," I said. "Forest edges, river edges. We pick a spot, stay a little, then pick up again when our feet get itchy or the weather says so. We don't leave much behind, so there's not much to miss." It was a neat, tidy answer. True enough in the broadest strokes, false in all the details that mattered. Hannah paused like she might say something more pointed, then let it go. She nodded instead. "That can be a blessing," she said, "not leaving pieces of yourself scattered all over the place." "Or a curse," I said quietly. She glanced at me then, something sharp and knowing in her eyes, but whatever she saw, she didn't push into. "Well," she said, dusting her hands together, "if you find yourself needing a friendly face while you're trapped in the stone box, you can find me mostly near the kitchens or bossing people in the hall. Tell them you're looking for Hannah and they'll point. They always do." "Thank you," I said. "You're welcome," she waved a hand. "I'll send someone with food when the big table fills up. Until then, breathe. Beds can be strange after too long on the ground." She headed for the door, then paused with her hand on the latch. "And don't forget," she added without looking back, "there are worse places to pause than under an alpha who gives out blankets." Then she was gone, the door clicking shut behind her. The room felt quieter without her in it, the air settling around me like I'd stepped into a new skin. I looked around once more. Bed, table, chest, window. I could walk from one wall to the other in about 6 steps. My body wanted to pace, to keep moving, but that would only make this place feel smaller. Instead, I walked over to the bed and pressed a hand down in the middle of it. The mattress gave under my palm, then pushed back. The fabric was cool and smooth. It had been a long time since my body had been anywhere. It didn't have to work to rest. I didn't lie down yet. If I did, there was a chance I'd fall straight into a sleep too deep to pull out of when someone knocked. Instead, I left the room. The corridor outside was busier now. I could hear more voices, the clatter of dishes somewhere below, the faint echo of someone laughing in the distance. I followed the direction Hannah had indicated, down to the stair. Stepping out into the courtyard was like coming up for air. The sky overhead was deepening into full evening, the blue darkening at the edges. Torches had been lit around the yard, their flames flickering in the growing gloom. The open space was wide, ringed by buildings and surrounded by the inner face of the wall. I moved to the edge, near where the stone of the wall cast a strip of shadow at its base, and leaned there, half turned toward the yard. From that position, I could watch without being quite in the middle of things. Grayson was in the center of it, of course. He stood with a small group of men and women, all in training gear, leather padding, the occasional piece of metal armor strapped over ribs or shoulders. He didn't just shout instructions from a distance. He stepped in, adjusted the set of someone's shoulders, nudged a foot into better position, demonstrated where to hold a shield so it covered both heart and throat. "Lower," he told one young man, tapping the edge of the man's raised arm. "You'll wear your arm out if you keep it that high. Defend what matters. You don't need to save your hair." The group chuckled. The young man grinned sheepishly and adjusted. Grayson clapped him once on the shoulder and moved on. No one around him flinched when he got close. There was no tension that said this man might snap any second. Whatever shadows he carried, he kept them leashed tightly during the day. I watched him for a while, my head tilted slightly, storing away the way he moved, the way his men responded. Respect ran through the space. Fear did not. A small boy, maybe 8 or 9, came running out from the direction of the well with a wooden bucket almost as big as his torso. It sloshed as he ran, water licking at the rim. "Slow down, Jory," someone called, exasperated. Jory did not slow down. He dodged around a pair of older boys mid-spar, then cut in front of Grayson, too sharp, too fast. His boot caught on the uneven ground. He went down in a sprawl. The bucket flew from his hands, water exploding out of it in a splash that drenched the dirt and Grayson's boots both. The yard went momentarily still. Even the torches seemed to pause. Grayson reached out without thinking and caught the boy by the back of his tunic before Jory's head could hit the ground. He hauled him upright gently and set him back on his feet. "Whoa," he said, steadying him with both hands. "Easy, you trying to water the whole yard at once." Jory's face went bright red. I didn't mean," he stammered, eyes huge, clearly waiting to be yelled at. Grayson bent, down just enough to look him in the eye. "Watch your feet next time," he said calmly. "If you break your head because you're racing a bucket, your mother will take mine off. Go fill it again. Walk this time." A few people laughed under their breath. The sound was warm, not mocking. Jory swallowed, nodded frantically, grabbed the bucket, and trotted back toward the well at a much more sensible pace. Grayson straightened, gave his wet boots a quick shake, and went back to his men without another comment. I watched the whole thing, my fingers absently rubbing at the roughness of the wall under my hand. It was a small moment, ordinary almost, the kind of thing that passed in the life of a fortress every day, but it lodged itself in my mind next to the image of him watching me from the wall, next to the way he'd ordered blankets for a stranger. I filed it there silently. As the sky darkened further, someone rang a bell near the main hall entrance. The sound carried through the yard and into the corridors beyond. "Food," a young woman near me muttered, stretching her shoulders. She glanced my way. "Eat in there," she said, jerking her head toward a set of high doors. "Don't wait too long or the boys will grab the good pieces." "Noted," I said. I followed the flow of bodies toward the main hall. Inside, the space opened wide again. Long tables ran down the length of the room, benches on either side already filling with people. Torches flared along the walls, their light catching on metal plates, cups, and the occasional bit of armor that hadn't been taken off yet. Grayson sat at a table that was slightly raised by one shallow step. Not a throne, exactly, but a place that made it clear where leadership sat. He had a plate in front of him, but his attention was on the people moving through the room, answering a question from one man while nodding to a woman calling something from farther down. Hannah caught my eye as she passed with a tray and jerked her head toward a spot on a side bench. I slid into the space she indicated, between a quiet older man and a tired-looking young woman with flour on her sleeves. Stew slopped into bowls. Bread was passed down the line. The smell of it hit my nose and reminded my stomach it existed. I ate without rushing, spoon moving between bowl and mouth in a steady rhythm. Around me, people talked. Patrol near the river saw tracks. If this weather keeps up, we might not get snow until. I told him fixing that hinge was his job, not mine. Alpha took a meeting with the traders earlier. They want the road cleared faster. Bits of stories floated through. None of them were about witches. None of them were about a village wiped out in the dark. In here, they cared about grain, patrol routes, sore shoulders, someone's crush on someone else. The human parts of a wolf's world. A man across from me, sandy-haired with a scar over one eyebrow, leaned forward slightly. "You're the traveler, right?" he asked. "The one from the gate." "That's me," I said. "Your people really don't stay anywhere?" he asked. "Even if they like it?" "Staying makes it harder to leave when you need to," I said. "We like to leave before that moment comes." He blinked, then nodded slowly. "Huh," he said, and went back to his bread. I could feel eyes on me now and then, quick glances, some curious, some assessing. I kept my shoulders loose and my movements simple, making it clear I wasn't here to pounce onto the nearest leadership seat. Just someone passing through, eating stew, listening. I didn't look at Grayson more than any other person. But every now and then, I caught flashes of him laughing at a joke, tilting his head to hear something better, pushing his bowl aside to make space for reports spread across the table. No thoughts like target or monster crossed my mind. I didn't let them. I let him exist in my view as he was in this moment, a man running himself ragged trying to keep his pack standing. When the meal wound down, people began to scatter, some to guard posts, some to their rooms, some toward the kitchens to help wash up. Hannah passed by my end of the table again and tapped her knuckles lightly on the wood near my elbow. "Your room," she said. "Don't get lost. These corridors all look the same if you're tired." "They already look the same," I said, standing. "You get used to them," she replied. "Or you don't and you ask someone, both work." I let her lead the way back to the stair, memorizing the turns as best I could. Once I was back in the guest room, I closed the door quietly and leaned against it for a moment. The room was dim. Someone had lit the candle on the table, its small flame pushing back the shadows just enough. The bed waited in the center of the room like some kind of impossible luxury. I crossed to the window and pulled the curtain aside again. The forest line was just a darker strip against the night now. No details, no shapes, just a silhouette. I stared at it until my eyes stung. My jaw clenched without me telling it to. I pressed my free hand flat against the stone beside the window, feeling the cold seep into my palm. Breath in, breath out. Whatever was burning in my chest, I kept it there. I didn't put words to it. I didn't let it take shape. Not tonight, not now. Eventually, the ache in my legs and the heaviness in my skull gave me no choice. I blew out the candle, the room falling into soft darkness broken only by a faint sliver of moonlight through the glass, and moved toward the bed by touch. The mattress gave under my weight, then cradled it. For a long moment I lay stiff on my back, eyes open, staring into nothing. "Beds can be strange after too long on the ground," Hannah had said. She was right. My body didn't quite trust this softness, but exhaustion is its own kind of magic. Slowly, the tightness in my muscles eased, my breathing deepened. Somewhere between one thought and the next, the dark folded in around me and I slept. When I woke, light was trying to pry its way through the gap in the curtain. It had that clean, pale quality of early morning, before the world had fully decided what kind of day it was going to be. For a second, I didn't know where I was. The feel of the mattress under me, the weight of blankets, the coolness of stone instead of earth. It all confused whatever part of my brain still expected canvas, trees, wind. Then the smell of the place hit me again. Faint stew, stone, smoke, something like soap. I remembered the night before. The hall. The tent outside. The man who made decisions with that calm, steady voice. I sat up slowly, pushing the blanket down. Before I could stand, there was a knock at the door. Not loud, a polite double tap. I swung my legs over the side of the bed. "Yes," I called. The latch lifted, and the door opened partway. Hannah leaned in, balancing a small tray with one hand. Steam curled up from a cup on it. "Morning," she said. "You didn't come down to steal bread from the kitchen, so I assumed you were either dead or sleeping for the first time in days. I decided to check before we buried you." "I was sleeping," I said. My voice came out rough with it. "I think." She smiled and came in, setting the tray on the table. "Drink this," she said. "It's not strong enough to wake the dead, but it'll help." I reached for the cup. The liquid inside was hot and bitter with a hint of something sweet, some local version of tea. I wrapped my hands around it, letting the heat soak into my fingers. Hannah wiped an imaginary speck of dust from the table and glanced back at me. "Also," she said, almost as an afterthought, "the Alpha wants to show you the outer wall. He told me to say he likes people who actually look at his defenses instead of just nodding at them." I blinked. "He said that?" I asked. "He did," she said, "which is his roundabout way of saying he noticed you watching the yard yesterday instead of staring at your boots. He'll be here in a moment. I told him I'd make sure you weren't still face down." As if her words had summoned him, another knock sounded at the open doorframe, more solid this time. Hannah stepped aside. Grayson stood there in the doorway, dressed for the day, dark shirt, fitted vest, sturdy trousers, boots that had seen real use. "Good," he said when he saw me upright. "You survived the bed." "Barely," I said, fingers tightening slightly around the warm cup. "It tried to swallow me whole." A ghost of a smile flicked across his face. "Can you walk?" he asked. "I want to show you the outer wall before the day gets too noisy. You'll see more of how this place really looks." The invitation was casual on the surface. Under it, I heard the same thing Hannah had. He'd noticed that I paid attention, that I watched, that I wasn't just a piece of stray baggage sitting under his gate. For a heartbeat, I hesitated. Going up on the wall meant seeing his world from his vantage point, seeing more than just the front yard of his life. It meant letting myself know this place a little better. Then again, I'd slept in his guest room already. Something in this direction had been chosen the moment I'd walked under his wall instead of running in the other. I set the cup down gently and stood. "I can walk," I said. "Show me what you're so proud of then." Hannah made a quiet, approving noise and slipped past him into the hall, already on her way to some other task. Grayson stepped back to give me room to pass. I moved to the doorway, glanced once at the window and the distant line of trees, then turned toward him. "After you," I said. He shook his head. "You first," he replied. "You're the one who needs to see where the edges are." I breathed in once, steady, and stepped out into the corridor beside him, ready to go up to the wall. The stairs were narrower than I expected. We left my room together, Grayson in front, me half a step behind, and turned into a corridor I hadn't used yet. The stone there was a shade darker from years of boots and paws scuffing it. At the end, the wall turned sharply, and a set of stairs spiraled up along the inside of the outer wall. 2 guards were halfway down when we reached the base. They moved to the right automatically, pressing their backs to the curve to make room. "Alpha," one of them said, nodding. "Morning," Grayson answered. I put my hand lightly on the inner wall as we climbed. The stone was cool, slightly damp. The further up we went, the more the air shifted, less of stew and smoke, more of wind and sky. By the time we stepped out onto the parapet, the breeze caught my dress and tugged at it, pressing the fabric flat against my legs. My hair lifted, strands flying across my face. I had to tuck a loose piece behind my ear before it whipped into my eyes. From up here, the fortress looked different. The courtyard below, which had felt big when I was standing in it, seemed almost small, neat rectangles of space carved out between buildings and walls. Beyond the stone, the land rolled away into fields, and then into the dark strip of forest I knew far too well. Grayson stepped aside so I could come fully out onto the walkway. A low wall ran along the outer edge, waist-high, with gaps where guards could stand and look over. The walkway itself was just wide enough for two people to walk side by side without brushing shoulders if they paid attention. He fell in beside me as I started along it. "Careful," he said, nodding toward the edge. "The drop's longer than it looks." "Good to know," I said. "I'll try not to test it." He huffed a small laugh. We walked a few steps in silence, wind picking at us. A guard farther along glanced back as we approached, then stepped aside, giving us room without being told. I could feel their eyes on us as we passed, curious but respectful. Grayson tucked his hands behind his back, fingers lacing together. It made his shoulders look broader somehow, his posture unconsciously formal even up here. "What do your people do in winter?" he asked after a moment. "When the snow comes in properly, no more soft ground for tents." "We complain about it," I said. He glanced down at me, waiting. "We go where the ground isn't frozen solid if we can," I added. "Lower valleys, places where the wind doesn't try to rip your face off every time you step outside. We make small fires, move before anyone gets annoyed we're using their fallen branches." "No winter camp?" he asked. "No one place you circle back to every year?" "Sometimes we pass the same places," I said. "Depends on the year. If a spot treats us well, we remember. If it doesn't, we remember that too." "And you just keep walking," he said. "That's the idea," I replied. "Stop too long and you start growing roots. Then it's harder to pull them up again when you have to." The wind shoved at us again. I squinted against it, tucking my hair back a second time. Below, a group in the training yard was starting drills, their shouts faint from this height. He was quiet for a stretch, eyes moving over the land beyond the wall. When he spoke again, his voice had shifted, not as Alpha giving orders, but as a man talking to someone who might actually listen. "Sometimes I feel the opposite," he said. "Stuck in one place, chained to stone and people and contracts." "Sounds heavy," I said. "It is," he said simply. "Some days I stand up here and look at that road." He nodded toward the main route that cut away from the fortress, "and I want to see what happens if I just walk and don't stop." He said it half like a joke, half like something he'd only admit to the sky. I glanced at him. The wind ruffled his hair, tugged at the edges of his coat. He looked solid, grounded, like part of the wall itself. It was hard to imagine him anywhere else. "Careful," I said lightly. "That's how people like me end up sleeping at strange gates." He smiled, a real one this time, brief but bright. It softened something sharp in his face. "Strange gates," he echoed. "That what this is?" "It's a gate," I said. "You're the strange part." That pulled a low laugh out of him. The guard ahead pretended not to hear. We kept walking. From this side, I could see the slope down from the wall to the outer field, and beyond that the line where grass met trees. The forest looked calm from here, just a thick green-black border. If you didn't know better, you might think that was all it was. "You don't get bored?" I asked, keeping my tone easy. "Seeing the same walls every morning?" "Depends on the morning," he said. "Some days I barely look up long enough to notice them. Some days, yes, I'd like to trade the view for something else, even if it's just a different tree line." "Too much familiarity will rot your brain," I said. "My people swear by that." He glanced at me again. "And you're not tempted by the idea of staying in one place?" he asked. "A real bed, a roof that doesn't try to blow away." "Tempted, sure," I said, "but roofs make you answer questions. Why are you here? How long are you staying? When are you leaving? The road only asks, can you keep walking?" He made a thoughtful sound at that. We reached a place where the wall angled subtly, giving us a slightly different vantage point. The village road came into clearer view, the tiny movement of people already starting their morning business. "You know," he said slowly, I've been thinking about you since I saw that tent at my gate. I kept my eyes on the horizon. I made quite a mess, I said. I'm sure your guards had opinions. Guards always have opinions, he said. I mean, I've been thinking about the kind of person who chooses that spot. Most people stand at the bottom of the hill and argue with the guards until they get turned away. They don't plant themselves right under the wall like a flag. There weren't many better options, I said. It was dark, I was tired, my feet stopped. That's where the tent went. He made a small sound that said he didn't entirely buy that, but he let it go. Most people who end up here are running from something obvious, he said. Debt, a fight, a family. You don't look like someone who ran, more like someone who just arrived. I'm very talented at arriving, I said. Makes leaving easier later. He shot me a quick side look, but I kept my gaze fixed out ahead, expression neutral. If there was more under that, it was mine to hold. Are you planning to leave? He asked after a moment. Once you've had a few nights in a bed that doesn't bruise you. Normally I would, I said honestly. We stay a few days, maybe a week if we're feeling reckless, then we move on. New roads, new worries. But now, he pressed. Right now, I said, choosing my words carefully, the road ahead is a blur. I know it's there. I just can't see what shape it takes yet. I could feel his gaze. I didn't meet it. That sounds like more than just getting separated from your people, he said quietly. Maybe, I said. Maybe I just finally slept long enough to feel how tired I am. The truth sat under the words, silent and heavy. He seemed to sense it, but not its exact shape. To his credit, he didn't push his thumb into the bruise. We kept walking, the wind tugging and then easing, the sky gradually brightening into a clearer blue. Below us, the training yard noise grew more distinct as drills picked up. A figure appeared ahead, walking toward us along the same stretch of wall. As he drew closer, I recognized the relaxed, polished type Grayson hadn't had much time to be yesterday. Well-kept hair, clothes cut a shade finer than most of the guards, posture that suggested he liked being seen. Massine, Grayson called as we closed the last few steps between us. The man stopped and bowed his head slightly in respect. Alpha, he said, didn't know I'd have the honor of sharing wall space this morning. His tone was easy, almost playful, but his eyes were sharp. They took in Grayson first, then slid to me. This is Isabel, Grayson said. A guest, Isabel Massine, one of my better planners. He keeps track of things so I don't have to keep them all in my head. Massine gave me that same small bow, just a fraction deeper. A pleasure, he said. It's good to see the Alpha not ignoring travelers for once. We don't get many who camp right under the gate. Lucky you, I said. You got one with all her teeth. His mouth twisted into a brief grin at that. Not every pack would have brought you inside, he said, glancing meaningfully at Grayson. Some would have told you to move on. Some have, I replied. Grayson made a small clearing sound in his throat. A reminder that we're not some packs, he said. You headed for the East Tower, Massine. Yes, Massine said. I'll get out of your way. He stepped aside, pressing his back lightly against the inner wall as we passed. As I moved by, his gaze flicked between me and Grayson, measuring something, filing it away. I kept my face polite, giving him a brief nod. Once we were out of earshot, Grayson let out a quiet breath. He means well, he said, most of the time. Most, I echoed. He thinks in numbers and maps and probabilities, Grayson said. Sometimes he forgets there are people under all that. I kick him back in the right direction when I can. It was a simple comment, but it lodged somewhere in me. Another piece for the box in my head labeled, how he treats his own. We walked a little further along the wall, reaching a section that looked out over the opposite side. More fields, another curve of the forest, a small river glinting in the distance. My pack has been staring at the same walls their whole lives, he said. Most of them were born inside these stones. They see problems from inside out, useful but limited. And you think someone who's used to getting shoved along by the wind sees better? I asked. Someone who's lived with only the sky above their head and no guarantee they'll sleep in the same place twice, he said, sees different problems, and maybe different answers. He kept his eyes on the horizon as he spoke. We could use someone like that, he added. Someone who doesn't take the way things are for granted just because they've always been that way. I'm not exactly castle material, I said. I don't know your rules. I walk like someone who expects ground to give way. Maybe that's what we need, he said. Someone who doesn't assume the floor is permanent. I breathed out a small, dry laugh. Careful, I said. If you keep talking like that, your walls will get jealous. Let them, he said. They've had enough attention. We reached the end of that stretch of wall and turned back the way we came, heading toward the stairs. The guards we'd passed earlier watched us come back with the careful, neutral faces of people who definitely had opinions and were smart enough not to voice them near the alpha. When we reached the stairs, he gestured for me to go first this time. Down is trickier than up, he said. If you slip, I'd rather you fall into me than the other way around. I didn't argue with that. The idea of his full weight crashing down on me in that tight spiral was not appealing. I placed my hand on the inner wall again and took the steps carefully. Halfway down, my foot slid slightly on a spot worn smoother than the others. His hand brushed between my shoulders, steadying me without grabbing. Got you, he said quietly. I'm fine, I said, though my pulse had jumped. I know, he replied. Humor me. We reached the bottom without incident. The corridor there felt narrower after the open air above, the smells of stone and people pressing in again. He walked me back toward the guest hall in a companionable silence. Every now and then, he nodded to someone passing. You should rest a bit, he said when we reached my door. Walking walls can tire you out if you're not used to it. I've walked worse edges, I said. I don't doubt it, he replied. Still, eat, sleep, breathe, we'll talk again. He gave a small nod and left me there, turning toward some other duty as if he didn't have enough already. I slipped back into my room and closed the door. The next part of the day moved in steady, unbroken pieces. Someone from the kitchens brought me a plate, bread, cheese, a bit of dried meat. I ate sitting on the bed, staring at the dust motes in the window light. After that, I made myself get up and wash at the basin, scrubbing travel grime from my face and hands until the skin felt raw and new. At some point after midday, Hannah knocked, stuck her head in just long enough to confirm I wasn't lying dead on the floor, and then dragged me with her down to a small side room where women sorted fabric and mended clothes. I watched their hands move, neat and quick, listened to their chatter about torn sleeves and outgrown tunics. It was harmless talk, ordinary, the kind of thing that fills the gaps between bigger worries. On the way back to my room, the corridor bent around a corner. As I turned it, voices reached me before the speakers came into view. Never bring strays inside like that, one woman whispered. Not unless he sees something, another answered. Did you see them on the wall this morning? I slowed my steps, the sound of my own footfalls still too soft for them to notice. You think he's sweet on her? The first one asked, somewhere between amused and scandalized. I think he's at least curious, the second said. Since when does he walk the wall with strangers? He barely has time to breathe, let alone babysit some nomad. My hand brushed the edge of the stone as I rounded the last part of the corner. They were standing at the far end of the stretch, two younger servants, one with her hair braided in a crown, the other with a scarf tied loosely at her neck. Their eyes went wide when they saw me. Conversation snapped off like a rope cut clean. I walked past without slowing, lifting my brows just enough to make it clear I'd heard every word. I can still hear you, I said mildly as I passed. Their faces flushed in sync. One made a strangled sound that might have been an apology. The other stared at the floor as if she hoped it would swallow her. I didn't stop. I didn't scold them. Gossip was as much part of a place like this as stone and smoke. If it hadn't been about me, it would have been about someone else. Back in my room, I shut the door and stood in the middle of the floor for a long moment. Sweet on her. Curious. I I moved to the window again and looked out at the forest line. The trees were still there, patient, unbothered by walls or gossip or alphas who thought about walking away. My chest felt tight, like something inside it had been drawn in two different directions. On one side, the memory of tense, of constant movement, of never being anyone's responsibility. On the other, a man who walked walls with me and talked about wanting to escape his own castle even as he did everything to keep it standing. The light shifted slowly as the day wore on. Shadows grew longer across the courtyard. Voices from below rose and fell. At some point, Hannah came by again to tell me when the evening meal would start, the words sliding past the pressure building behind my ribs. I went down to dinner. I sat at the same lower table as the night before. I ate stew and bread and listened to the noise of the hall wash around me. Grayson was at his usual place, listening to reports, laughing at a joke, sending someone to deal with a problem before it got worse. At one point, our eyes met across the room. He held the look for a heartbeat, then went back to his conversation with a man beside him. Nothing was said. Something was understood anyway. Later, back in my room with the candle blown out, I lay on my back and stared at the dark ceiling. I thought of the tent outside the wall, the way the canvas had rippled in the wind, of the wall under my hand that morning, cold and solid, of his voice saying he sometimes wanted to walk and not stop, of the servants whispering about whether he was sweet on the stranger he'd brought inside. No words like kill or destroy surfaced. They didn't belong here, not yet, not in this space that was still trying to figure out if it was allowed to rest. What did surface was a slow, dragging tug-of-war in my chest. One side said, "You don't belong here, you never have. Keep your feet ready to move." The other said, "You're tired. You slept. Someone noticed. Someone made sure you had blankets and a bed and a room with a door that closed." The ceiling didn't have answers. It just sat there, the same every time I opened my eyes to check. Sleep came eventually, messy and shallow. I woke up more than once with my heart pounding, the outlines of half-remembered images fading too fast to grab. Each time I rolled onto my side, dragged the blanket up, forced my breathing into something resembling calm, and let myself fall again. When morning finally arrived, it did it rudely. A sharp rap at my door, brighter light trying to claw its way around the curtain. I scrubbed at my face with both hands and sat up. "Yes," I called, voice raspy. The door opened a crack. Grayson stood there, not Hannah this time. He looked uncomfortable. Not in his own skin. He always moved like he knew exactly where every piece of him was, but in the situation. His shoulders were just a shade too tight, his expression caught between casual and serious. "Morning," he said. "Morning," I echoed, reaching for the edge of the blanket to pull it up a little more over my legs. No one buried me, so I assume I survived the night. "Good," he said. "I'd hate to lose a guest that quickly. Bad reputation." I swung my legs over the side of the bed and stood, fingers combing quickly through my hair to make it at least vaguely presentable. He waited just inside the door, eyes politely fixed somewhere over my shoulder rather than on me. "I was going to send Hannah," he said, "but she told me if I wanted to talk to you, I could knock on a door like a normal person." "That sounds like her," I said. He cleared his throat, glanced briefly at me, then away again. "I was wondering," he started, then stopped, visibly annoyed at himself. He took a breath and tried again. "I was thinking if you don't have a pressing appointment with the road this morning, we could walk again. Not just the wall, the lower yards, the storage, the stables. See the place for what it is when it's working." "It seems like it's always working," I said. "That's the problem," he said. "It never stops, and He cut himself off, jaw working. For a man used to giving orders, this kind of talking was clearly harder. "I could use someone like you here," he said finally. "Longer than just a few days." He didn't dress it up. He didn't try to turn it into a joke. The words landed between us with the weight they carried. He didn't say marriage. He didn't say Luna. But it was written in the way he looked at me, not as a passing traveler anymore, but as someone whose presence had started to fit into the shape of his days. For a second, I couldn't move. Everything that had brought me to his gate reared up, nameless and heavy, slamming into the moment like a wave hitting stone. The road behind me, the blur ahead, the fire in the dark, the forest, the tent, the wall. I stood there in the doorway of a guest room in a fortress I was never supposed to be part of, staring at a man who wasn't supposed to be anything but a distant figure under a red sky. And I froze. He didn't look like a man about to win something. He looked like someone about to step into a room he wasn't sure he belonged in. He was still standing in my doorway, one hand on the frame, shoulders a little too tight. The words he'd just said were still hanging between us. I could use someone like you here, longer than just a few days. My body had done that frozen thing, like the floor had decided it might open up if I moved. He saw it. His jaw flexed once, then he pushed on anyway. I'm not talking about a position in the kitchens, he said quietly, or some corner job where you disappear into the stone. I swallowed. Then what are you talking about? He met my eyes and held them. Staying at my side, he said, not as a servant, as my partner, as Luna. The word landed like a stone, dropped in a too-still pond. Luna. Grayson, I said carefully, you barely know me. I know enough, he said, almost before I finished. I know you weren't afraid of my walls, you weren't afraid of my guards. You slept at my gate like it was the most natural choice in the world. That just means I was tired, I said. It means you were sure of yourself, he countered. You don't flatter me, you don't trip over yourself to please me, and you don't look at me the way most people do when they want something. That's rare. I let out a breath I hadn't realized I'd been holding. You don't know where I'm from, I said. You don't know who my people are, you don't even know if I snore. I don't care if you snore, he said. The corner of his mouth twitched. Everyone has some flaw, I'll survive. And if my flaw is worse than that? I asked. His eyes darkened for a second, like some shadow moved across them from inside. I'm not asking you to swear you're perfect, he said. I'm asking you to stand beside me while we both try not to break the things we're responsible for. Simple words, heavy ones. I looked past him for a second down the corridor. Stone, torch brackets, a stretch of wall that went on and on. No forest, no tent, no road. I don't have anywhere else to go, I said finally. My people move fast, I lost them. They aren't looking back. His throat worked once. I'm sorry, he said quietly. I shrugged, even though it wasn't something that brushed off that easily. You've shown me more care in a few days than I expected from anyone, I added. Bread on the first morning, a room that doesn't leak, letting me keep my own answers. He said nothing, just watched me. If I say yes, I asked, you won't wake up in a week and decide this was a mistake. Start wishing you picked someone who came with the right last name. I've had plenty of time to marry a name, he said. I didn't. I'm not asking you out of desperation, Isabel. I'm asking because when you walked in here, the air changed a little, and I'd like that air to stay. There was a beat where my body wanted to step backward, and my feet didn't move. Then my mouth got there first. Fine, I said, voice low. Then yes. Something in his face loosened, like a knot that had been pulled too tight. Yes, he repeated, as if he needed to hear it again. Yes, I said. I'll stay. I'll stand beside you, if you really want a traveler for a Luna. He let out a breath, almost a laugh wrapped in relief. I do, he said. I really do. For a second, we just stood there, staring at each other in the doorway like idiots. Then he cleared his throat again. Right, he said. Then I should tell people before they all invent their own story. I'm sure they already have stories, I muttered. Oh, they do, he said. This will at least give them the right headline. He stepped back from the door, suddenly all motion again, the alpha switching back on. Hannah will come, he added. There's things that have to happen, fittings, vows, don't let them scare you. That sounds promising, I said dryly. His mouth twitched again, then he turned and walked away, boots solid against the floor. The moment he disappeared, the corridor started buzzing. Not literally. But it felt like the sound rose up out of the stone, voices, footsteps, people moving faster with a kind of sharp, bright energy they hadn't had an hour ago. I shut the door and leaned back against it, palms flat on the wood, heart beating in my ears. Luna. It took less than half an hour for the first knock. Hannah didn't bother with slow courtesy. She rapped twice and then pushed the door open with her hip, arms already full of folded linens and something soft and white draped over one shoulder. "There you are," she said. "I was going to drag you out by your hair if you tried to hide." "I didn't have time to hide," I said, pushing off the door. "Apparently your alpha moves entire mountains before breakfast." "You said yes then," she said, eyes flicking over my face. "I said yes," I answered. She made a satisfied noise and came straight in, dumping half her load on the bed. "Well, that explains why the whole corridor started hissing like a kettle," she said. "News travels faster than a hungry wolf around here." "I noticed," I said. As if on cue, 2 younger servants appeared behind her, hovering in the doorway. One was clutching a pile of towels, the other a small bundle of what looked like ribbons. "Don't just stand there," Hannah told them. "Come in, things to do. The alpha decided to give us all a heart attack." They filed in, eyes sneakily trying to study me without starring. The one with the ribbons blurted, "Congratulations, my lady," then looked like she wanted to swallow her own tongue. "Isabel is fine," I said. "I'm still trying to remember which way is up." "Yes, my Isabel," she corrected, flushing. Hannah gave me a quick grin. "First lesson," she said. "You'll make half the hall faint if you tell them to drop the titles. They live on habit." "I'll pick my battles," I said. While they moved around my room, changing linens, smoothing blankets, adjusting curtains, voices drifted in from the corridor. Snatches of sentences rose and fell. "The Nomad girls. Luna. Did you see them on the wall? In just a few days." It was like listening to a flock of birds, repeat the same few words with different emphasis. "So," Hannah said, as she fluffed a pillow a little too aggressively, "do you want the whole speech about what being Luna means, or do you want to learn by surviving the feast tonight?" "There's a speech," I asked. "There's always a speech," she said. "Responsibilities, expectations, the way people will test you for a while to see if you're made of paper or bone." "Short version, then," I said. "Short version," she said, ticking points off on her fingers. "You help him keep the pack steady. You listen. You remember people's names. You don't let anyone walk all over you. You're allowed to make mistakes, but if you pretend you never did, they'll sniff that lie faster than blood." "Comforting," I said. She smiled. "You'll be fine." While we talked, one of the servants, Mara, if I remembered right, kept looking at me as if she wanted to say something. "Spit it out," Hannah told her finally. "You're buzzing like a bee." Mara wrinkled her nose. Someone in the kitchen said the red moon is in 3 days," she blurted. "So the wedding will be before that, right? To get good luck." "Red moon," I repeated, keeping my tone mild, like I was hearing it as some odd weather pattern, nothing more. "You've never," Mara looked at me, then remembered I was from the road and scaled back. "They say it's when the moon looks wrong," she said. "Red, like it's been rubbed in dust, makes wolves sharp, rogues get louder, fights break out easier." "That's the polite version," Hannah said. "Mostly it's just a night where everyone's already tense, so everything feels worse." "And you all stay inside?" I asked, "or go out and howl at it?" Hannah snorted. "Both," she said. "Depends who you are. Patrols get doubled. Doors get checked twice. Tempers climb. Some people swear it's all in our heads. The ones who have seen bad nights under it don't argue with the extra precautions." "Does it happen often?" I asked, as if I was just curious. "Every so many cycles," Mara said, making a vague little circle in the air. "Not every month, just the special ones. Some say it brings change. Some say it brings trouble." "Sometimes both," Hannah added. I nodded like someone collecting local stories and let the topic drift away out loud, even as something inside me locked around it. "Red moon, 3 days. "Enough chatter," Hannah said briskly. "We've got pins to stab you with. The seamstresses are already sharpening theirs." The seamstresses did not joke. They descended on me like patient hawks, measuring tape and pins in hand, their eyes sharp, their mouths full of straight, practical comments. We ended up in a small room off the main hall, light coming in through narrow windows, dust floating in the beams. A plain dress was pulled over my head first, to use as a rough shape, then slid off again and replaced with something softer, heavier, not yet finished. "Hold still," one of the women said, mouth full of pins. "I'm trying," I said, arms half raised while she adjusted the bodice. The dress was modest, but clearly meant for more than everyday use. The fabric had weight, the color a rich, deep tone rather than the washed-out shades I was used to. The neckline was simple, dipping just enough to look like someone had thought about it, but not so far that it felt like I was on display. Hannah sat on a low stool near the wall, watching with her chin in her hand. "You get used to being poked," she said. "First few times you think you're going to bleed out, you won't." One of the seamstresses, older with salt at her temples, made a pleased noise. "She's an easy one," she said. "Stands straight, doesn't fight the cloth." "Probably because she's tired," Hannah said. "Not enough energy left to argue with fabric." I snorted. As they worked, voices threaded around us like part of the stitching. "Can you believe it?" one whispered behind me. "A traveler as Luna." "He could have chosen from half the noble houses," another murmured. "Daughters just waiting." "He brought her in himself," the first went on. "Walked the wall with her. Did you see? I've never seen him do that with anyone." "He must see something," the second replied. "Or he's finally lost his mind." Their voices weren't even that quiet. They were used to people pretending not to hear. Hannah's head lifted. "The alpha chooses with his own eyes," she said, loud enough to slice through the whisper. "That's his right. Last I checked, no noble house had to sleep at his gate to prove their worth." Silence snapped into place. Someone dropped a pin. It pinged against the floor. I kept my face carefully neutral, staring straight ahead while the older seamstress tugged at the hem. "Sorry, Hannah," one of the whispering women muttered. Didn't mean to have working ears in the room," Hannah said. "Then you'll have to pick a different room." The tension broke with a few nervous chuckles. The pins moved again, the fabric shifted. The women's hands stayed brisk and professional. Hannah caught my eye and gave a small shrug that said that's how it is. We manage. "Breathe," she told me quietly when the others were busy fussing over the sleeve. "You look like the dress is strangling you." "I'm not used to being the center of the hive," I said under my breath. "You'll get used to it," she replied, "or you'll get very good at pretending you are." They finished pinning for the moment and had me step carefully out of the half-made dress. Underneath, back in my plain clothes, I felt like myself again, whoever that was now. "We'll have it ready," the older seamstress said, eyes bright. "By this evening." "This evening," I echoed. "You didn't think he was going to wait weeks, did you?" Hannah said. "When the alpha decides, the fortress moves." "Apparently," I said. Hannah clapped her hands once. "Come on," she said. "You need food before you pass out in front of the entire pack." The rest of the day rolled forward in a series of practical tasks. Food in the kitchens, a bowl of thick stew that tasted of root vegetables and herbs, bread that was crusty and warm. Hannah made sure I actually ate it instead of just pushing it around. Afterward, a quick wash, this time with a basin full of water that smelled faintly of some flower I couldn't name. My hair was brushed until it lay smoother than it had in days. Someone found a simple bit of ribbon to tie part of it back so it didn't fall in my face. All the while the same words came and went around us. "Luna, wedding, tonight, red moon soon." The red moon soon talk grew louder in the corners where guards gathered. Plans were already being made for patrols in 3 days' time, routes doubled, gate checks, extra eyes on the walls. I listened as if it were all just background noise. On the outside, I nodded along to explanations. On the inside, I kept my thoughts wrapped tight enough that if I loosened them, everything might spill. By the time the sun started dropping, The fortress had shifted into something almost ceremonial. Torches were lit earlier than usual. People changed into their better clothes, tunics less frayed, dresses with cleaner hems, boots rubbed at the seams. The air picked up that particular mix of nerves and excitement that comes before any big gathering. Hannah brought the finished dress to my room with a small team in tow. They helped me into it, careful with the seams. Fingers fastened laces at my back, smoothed the fabric at my waist, straightened the sleeves. When I finally stood in front of the small piece of polished metal that passed for a mirror, it took me a second to recognize myself. I looked settled. Like someone who belonged in a room like this, in a dress like that. The thought made my throat tight. "You look like yourself," Hannah said, coming to stand beside me in the reflection. "Just with fewer wrinkles in your skirt." "That's something," I said. "You'll do fine," she added. "Walk where he walks, breathe. Don't let anyone see you looking for an exit." "Is that what you did when you first came here?" I asked. She smiled crookedly. "I only thought about exits for the first year," she said. "Then I realized there were people here I didn't want to leave." I held her gaze in the reflection for a heartbeat, then nodded. There was a knock at the door. A younger man with a straight back and a too-serious expression stuck his head in. "They're ready," he said. "Chapel's full." "Chapel, right." My hands went cold. The chapel wasn't large. It was tucked inside the fortress walls near the center, all stone and wood and candlelight. When we stepped in, the sound of low voices dipped, then settled into a hush. Pack members stood along the sides and back, leaving a clear path down the middle. No elaborate decorations, just a few branches of evergreen hung above the front arch, candles on simple iron stands, a carved wooden table that served as an altar. Grayson stood near that table, not behind it, hands loosely clasped in front of him. He wore dark clothes that fit him well, a clean tunic, a belt with the crest of his line worked into the clasp. No crown, no showy mantle, just a man trying not to look like he wanted to scratch his own skin off. His eyes found me as soon as I stepped into view. For a second, the room narrowed down to that one line between us. Hannah gave my elbow a gentle nudge. "Feet," she murmured. "Use them." I walked. The whisper of fabric was louder in my ears than the murmur of people. Faces blurred at the edges of my vision, curious, skeptical, warm, uncertain. A few smiled. A few looked like they were still not sure what to make of a traveler in a Luna's place. When I stopped in front of him, I realized my palms had gone damp. I curled my fingers slightly to hide it. "Hi," Grayson said, softly enough that only I could hear it. "Hi," I whispered back. An older man from the pack, one of the elders I'd seen at the high table, stepped forward as the one to speak the formal words. His voice was steady, practiced, full of the same phrases it had probably used for years. He talked about joining lives, about shared burdens, about how an alpha was not a wall standing alone but a pillar holding others up, and how a Luna's role was to stand with him, not in his shadow. Then he turned to Grayson. "Say what you offer," he said. Grayson let out a slow breath, shoulders squaring a little. "I won't pretend to have all the right words," he said, loud enough for the room. "I'm not good with speeches, you all know that." A few people chuckled, breaking some of the tension. "I can promise simple things," he went on. "I'll protect you as best as I can. I'll listen when you speak, even when I don't like what I hear. I won't treat you like something to show off at feasts. You'll be someone I work beside, not a name on a list." Simple, no poetry, just grain and metal. The elder nodded, then looked at me. "And you," he said, "what do you offer, Isabel of the Road?" "Eyes, so many eyes." I swallowed once. "I don't have a house name," I said, "or land, or anything that makes sense on paper here." A ripple went through the room, some amusement, some agreement. "What I do have," I went on, "is 2 working hands and a head that remembers faces. I can stand beside him. I can listen when you bring your worries. I can care for his people as best as I'm able, and I can try not to run when things get hard." Even if running is what I'm best at, I didn't say. The words were honest enough as they came out. Whatever else was inside me, I did intend to care for these people. The problem was what else my heart was holding alongside that. The elder seemed satisfied. He nodded again, then spoke the closing binding words the pack used, about sharing seasons and storms, about not turning away when the other is wrapped in anger or fear. Then it's done, he said finally. Witnessed. There was a beat of silence. Then someone whooped. It cracked into laughter and cheers, scattered clapping, a howl or two from the back that made the candles flicker. Grayson let out a breath he'd been holding so long, I could almost feel it in my own lungs. "Luna," he said softly to me like a test. "Grayson," I answered. We didn't kiss there. This wasn't that kind of ceremony. But his hand found mine, fingers closing around them in a grip that was surprisingly gentle for someone who could break bones when he needed to. "Come on," he murmured. "If we don't show up at the feast, they'll riot." "Wouldn't want that on my first day," I said. The main hall had been transformed, while we were in the chapel. Tables that normally held ledgers and maps had been pushed against the walls to make room for more seating. Platters of food lined the center table, roasted vegetables, bread, meat, cheese. The air was full of the smells of it, mixed with candle smoke and the sharper tang of wine. We entered together. Conversations dipped, then swelled again as people made way. "Luna," someone said, testing the word. Another voice picked it up. "Luna Isabel." I tried not to flinch at how quickly my name had changed. Grayson stayed by my side as we moved through the space. He introduced me to people on purpose, not just letting me drift. "This is Barat," he said at one point, gesturing to a broad-shouldered woman with a scar across one eyebrow. "She makes sure no one gets lazy with a sword." Barat gave me a half grin. "I'll make sure no one tells you otherwise," she said. "This is Tom," he said at another table, nodding to a man with ink on his fingers. "He knows where every sack of grain lives." Tom bobbed his head. "If you ever want to know who's eating more than their share, I can show you the numbers," he said cheerfully. People asked me small questions as we moved. Where I was from, what the road was like, whether sleeping under open sky was really as romantic as ballads said. It wasn't. It was cold. I answered simply, staying away from details that would lead anywhere I didn't want to go. At one point, I caught Massine across the room. He was standing near one of the columns, a cup in his hand, talking to a pair of younger men. When his gaze slid to me, his smile widened just enough to be polite. His eyes, though, were calculating, not purely celebratory. He lifted his cup slightly in my direction, like a small, private toast. I gave him a brief nod and moved on. By the time plates had been filled and refilled, by the time someone started a song in the corner and others half joined in, my head was buzzing with names, faces, and the weight of being watched. Grayson leaned down at one point and murmured, "You can leave when you want. There's no rule saying the Luna has to outlast everyone at the table." "You just don't want to watch me fall asleep in my soup," I said. "There's that too," he admitted. Eventually, Hannah showed up at my elbow, eyes softer than her grin. "Take her," she said to Grayson. "If she stays any longer, she'll turn to stone in that chair." "I thought you turned to stone first," I said. "Only on the outside," she replied. "Go, I'll make sure no one sets fire to anything while you're gone." "That's a terrible promise," Grayson told her. "You've just guaranteed something burns." "Not in the hall," she said, already turning back to scold someone for balancing a plate on a chair. Grayson touched my elbow. "Come on," he said. Our shared chamber felt quieter than the rest of the fortress. Like the walls had their own thicker silence they kept just for this space. The fire in the hearth was low but steady. A single candle burned on the table near the window, where the forest was now just a dark shape against the sky. The bed looked bigger than it had earlier, or maybe I was just seeing it differently. Grayson closed the door behind us and leaned against it for a second, eyes closing briefly like he was letting the noise drain out of his head. "Well," he said finally, "that's done." "That's one way to put it," I replied. He opened his eyes, and looked at me, that awkwardness from the morning creeping back in around his shoulders. "Are you all right?" he asked, overwhelmed, regretting every choice that brought you here. "All three," I said, but not in a way that makes me want to jump out the window. "That's good," he said. I was hopping to avoid chasing my own lunar across the yard tonight. He scrubbed a hand over the back of his neck, gaze dropping for a second. "I don't want you to feel pushed," he said. "About any of this. The pack, this room, the bed. If you want time, you can have time." "It's a little late to back out of the marriage," I said. "I meant the rest," he clarified. His ears had gone slightly pink. "We can sleep back to back, opposite sides. You can throw boots at me if I snore, whatever makes this feel less sudden." "You're very good at ruining the terrifying image people have of alphas," I said. "I try," he said dryly. I took a slow breath. "I don't need you to exile yourself to the floor," I said. "I'm not that fragile, and it's a cold room." Relief flickered over his features, mixed with something else, still cautious, still careful. "Then we'll go slow," he said. "If I misstep, you tell me, or shove me. I can take it." He moved toward the chest at the foot of the bed and took out a simple night shirt, turning slightly away as he pulled off his outer layers. I did the same in the opposite corner, grateful there was enough space that we weren't bumping elbows. We didn't make a show of undressing. It was practical: shirts, boots, belts. When I slipped into the softer underdress I'd kept for sleeping, the fabric felt strange against my skin compared to the heavier wedding cloth. By the time we both turned back toward the bed, the candle was casting a softer, lower light, making the room feel smaller, more intimate. He gestured to my side. "You first," he said. "Less awkward than climbing over you." I walked around and slid under the blankets, the mattress dipping slightly under my weight. A moment later, the other side dipped as he climbed in, careful not to jostle me. For a moment, we lay there stiffly, like two people who had never shared space in their lives. Then he let out a small laugh under his breath. "This is ridiculous," he said quietly. "We faced a room full of wolves, and this is the part that feels hard." "You're not used to someone being this close," I said. "I'm used to people being close because they want something," he said. "Not because we just promised each other whatever that was back there." He shifted, turning onto his side to face me. "May I?" he asked, lifting one hand slightly between us. "May you what?" I asked, even though I knew. "Touch you," he said. "Your hand, your face, I don't want to assume." The simple honesty of it made my chest tight. "Yes," I said, "you can ask, and yes." He reached out very slowly and let his fingers close around mine. His hand was warm, calloused, steady. He gave my hand a gentle squeeze, then lifted his other hand to my cheek, cupping it lightly. His thumb brushed once along my cheekbone. I realized I'd been clenching my jaw and forced it to relax. "Still here," he murmured. "Not a dream." "That's debatable," I said softly. He smiled, then leaned in, slow enough that I could have pulled back at any point. I didn't. His lips touched my cheek first, near the corner of my mouth, the kiss more like a question than a claim. Then he shifted, brushing a light kiss against my mouth itself. It was gentle and careful and oddly steadying. My hand tightened around his, without me telling it to. We kissed like that for a while, soft, unhurried, nothing more demanding than the press of lips, the warm exhale of shared breath. No rush, no insistence. Just the quiet awareness of another person choosing closeness. When he finally pulled back, our foreheads almost touching, his breath was a little uneven. "Okay," he asked. "Okay," I said. My voice sounded softer than I meant it to. We settled then, lying on our sides facing each other, hands still linked between us under the blanket. The candle burned lower, the room slipping into that middle place between light and dark. He was quiet for a few minutes, eyes moving over my face like he was memorizing it. Then he spoke, voice a little rougher. "There's something I should tell you," he said, "and I should have told you before today, before you said yes." "That's always a comforting sentence," I said, trying to keep it light. He didn't smile. You heard the servants, he said, about the red moon. I heard some talk, I said. Rogues, tempers, that sort of thing. It's more than that for me, he said. Always has been. He stared past me for a second, at the ceiling, like he was seeing something else. On those nights, he said slowly, it's like someone else is steering. I feel my body move, I hear my own voice, but there are pieces I don't recognize. I remember starting a patrol and then gaps, blank spots, waking up after with blood on my hands and only flashes of how it got there. A chill slid through me, even though the room was warm. How long? I asked quietly. Since I was young, he said. Other wolves get sharper under that sky, yes, they feel the pull, but they don't lose themselves the way I do. I've tried to chain it, tried to box it in with rules and routines. Some nights it works, some nights it doesn't. His fingers tightened slightly around mine. I hate it, he said. I hate what it makes me. I hate not knowing if every story I hear after is something I did while I wasn't fully there. I watched him, the way his jaw clenched, the way his eyes stayed open like he was afraid of what might surface if he closed them. There's a red moon in 3 days, he went on. The first since you came, since you agreed to stand with me. I heard, I said. My voice was steady, I was proud of that. He finally looked at me again, eyes searching my face. I need one thing from you, he said. More than your good opinion, more than your understanding. Okay, I said slowly. What? When that night comes, he said, you lock this door, you stay inside. No matter what you hear outside, no matter who calls your name, you do not open it. His eyes didn't leave mine. I can't risk you being anywhere near whatever I become out there, he said. I can't risk turning around and seeing you in front of me and not being able to stop. The picture slid uninvited into my mind. Him under that wrong-colored sky, eyes bright and empty, teeth bared. Not because I'd seen it, because some part of me had already carried that image in the dark. You really think you hurt me, I said. It came out more like a statement than a question. I think I don't know what I'd do, he said. And that's worse. I'd rather have you angry at me for keeping you trapped in here than. He cut himself off, shaking his head, as if the end of that sentence was too ugly to voice. Silence stretched between us for a heartbeat, then 2. Please, he said quietly. Promise me, lock the door, stay inside. Let me worry about what's out there. I can't do this if I'm thinking about you standing in the yard while the sky goes red. His hand around mine was steady, but his eyes weren't. There was real fear in them, and not for himself. I knew exactly what I was supposed to say. Yes, of course, I'll stay. My head nodded. Okay, I said, I'll lock the door. The words left my mouth smooth and even. But somewhere under them, under the blankets and the vows and the new name they'd pinned on me, something in my gaze stayed sharp and unsettled. Because when the red moon rose, and the past finally caught up to the present, I wasn't sure a locked door was going to be enough, for either of us. The light in the room was gray when I woke up, the kind that doesn't quite feel like morning yet. For a second I thought maybe I'd dreamed the whole last day, the dress, the vows, the way everyone's mouths had formed the word Luna like they were tasting something new. Then I saw Grayson. He was already up, half-dressed in a simple linen shirt and dark trousers, standing by the window with his hands braced on either side of the frame. His shoulders were tight. The muscles in his back moved when he breathed. The sky beyond him had that washed-out look it gets before a storm, even though there wasn't a cloud. What time is it? I mumbled, my voice rough. Early, he said without turning. You can go back to sleep if you want. Are you kidding? I can feel your worry from over here, I said, pushing myself up against the headboard. What's wrong? He finally looked at me. It wasn't anger on his face, just that keyed-up, focused tension that trembles under the skin. It's red moon tonight, he said. We tighten things up on days like this. I swung my legs out of bed, the floor cool under my bare feet. Outside, I could see the courtyard over his shoulder. There were more guards than usual, not just at the gate, but along the inner walls. A cart rolled through with barrels lashed down tight, a pair of armed men walking alongside instead of just letting it clatter in. No children ran between the adults, legs the way they had the day before. The space looked stripped down. "Everyone's starting early," I said. "We always do," he replied. "Gives people less time to invent disaster in their heads." "That works?" I asked. "Sometimes," he said. Then he shook himself a little like he was shoving thoughts into some box. "Come on, you need food before they drag you into helping." "Helping with what?" I asked. "Everything," he said. "You're Luna now, they'll hand you blankets and worries in equal measure." Breakfast at the high table was shorter than usual. The room felt crowded even though there weren't more bodies, just more edge. Spoons hit bowls a little harder, voices carried quicker and cut off sharper. Grayson's chair, which was normally a spot people glanced at for direction, looked more like a center point they orbited with their anxiety. He ate quickly, asking short, practical questions between bites. "You doubled the North Patrol." "Yes, Alpha." "Gates checked." "Twice." "Keep them moving. Don't let anyone stand still long enough to think themselves into trouble," he said. Someone tried a joke about having to chain a few hotheads to their beds before moonrise. The laughter that followed was thin. I spooned down porridge and watched, keeping my own questions small. "Is it always like this?" I asked Hannah quietly at my side. "On these days," she murmured back. "Sometimes worse, sometimes calmer, depends what the last red moon took." That landed in my chest, in a way I didn't let show on my face. When we were done, Grayson pushed his bowl away, wiped his mouth with the back of his hand, and leaned toward me. "Spend as much of the day inside the walls as you can," he said. "Preferably somewhere with walls inside walls." "I was planning to go climb the cliff and wave at the moon," I said dryly. "But fine, I'll adjust." A corner of his mouth twitched. "Stay with Hannah," he added more quietly. "She's good in a storm." "I've noticed," I said. He brushed his fingers lightly over mine under the table, one brief, grounding touch, then stood and went to bark more orders at the far end of the hall. Hannah nudged me with her elbow. "Come on," she said. "Want to learn where we keep the blankets? Today's your initiation into the glamorous world of Red Moon prep." The day blurred into movement. We took stacks of folded bedding from one storage room and carried them to another, closer to where families with little kids slept, just in case. Lanterns were checked and re-oiled. Extra candles were set in alcoves along the main halls so nobody would be fumbling in the dark if something shook the fortress. At one point, I ducked into the kitchen to catch my breath and ended up with an armful of bread instead, helping lay out loaves in a way that made them easy to grab if food had to be handed out quickly. A young kitchen girl with freckles on her nose and flour on her cheek hovered near me, arranging cups. "Is it always this bad when there's a red?" she asked in a rush, as if the words had been building all morning. "Everyone's talking like the sky is going to fall." "I don't have much to compare it to yet," I said honestly. "But so far the only thing falling is sleep. No one seems to have any." She huffed a laugh that was mostly nerves. "My uncle says reds make people stupid," she muttered. "Wolves and humans both." "I've seen people get stupid on regular moons," I said. "Feasts, cheap wine, bad decisions, red or not." That got a real smile out of her. "Go on," I added, nodding at the door. "Stay near the kitchens if you're jumpy. Doors here are thick, so are the walls." "Yes, Luna," she said, then flushed as if she'd overstepped by using the title. "Isabel," I corrected gently. "Luna is a lot to get used to." She nodded and scurried off to do something with a tray. When I stepped back into the corridor, a man in his middle years was hauling a crate toward the armory. I'd seen him before, always near the walls, the kind of person who seemed to be made out of rope and patience. "Need a hand?" I asked. He looked surprised, then shifted the crate so I could help at one end. "Appreciate it," he said. "Didn't mean to get in your way." "You're not in my way," I said. "I'm supposed to be helping." He grunted approval. "You've been here a long time?" I asked as we walked. Long enough to remember more red moons than I'd like, he said. Name, Garen. Isabel, I said, even though he clearly already knew. He gave me a sideways glance. You picked an interesting week to marry in, he said. So I've heard, I replied. He shifted his grip on the crate. Reds stir things up, he said. Tempers old grudges. Rogues push harder against the borders, smell weakness where there isn't any. Young ones go looking for fights to prove they're not scared. And older ones, I asked. Older ones know better, he said. We keep our heads down, our doors shut, and our mouths from saying things we can't take back in the morning. Seems like good advice any time, I said. He snorted, half a laugh. Do you ever leave the gate open on nights like this? I asked lightly, as if it were just curiosity. Or lock it tight. Gates shut and watched, Garen said. Twice as many eyes. No one comes in or out unless the alpha says so. Everyone else gets told to stay inside if they can manage it. Walls are there for a reason. Everyone listens, I asked. Most do, he said. The ones who don't usually regret it. Or make someone else regret it for them. We reached the armory. He nudged the door open with his foot, and we slid the crate inside. Don't worry too much, he added when we straightened. Bad night or not, you're in the safest part of this valley right now. I'll hold you to that, I said. He gave me a short nod, then turned back to his work. Safe, I thought, as I walked back toward the main stairwell. Safe inside the walls, as long as you stayed where you were told. By late afternoon, the light had shifted into that strange, flat tone that doesn't belong to any normal time of day. Our chamber felt different when I stepped back into it. The air had a heavier stillness, the way it does just before thunder breaks. Grayson was packing. Pieces of armor were laid out on the bed. Breastplate, bracers, greaves, a sword belt with its leather worn where his hand usually rested. He had already pulled on a padded shirt and was fastening one of the straps at his shoulder, fingers moving quicker than they should. The buckle slipped once. I closed the door behind me. Need help? I asked. He glanced up. I'm all right. The strap fought him again. His hand trembled, just enough that the metal caught skin instead of leather. He hissed under his breath. I crossed the room, brushed his hand aside gently, and finished the buckle myself. You're not all right, I said. You're wound tight enough to snap. Occupational hazard, he said. These nights, they make my wolf feel closer to my teeth than I like. Must be loud in your head, I said, smoothing the edge of the strap. You could say that, he replied. He picked up one of the bracers and started fastening it with more care. I'm sorry if I've been short with people today, he added. If I was short with you. You haven't, I said. You've been busy. He looked at me, eyes searching my face, checking if I meant it. Whatever he saw there eased something in his shoulders. You've been everywhere, he said. Blankets, kitchens, listening to Garrett's gloom stories. Garen's gloom stories, I corrected. And don't blame him, he's probably earned the right. He has, Grayson said softly. He strapped the second bracer on, then his chest plate, checking the fit the way someone does when they're used to fighting in the same weight, the same pieces, again and again. By the time he picked up his sword belt, the window had gone from gray to a deeper, strange light. The sky wasn't fully red yet, but there was a tinge to it, like someone had washed the daylight in thin blood. He fastened the belt around his hips and turned to me fully. Isabel, he said. My name sounded different in his mouth right then. He crossed the space between us and set his hands on my shoulders, fingers warm, grip gentle, but intent. I meant what I said last night, he said, about the door. I remember, I said. I need you to promise again, he said, and mean it. His eyes were clearer up close, but the fear in them sat deeper. It wasn't the fear of a man worried about losing a fight. It was the fear of a man worried about what he might do if he won. Lock the door, I said, repeating his words. Stay inside, no matter what I hear. He nodded once. No matter who calls your name, he added, voice low. Even if it sounds like me, especially if it sounds like me. A cold little thread wound through my stomach at that. "You think you'll come back here?" I asked quietly. "I don't know what I'll do," he said. "That's the problem. I can't think straight out there when the sky goes wrong. But if I know you're behind this door with the bolt across, it gives me one less thing for the wrong part of me to reach for." He squeezed my shoulders lightly, not enough to hurt, just enough to anchor. "Please," he said, "I need to know you're not anywhere near it." There were a lot of things I could have said. Questions, protests, promises I wasn't sure I could keep. What came out was simple. "Okay," I said, "I'll lock it." His expression shifted. Relief, gratitude, something like shame twisting under both. He leaned in and kissed my forehead, the contact warm and brief, then brushed a soft kiss against my mouth. "I'll come back," he said. It sounded less like a boast and more like a wish. "You'd better," I said. "I'm not doing this Luna thing alone. It's in the contract." His mouth twitched, just barely. He stepped back, took one last look at me like he was trying to memorize the way I stood there, barefoot on the stone, hands hanging at my sides, hair pulled back in a simple tie. Then he turned and went to the door. I followed him that far. When he opened it, sound rushed in from the corridor, footsteps, voices, the clank of armor hitting armor. He slipped out. I closed the door behind him and slid the bolt across with a solid thunk. His footsteps faded down the hall, swallowed by the rest of the fortress noise. For a moment, I just stood there with my palm flat against the wood, feeling the faint vibration of movement beyond. Time stretched. I moved because standing still made my thoughts louder. I checked the small table, straightened the cups sitting there, as if it mattered if they were aligned. I folded the blanket at the foot of the bed, then unfolded it halfway and folded it again. Outside, the sounds changed shape. At first it was preparation, orders being called, boots on stone, the distant creak of the gate being checked, then checked again. Voices low, clipped, businesslike. Then some of that dropped away. The rush settled into a different kind of stillness, the kind that comes when everyone is in their assigned place and there's nothing left to arrange. I went to the window. The sky had changed. The pale light from that morning was gone, replaced by a deepening color that wasn't quite dusk and wasn't quite anything else. At the far edge of the glass, peeking over the line of trees, the moon was starting to rise, round, heavy, and wrong-colored. Not bright white, not soft yellow. Red. The tint bled into the clouds and across the stone, lending the courtyard a strange, washed-out look. Armor on the guards below caught it and turned dull, like old rust. My hand tightened on the window frame. I had told him I would stay behind the bolt. The promise sat between my ribs like something solid and heavy. But the red light slid over everything, and with it came the old feeling dragging up from my bones, the sense that the world was tipping on its side, and if I didn't move, it would roll right over me. A howl rose in the distance. It was long, controlled, not the wild screech of a rogue. A sound from a throat trained to call warnings in a shape that carried across valleys. It still made my heart stumble. Under it, faintly, I thought I caught something else. The ring of metal, the low rumble of many feet moving in the same direction. I stepped back from the window. The bolt on the door looked thicker now. More final, like a line I'd drawn and now couldn't cross without tearing something. I stood in the middle of the room, fingers curling and uncurling at my sides. Stay inside, lock the door, let him worry about what was out there. I could do that. My feet didn't seem to agree. They carried me back to the door before I had fully decided to move. I stood there, staring at the grain of the wood, at the metal of the bolt, at the place where my hand had pushed it into place. My palm was sweaty when I reached up and wrapped my fingers around it. I hesitated, breath caught. Then I slid the bolt back slowly, so the metal didn't scrape too loudly. The weight eased out of the latch with a soft, traitorous sigh. I cracked the door and listened. The corridor outside was mostly empty. The echo of activity came from deeper into the fortress, toward the yard, toward the gate, toward the places people went when the red moon called. Quietly, I slipped out and pulled the door shut behind me until it almost clicked. I didn't let it latch fully. I didn't need the sound of it haunting me. My bare feet made almost no noise on the stone. I padded down the hall, staying close to the wall, listening for any sign of someone coming the other way. The main staircase would be a bad idea. Too exposed, too many eyes. So I took the narrower set of steps I'd noticed a few days earlier when following a servant with laundry, tucked behind a storage alcove, used mostly by people who didn't want to carry baskets through the main flow of traffic. On the second landing, I passed a narrow, shuttered window. One of the slats was propped open a thumb's width. I edged close and peered out. The yard below was almost empty. 2 guards stood by the main gate, spears in hand, their faces turned outward toward the darkening road. A pair of runners crossed from one door to another, arms full of something, heads down. No children, no wandering workers. Doors that were usually open were firmly closed. I kept going. At the bottom of the stairs, I slipped into a side corridor that smelled of old wood and oil, storage and tools, and the faint hint of horse from somewhere beyond. The noise of the main hall was a dull throb through the walls. I followed the sounds that pulled at me. The muffled ring of steel, the low boom of voices calling to each other, the faint, distant note of wolves. The postern door near the outer wall was guarded, but the guard station was further along, near a bend. The one time I'd passed this way before, I'd noticed a second, smaller door, a service entrance used for bringing in firewood and hauling out waste. That door now stood slightly ajar, just enough for cold air to leak in. I slipped through, easing it closed behind me until the latch almost caught but didn't. Outside, the red moon owned the sky. It hung above the trees like an eye with burst capillaries, bathing the forest and the fortress walls in its wrong-colored light. Everything looked slightly off, shadows deeper, edges too sharp, as if the world had been drawn with a blade instead of a brush. The air was colder than it should have been. It bit at my cheeks and hands, raising goosebumps along my arms under the sleeves of my dress. I didn't fully shift. If someone had been looking straight at me, they would have seen only a woman moving through the dark. But I let the seams inside me loosen a little, the part of me that belonged more to root and bark than to stone stretched. The sounds that reached my ears sharpened, the rustle of leaves, the distant thud of paws against earth, the broken rhythm of fighting. My eyes adjusted faster to the dark spaces between trees, picking out movement where normal sight would see nothing. My steps grew lighter without me thinking about it, my body remembering how to move as if the ground itself wanted to carry me. I slipped into the tree line, keeping low, following the echoes of steel and snarls. The further I went, the louder it got. Metal hitting metal, teeth snapping, the low growl of wolves warning each other off their flanks, the sharp, panting breaths of bodies pushed hard. I crept up toward a ridge I'd noticed on earlier walks, a rise where the trees thinned, giving a view down into a small clearing. From behind the trunk of an old, twisted tree, I looked. At first, all I saw were shapes, dark bodies moving fast, flashes of teeth in the red-tinted light, the glint of a blade as someone swung. Then my eyes fixed on him. Grayson's wolf was impossible to miss. He was bigger than most of the others, his coat a deep dark that swallowed much of the red wash and threw it back in glimmers. Muscle moved under fur in thick ropes when he lunged, every motion purposeful. His eyes, from this distance, were bright, catching the red like embers. He was in the center of the fight. Rogue wolves circled and darted, testing the border. Some were leaner, more ragged, their movements erratic in a way that said they had nothing left to lose. Others had the slick, vicious confidence of troublemakers who liked bad nights. Grayson hit them like a storm. He slammed one rogue sideways with his shoulder, sending it rolling across the ground with a yelp. Another he caught by the scruff, not tearing straight through, but shaking hard enough to slam it into the dirt and make it think twice about getting back up. His movements weren't graceful, they were brutal and efficient. At first, for a while I could see the pattern, how he stayed between the rogues and his own, how he drove them back, how the pack flowed around him, filling gaps, watching each other's flanks. He was terrifying. He was also clearly on their side. A packmate, a smaller gray wolf I recognized by the way he carried his tail, ran past his left side, going for an opening. Grayson's head turned, teeth snapping at a rogue that tried to exploit that moment. Red moon or not, he knew his own then. The fight ground on. Rogues broke, regrouped, lunged. Pack wolves held the line. Then the immediate rush of danger shifted. A few of the rogues peeled away, ears flattening, deciding this wasn't worth it. Two lay on the ground, not moving much. Growls settled into lower rumbles. And Grayson changed. It was subtle at first. His stride lost some of its focus. He staggered once when there was nothing obvious in his way, shaking his head like something inside it hurt. His chest heaved, sides expanding and contracting too fast. The red light seemed to catch differently in his eyes. Another pack wolf loped past, tongue lolling, clearly winded but still aware. Grayson's head snapped toward him. The snarl that ripped out of his throat sounded different, less warning, more empty. My heart lurched. The other wolf slowed, confused. He was too close. In a breath, Grayson lunged. All teeth, all power. A direct, full-force strike aimed at the other wolf's neck, the kind of hit that doesn't leave room for second chances. Move. I breathed uselessly from behind my tree. At the last possible instant, a third shape slammed in from the side. A brown wolf barreling into the path, knocking the target wolf off his feet. Grayson's jaws snapped on empty air, slamming shut where a throat had been a heartbeat earlier. The sound of those teeth coming together echoed up the ridge. He landed hard, claws scraping into the ground to catch himself. For a second he stood there, panting, head lowered, shoulders bunched. The brown wolf scrambled up and out of reach, ears pinned, tail tucked in a reflexive cringe. Grayson's eyes tracked across them both. They were bright, too bright, and there was nothing in them that recognized packmate or brother or friend. They were just eyes looking for something to tear. I pressed my spine against the tree, bark rough and digging into my back, trying not to make a sound. He shook himself again, once, twice, like a dog coming out of water, but the motion was jerky, so hard it looked like it might snap his own neck. Then he whirled and threw himself at another rogue that had been trying to crawl away. The force he used was too much. Most wolves, even angry, pull their bite a little when the fight is already over. A show of restraint, a choice not to finish the thing in front of them. There was no restraint in him now. He hit the rogue like it was still a full threat, driving it into the ground with a ferocity that made the other wolves flinch back, ears flattening. From my vantage point, I could see the way his body moved, not just strong, but unmoored. As if all the worst parts of him had been cut loose and were running the show while whatever made him him had been shoved into the back of his own skull to watch. Blank. He skidded, stumbled, shook his head again. His paws dug trenches in the dirt. His chest heaved, ribcage expanding too wide. A howl went up from somewhere further back, one of his officers, calling a pattern I didn't know. The pack started to shift, drawing the remaining rogues away from him, steering the fight down the slope and away from this particular patch of ground. Grayson followed for a few strides, then veered, crashing through underbrush like something had snagged his attention where there was nothing. His body swayed. My fingers dug into the tree behind me. So this was it. Not second-hand stories, not someone else's description of he gets worse out there. This was my own eyes watching him become a nightmare that couldn't tell whose blood was whose. Okay, I whispered, though no one could hear me, my breath fogged in the cold. Okay. I stayed hidden. As much as my muscles coiled, as much as some part of me wanted to step out and do something, I wasn't stupid. A witch stepping into that clearing with all that rage loose would not be stopping him. She'd be another thing for his teeth to find. So I watched until the shape of the fight moved further away, swallowed by trees and distance, growls thinning to echoes, metal sounds fading. When the clearing finally held nothing but churned earth and broken branches, I backed away from my tree, one slow step at a time. The forest felt different now, not just from the red light, like something big had thrashed through it and left its mood behind. I retraced my steps as best I could, careful where I put my feet, listening for any stray patrols. My heart thudded in my throat the whole way back, every snapped twig making it jump higher. By the time the fortress wall loomed up out of the dark, my fingers were numb from the cold. I slipped in through the same small door I'd used before, easing it shut behind me. The relative quiet of the corridor wrapped itself around me like a different kind of pressure. No one was there to see me. I padded back up the narrow stairs, down the hall to our door. The candle I'd left burning in the chamber had guttered lower but was still alive, throwing a soft light on the bed, the table, the chair where Grayson had sat the other night to pull off his boots. I slid the bolt back across with shaking hands. Then I kicked off my shoes, crawled onto the bed, and pulled the blankets up over myself. I didn't bother changing. My dress bunched around my knees under the covers. My hair smelled like smoke and cold air. I lay on my side facing the door, heart still beating too fast. Minutes passed, or maybe longer. It was hard to measure with my pulse so loud in my ears. Eventually, footsteps came down the corridor. Heavy ones, armor shifting with each stride. The door opened. Grayson stepped in. He filled the doorway even before he crossed it, armor dented, leather scuffed, dark stains spattered across his chest plate and down one sleeve. His hair was damp with sweat, sticking to his forehead. His eyes looked far away. Not wild, not like in the clearing, but like he was still halfway out there, standing under the wrong sky. He shut the door behind him with a quiet click and leaned back against it for a second, as if holding it up. When he looked at me, his gaze went first to the bed, to the blankets pulled up, to my head on the pillow. "You're awake," he said softly. "Couldn't sleep," I answered. He stared at me for a long moment. His jaw worked once. "Did you hear much from in here?" he asked, voice low and careful. The question sounded like something he'd been carrying in his throat all night, scared of the answer. I met his eyes, and I knew exactly what he was afraid I'd say. Morning came in slow and heavy, like the fortress didn't want to wake up either. My eyes opened to pale light leaking around the edge of the shutters. For a moment I lay still, listening. No howls, no clash of metal, just the soft creak of wood settling and the distant clink of dishes from the kitchen starting their day. Grayson was still in bed beside me. He almost never slept this late, I knew that much already. But now he was on his back, one arm flung across his eyes, his breath deep and uneven. His shirt was twisted, half untucked, and there were faint, dark shadows under the skin beneath his eyes. I pushed myself up on one elbow. "Hey," I said quietly, "you alive?" He made a low sound, half groan, half annoyed acknowledgement, and dragged his arm down. The light from the shutters caught his face in a way that made the lines at the corners of his eyes look deeper. "Unfortunately," he muttered, though there was no real humor in it. I slid off the bed, the floor cool under my bare feet, and crossed to the small table. The water pitcher there had a thin sheen of condensation, the kind that clung overnight. I poured a cup and brought it back. "Sit up," I said. He pushed himself upright slowly, joints complaining, and took the cup. When he lifted his arm, I saw the marks he hadn't even noticed yet, thin, angry lines along his forearm, a bruise forming on his bicep in a blunt, ugly shape. "Did you fight the whole forest or just half?" I asked. He glanced down as if he was seeing the cuts for the first time. "It was worse on their side," he said absently. "That doesn't make your skin any less torn," I said. "Perks of the job," he replied, then drank. When he lowered the cup, his eyes slid to mine. "Last night," he said, "you were here the whole time." My stomach tightened for half a heartbeat. He was asking again. The same question he'd thrown at me when he came in, "Did you hear much?" now softened by sleep and whatever ghosts he'd brought back with him. I kept my face even. "I heard howls," I said. Metal, people moving, it sounded far, nothing right outside the door. Which, technically, wasn't a lie. Just not the whole thing. Something in his shoulders eased, just a notch, not all the way. The tension was too deep for that, but a layer of it slid off. "Good," he said quietly. "That's good." He set the cup aside and put his elbows on his knees, hands clasped, head tilting forward until his fingers were almost pressed against his forehead. The position made him look smaller, and it took a lot to make a man his size look small. "Grayson," I said. "Give me a minute," he murmured. I gave him 3. His fingers flexed against each other, knuckles whitening, relaxing, whitening again. Finally, he exhaled slowly and dropped his hands, staring at the floor. "There are parts I don't remember," he said. The words came out flat. No dramatic pause, no long build-up, just like he was reporting the weather, except the weather was inside his skull. "Parts?" I asked, keeping my voice clean of anything sharp. "Pieces," he said. "It's always like that on red moons. I get flashes, start, fight, call orders. Then the sky turns wrong and everything turns into noise, blood, motion, smell. And then it skips. I blink and I'm somewhere else with bodies in front of me and no idea how they got there." He rubbed the heel of his hand over his eyes. "I can fill in some gaps by listening to the others," he went on. "Who went where, who got hit, where we pushed them back. But there are spots, black lines on the map, and every time I wake up after one of these nights, I have to look around and see who's still standing to figure out what I did or didn't do." He swallowed. "One day," he said, "I'm going to wake up and find out I tore into someone I was supposed to protect, and I won't even remember doing it. I'll just have the proof standing in front of me, or lying in front of me, and nothing to say except, I don't know." Silence sat with us for a beat. I saw, in my own head, the way his jaws had snapped on empty air where a packmate's throat had been a breath before. The way his eyes had looked like there was nothing human behind them for a moment. The strength in his limbs that didn't have breaks when it should have. "You already almost did," I thought. But I didn't say that. Instead, I moved to sit beside him on the edge of the bed, close enough that our shoulders touched. "This morning," I said, "everyone I saw was walking around on their own legs." He huffed out a humorless breath. "For now." "They were walking around on their own legs," I repeated. "And they were looking at you like they're used to you being the one they trust when the sky goes wrong. That counts for something." He turned his head slightly, studying my profile like he was trying to decide whether I believed what I was saying. "You didn't see them under me," he said. "Not when it's worst." "No," I thought. "I saw you swing toward them. That was enough." "I saw the way they moved today," I said instead. "They don't flinch from you, not in daylight. They don't act like they're waiting for you to snap at every sentence. That's not nothing, Grayson." He looked back down at his hands. "You're trying to talk me into thinking I'm not a walking disaster," he said. "I'm trying to remind you you're not only that," I replied. "The rest of the time, you're just a man who doesn't sleep enough, puts everyone else first, and steps around puddles so kids don't get their shoes wet." That got a faint snort out of him. "Very regal description," he said. "I'll have it sewn on a banner." "Please don't," I said. "The artist will quit." He blew out a breath, shoulders loosening just a little. "All right," he said. "We should get up before the whole place decides we died and starts arguing over who has to take my job." "Fine," I said, "but you're eating something that isn't fear or guilt for breakfast." "I hate it when you say sensible things," he replied, getting to his feet. "Get used to it," I said, standing beside him. "You married someone who knows how to nag." The fortress during the day after felt like someone had wrung it out and hung it back up. Everyone moved more slowly. Not lazy, just worn. Voices were quieter. There were more bandages, more limps, more careful steps on stairways, but life was there, pushing against the cracks. Grayson did what he always did. He walked through it. We made rounds together, the way we had started to do in the days before the red moon. Except now I noticed how every step seemed more deliberate, as if he were telling himself, "Look, they're here, still whole." At the gate, a wagon had one wheel half off its axle. The driver was swearing under his breath, trying to lever it up with a bent piece of wood. "Hold on," Grayson said. He stepped in, rolled up his sleeves, and braced his shoulder under the side of the wagon. "On 3. The driver gaped for a second, then scrambled to position the wheel properly. "Don't just stand there, Jor," called the gate guard. "He's going to do your job for you." Yes, sorry, Alpha," Jor stammered. They lifted and shoved. The wheel slid back into place with a solid thunk. Grayson stepped back, breath slightly shortened, a smear of dirt added to everything else already on him. "Try not to break it again today," he said. "We're running low on good wood." "Yes, Alpha. Thank you, Alpha," Jor said, still red-faced. As we moved away, I nudged Grayson's arm lightly with my elbow. "You know most leaders don't personally fix wagon wheels," I said. "Most leaders didn't grow up hauling grain," he replied. "If I leave them to do it wrong, someone's going to get crushed, and then I'll have to listen to Hannah tell me she told me so." "I do like her already," I said. "You should," he answered. "She'll probably keep you from setting the place on fire." We didn't make it 2 turns down the corridor before we heard shouting from the direction of the kitchens. "Of course," Grayson muttered, and we headed that way. A pot had tipped over, spilling flames onto a patch of straw near the hearth. By the time we arrived, 2 kitchen boys had already thrown wet cloths over it and were stamping the edges, faces pale but determined. "Back, back," one of the older women snapped, waving them away so she could check for embers. "You'll burn your feet right through your boots." She looked up, saw us, and straightened quickly. "It's under control," she said. "Just someone being careless." Grayson glanced at the boys. "You two all right?" They nodded, eyes wide. "Next time you're moving pots, speak up if they're too heavy," he said. "We'd rather send someone with more arms than have you lose yours." "Yes, Alpha," one said. I crouched to help pat out one stubborn ember that was trying to hide under the edge of the damp cloth. "Fire behaving?" I asked the older woman. "It will," she said grimly. "I'll make sure of it." "Let me know if you need anything moved," I told her, straightening, "or anyone lectured." "I've got the lectures handled," she said, "but I won't say no to extra hands if something else decides to fall today." "We'll send them," I promised. We left them to it and headed toward the training yard. There, a young wolf, still in human form, sweat-dark hair sticking to his forehead, sat on a bench with his boot off, his ankle wrapped in cloth. Another trainee hovered, looking guilty. "What happened?" Grayson asked. "He stepped wrong," the guilty one blurted. "I mean, I pushed him and he stepped wrong and—" "Stop talking," the injured one muttered. Grayson crouched, examining the ankle with gentle fingers. The boy hissed when he pressed on a particular spot, but didn't yank away. "Sprain," Grayson said. "You'll live, stay off it for a few days." "I can still run drills," the boy started. "On one leg?" Grayson asked. "No, sit, watch, learn something with your eyes instead of your feet." The boy swallowed and nodded. I went into the storage alcove and rummaged until I found a better wrap. When I came back out, I knelt and helped retie the cloth, making sure it was snug but not suffocating. "Good news," I told him. "You now have an excuse to yell advice from the sidelines and act like you know everything." He actually smiled at that. "Don't let it go to your head," Grayson said. "You're not a captain yet." We moved on. That's how the day went. Little problems, one after the other. None of them world-ending. All of them the kind that make a place feel alive. Grayson thanked guards more bluntly than usual. "Good work last night. I saw you take that hit. Go rest. You're no use half falling over." He paused to ruffle a small boy's hair when the child stared wide-eyed at his armor, then handed him the dull practice sword and let him swing it once. When we passed the courtyard, one of the younger guards dropped his helmet with a loud clatter as we walked by, then nearly tripped over it trying to pick it up. "Easy," Grayson said dryly. "The helmet's supposed to protect your head, not steal it." The other guards laughed. The clumsy one turned red to the tips of his ears. I leaned closer to Grayson and murmured, "You're terrifying, truly." "I try," he whispered back. Around midday, when the smell of stew began to crawl out of the kitchens, and my stomach reminded me I'd only had porridge, I noticed he hadn't stopped for food. "Sit," I said, steering him toward a bench near a window. "I've got 3 more things, too." "You've got 10 minutes to chew," I cut in. "Then you can go back to bossing people around. If you fall over, they'll panic more than if the walls crack." He stared at me for a second, then gave in. I grabbed bread and a bowl from a passing servant and put them in his hands. He ate without arguing this time. "Thank you," he said quietly after he'd finished, like the words cost him a little, but he meant them. "You're welcome," I said. "I need you alive for purely selfish reasons." "Oh," he said. "Who else is going to let me nag them this much?" I asked. He snorted. The afternoon wore on. The sun climbed, then began to slip. The red moon was gone from the sky, but not from people's conversations. I heard snippets everywhere we went. Could have been worse. Rogues pulled back faster than last time. "Do you think we'll get a quiet month now?" Each time, Grayson's jaw tightened just slightly, like each mention was a stone added to the pile he carried. We were back near our chamber door, talking in low voices about which patrols needed extra rest, when the thought that had been circling my head all day finally firmed up. "I want to walk in the forest tomorrow," I almost said. But tomorrow was a promise I wasn't ready to risk, so I said it differently. "Could I walk in the forest?" I asked. "Today, before it gets dark." He glanced at me sharply. "Why?" he asked. "Because I've been inside these walls for days," I said honestly. "And because yesterday the sky felt like it was pressing on my teeth. I want to see the trees without the world bleeding red." His gaze softened a fraction, but the worry didn't leave. "It's not the calmest time to be wandering," he said. "I'm not asking to go hunting with your men," I said. "Just a walk, daylight, not far. I'll stay where you can send someone to shout at me if I trip." He dragged a hand over his face, thinking. "I don't like it," he said. "You don't like most things that involve me and risk," I pointed out. "That's true," he admitted. "I'll stay near the outer patrol routes," I added. "You can tell whoever's on duty to keep an eye on the general area if it makes you feel better." He stared at me another long moment. "Fine," he said at last. "Stay within the first ring of trees. If the patrol doesn't see you when they pass, they'll haul me out there, and I'll come drag you back myself." "Understood," I said. "I mean it, Isabel," he said. "No heroics, no wandering off just because something looks interesting." I smiled slightly. "I'll leave the heroics to you." He didn't look convinced, but he nodded. "I'll tell the gate," he said. "Go before I change my mind." The air outside the walls smelled different in daylight than it had last night. Less iron, more damp earth and old leaves. The sky was clear, washed clean of red, as if it was pretending nothing strange had happened. The gate guards nodded as I passed. One of them called, "Don't go far, Luna," in a tone that was half warning, half habit. "I'll yell if a squirrel attacks me," I said. They laughed. I walked along the beaten path at first, the one merchants used and patrols checked. The trees here stood back from the road, branches high and trimmed where they might snag wagons. Sunlight slipped between trunks in bright bands. I kept my shoulders loose, my pace easy, like I was just stretching my legs the way anyone might. If someone looked from the wall, they'd see nothing more than the Alpha's Luna getting some air. When I reached the point where the patrol route curved out of sight, I paused, listening. Voices faded away. I heard distant talking back at the gate, but no steps behind me. I took a breath, then stepped off the main path and into the thicker line of trees. The change was instant. The ground grew uneven, roots pushing up through soil in knotted lines. Fallen leaves muffled my footsteps. The air cooled a little, the way it does under a canopy. Birdsong replaced the faint clang of metal. My expression shifted without an audience. The softness slid away. My jaw tightened. The lines around my mouth sharpened. I didn't have to think about the route. My feet knew it. Deeper, past the first ring of trees Grayson had mentioned, past the second, where the light thinned, through a narrow dip between two moss-covered rocks that most people would walk right past without noticing the space between. Then the path appeared. Not a path anyone from the fortress would use, too narrow, too tangled. But I could see the small signs, the slightly cleaner stretch between brush, the faint hint of old footprints packed into the dirt if you knew what to look for. I followed it. The forest swallowed any sound from the fortress behind me. The further I went, the more the air felt like it belonged to someone else. When I stepped into the clearing, they were already there. They always knew when one of us was coming. A half-circle of figures stood near the old stone at the center, women mostly, a few men, clothes worn in natural colors that matched bark and moss more than castle stone. Their eyes lifted to me as I emerged. "You're late," one of the younger witches said, but there was no real bite to it. "We thought the stone walls had swallowed you whole." "Stone walls like to pretend they can," I said. The oldest witch, her hair white and braided tight to keep it out of her face, looked me up and down, not rudely, just taking stock. "Castle cloth sits different on you," she said. "Heavier, you carry it like armor, not like silk." I glanced down at my dress, still simple by fortress standards, but finer than anything I'd worn when I lived here. There was dirt on the hem from the forest, a smear I didn't bother to brush away. "It came with the job," I said. "Does the job sit well?" someone else asked. I shrugged one shoulder. "It sits." They waited. I moved toward the stone at the center and laid my hand on it briefly, palm flat against the cool surface. The contact steadied me in a way I hadn't realized I needed until that moment. "I saw him," I said. That was enough to pull every bit of air out of the clearing. They didn't interrupt. "Under the red moon," I went on. "Last night." One of the women sucked in a breath sharply. The youngest witch took a step closer without seeming to mean to. "He fought rogues," I said. "Hard, pushed them back from the line. He was exactly what you'd want at the front of a border when something ugly tries to cross." Murmurs rippled, but they died quickly. "And then?" the oldest witch asked. "And then," I said, "something in him slipped." The memory was sharp enough that I didn't need to dress it much. "His stride went wrong. His eyes changed," I continued. "A packmate ran too close. For a second, there was nothing in his face that knew the difference between that wolf and the ones he'd just driven off." I paused, feeling my fingers curl slightly. "He lunged," I said. "Full force, no restraint. If another wolf hadn't slammed the target aside, he would have torn into his own man like any other threat." Silence. "In that moment," I added quietly, "the air around him felt the same as it did that other night. Heavy, bent, like something too big was stuffed into a shape too small." The oldest witch's eyes narrowed slightly. "In the last storm under a red sky," she said. Not a question, just a marker. "When the power washed through the trees and left ash on our tongues." "Yes," I said. "Same weight?" she asked. "Same wrongness?" "Yes," I said again. The younger witches shifted, exchanging uneasy looks. "I kept hopping we misread it," one of them muttered. "That it was just fear making that night bigger in our minds, that we tied the wrong shadow to the wrong name." "We didn't say his name," the oldest reminded sharply. The younger witch dropped her gaze. "No," she said, "we didn't." The oldest turned back to me. "It isn't just whispers, then," she said. "Something at the heart of that pack truly loses itself when the sky goes red." "It does," I said. "And you saw it with your own eyes," she said, "not through someone else's panic." "I did," I replied. A low murmur rose again. Fear, anger, a bitter sort of satisfaction from some, the kind that comes when your worst suspicions are confirmed and you'd secretly wanted to be wrong. "We pushed our strength into you," the oldest witch said. "All of us, enough that you could walk into his stone house and stand close to him without folding. Enough that if you had to stand in his way when the time was right, you could." Her gaze was sharp, cutting through any castle cloth to whatever sat underneath. "Are you ready to use it?" she asked. My mouth went dry for a second. Images flickered. The tent under the gate, Grayson packing with armor half on, his hands shaking when he fastened a buckle. The way he'd looked at me that morning, so scared of something inside his own head. The way his wolf had almost, and how it hadn't at the last second because someone else collided with the target. "I'm not rushing," I said. One of the younger ones frowned. "You've seen what he is on those nights," she said. "Isn't that enough?" "I've seen what he can be," I corrected, "and I've seen what he is the rest of the time. If something has to be done, it will be done. But I won't swing blind because I'm angry. That's how we end up with more ghosts than answers." The oldest witch's expression eased slightly. "You sound like someone who slept too close to his heartbeat," she said. "He hears things differently than we do," I said. "He sees a line he doesn't want to cross. That doesn't erase what happens when he does, but it complicates it." Some of them looked displeased at that. Others looked like they understood exactly what I meant and hated that they did. "This was always going to be your choice," the oldest said. "We can lend strength. We can remind you why we were watching that horizon in the first place, but we don't pull your hand." "I know," I said. "Then say it," she said. "For yourself, not for us." I drew a slow breath. "I saw enough," I said, "to know this won't be in anyone else's hands but mine." She nodded once, satisfied. "Good," she said. "Keep watching. Stay close. Don't say his name out loud here. Don't say it there. Not yet. Names tie things. We're not ready for that knot." "I won't," I said. "And don't let those stone walls make you forget the trees," she added, "or the people who still live under them." I let my hand trail over the rough surface of the central stone, one more time. "I'm not forgetting anything," I said. "We'll know if you do," one of the other women said. There was no malice in it, just fact. We didn't stay long. The clearing was never a place for comfort, not these days. It was for work, for decisions that wouldn't fit inside castle halls. When I turned back toward the path, the oldest witch called after me. "Isabel," she said. I looked over my shoulder. "Don't let him talk you into believing he's only a monster," she said. "And don't let him talk you out of believing he can be won." "I won't," I said. Then I went back into the trees. The walk back felt longer, even though I followed the same route. As I moved away from the clearing, I let the last threads of witch energy sink down, burying themselves under my skin where no one in the fortress would see them. My posture shifted, less ready to strike, more like a woman simply trying not to trip on roots. By the time the forest thinned and the fortress wall came into view through the branches, my face was smooth again. The sky was leaning toward late afternoon. The sun sat lower, throwing long shadows from the battlements. Voices drifted faintly from the yard, hammering, the rhythmic slap of laundry against stone, someone calling for a bucket. At the gate, the guards straightened when they saw me coming. "Back in one piece, I see," one called. "I didn't provoke any squirrels," I said, "so they let me leave." He chuckled and opened the smaller door for me. Inside the yard, people went about the restless business of a day after. Some were coiling ropes, others scrubbing blood from armor, others just sitting for a moment with cups in their hands, eyes half closed. Grayson spotted me as I crossed the packed dirt. He broke off from a conversation with one of his captains and walked over, his steps quickening just enough to be noticeable. "Where did you go?" he asked, more sharp than he meant to. I lifted a brow. "You said I could walk," I reminded him. "I said you could walk near the patrol lines," he said. His gaze flicked over my clothes, as if he could read the depth of the forest in the dirt on my hem. "I did," I said, "mostly." He didn't look satisfied with that. "At some point, I realized I'd gone further than I meant to," I added. "Trees look the same when you're not paying attention to them in the right way. Took me a bit to find the path back." "Isabel," he said, the word a rough exhale. "I'm fine," I said. Nothing jumped out at me. No rogues, no bandits, no plants with teeth. His jaw tightened. "There are still things out there," he said. even on quiet days. I know, I said. I grew up around trees, remember, they're not all friendly. He stared at me for another long moment, then shook his head once, as if he was arguing with himself more than with me. Next time, take someone with you, he said. That defeats the point of being alone with my thoughts, I replied lightly. Take someone who's bad at conversation, he countered. I huffed a small laugh. I'll consider it, I said, which wasn't a yes, and he knew it. He sighed. Come on, he said. You've been in the woods. You probably missed half the stupid things that happened while you were gone. I miss one load of gossip, and you act like the world ends, I said, falling into step beside him as he turned back toward the center of the yard. As we walked, movement near the water trough caught my eye. Massine stood there, one hand resting lightly on the rim of a barrel, talking to a pair of younger pack members. His posture was relaxed, head tilted as if he were making some quiet joke. When his companions laughed and walked off, he didn't follow them right away. His gaze drifted across the yard. Landed on me. For a heartbeat, we just looked at each other. His face was pleasant, expression easy, but there was a sharpness behind his eyes I hadn't bothered to name before. The kind that belonged to people who noticed patterns they weren't supposed to notice. He dipped his head in a polite, small nod. I returned it, just as polite, then looked away as if he were no more important than anyone else leaning on a barrel. But a line of cold slid down my spine anyway. Someone inside these walls had started paying attention to the way I moved in and out of the forest. And that meant I was going to have to be even more careful about which promises I broke next. By the time I woke the next morning, I could tell the fortress was back in its day after rhythm, tired, but moving. The light through the shutters was brighter than it had been yesterday. Grayson was already up, pulling on his boots at the edge of the bed. He glanced over his shoulder when I stirred. Breakfast, he said. High table, you don't have to come if you're sick of listening to complaints. I like complaints, I said, pushing the blanket back. They tell me who's going to trip next. He huffed a short laugh and waited while I got dressed. The high table wasn't as intimidating as the first time I'd sat there. It was just a long board with too many chairs and too many plates, raised a step above the rest. Hannah, two of Grayson's captains, an older advisor who looked like he'd seen every bad winter since the land started existing, and a few rotating pack members filled the seats. I took the spot on Grayson's right. Hannah winked at me over a jug of watered cider. Morning, Luna, she said. Please don't call me that before bread, I murmured. She smothered a grin. Grayson didn't do speeches. He just drank half a cup of something hot, set it down, and said, All right, what's wrong? The reports came in like always. Border to the west is quiet, one captain said. We chased off a pair of rogues that tried to linger after the moon. South path is muddy, another said. Wagons are slipping near the turn. We'll need more gravel if the rain keeps up. We're short 2 barrels of salt, the older advisor added. Last shipment didn't match the count. They talked about patrol rotations, supply counts, who needed time off their feet and who was pretending not to limp. I listened. I'd grown up in a place where problems got handled by whoever had 2 hands and a pulse. This wasn't so different, just more armor, more stone, more people watching. Why don't you post a boy at the muddy turn? I asked at one point, when they were going back and forth about how to keep carts from sliding. Have him wave people to the solid side before they commit, better than digging wheels out every time. We don't have boys sitting around spare, the older man grumbled. We have injured trainees, I said. The ones who shouldn't be running drills yet, put them on warning duty. They'll still feel useful and the carts won't end up sideways in the ditch. Grayson's mouth quirked. Do it, he told the captain. Yes, Alpha, the captain said. And the missing salt, I asked. Driver swears he loaded all of it, the advisor said. Says the barrel must have opened on the road. Then next time, check the rope on the barrel before he leaves, I said. If it breaks on his side, he'll see it and fix it. If it always breaks on our road, maybe our road's trying to eat it. Several heads turned my way. What? I said. You're all acting like I grew another head. I just don't like losing food. Hannah chuckled into her cup. When the meal broke up, people left with their assignments. Grayson brushed his hand lightly against my arm as we stood. Useful, he said under his breath. Don't sound so shocked, I replied. He gave me a look that said he wasn't shocked, not really, just paying attention. The first loud argument hit before midday. I heard it echoing down the corridor as I walked toward the courtyard. Two men's voices, one higher and sharp, the other lower and stubborn. By the time I stepped into the open, they were squared off by the well, both in their 20s, both bristling. A few other pack members hovered nearby, pretending not to watch. I pulled double on the east last week, the taller one snapped. It's his turn to take the late run. I covered you when your mother was sick, the shorter one shot back. You think I don't remember that? You can't throw fair at me and forget that night. How about both of you shut up? Someone muttered. I walked straight into the middle of them. Good morning, I said. They froze like I dropped ice water on their heads. Luna, the taller stammered. Isabel, I corrected automatically. What's the problem? They both tried to talk at once. I held up a hand. One at a time, you, I said, pointing to the taller one. Short version, no theatrics. He blew out a breath. I've been on night patrol for 3 moons in a row, he said. East Wall. He said he'd swap this cycle, but now he's acting like he never said it. I nodded, turned to the other. That true? I asked. I said I'd think about it if my leg stopped acting up, he said, glancing away. It didn't, and yeah, he did cover me when my mother was sick, but I took extra runs that winter when he got the fever. It's not like I'm freeloading. So it wasn't about one night. It was about feeling owed. That I understood. Okay, I said. So you both remember every time you sacrificed something, and none of the times the other one did. They blinked. That sounds about right, Hannah murmured behind me. I hadn't even noticed her step out. You, I said to the taller one, tell me what you actually need, not what you think he deserves, you. He hesitated, then muttered, a break from being half asleep on the wall. And you, I asked the other. I don't want my leg to give out on a run and get someone hurt, he said, finally admitting it. I looked between them. So one of you needs rest, I said, and the other needs a route that won't kill him if his leg acts up. They stared like I'd said something complicated. Here, I went on, you take shorter, more frequent passes for a while, I told the one with the bad leg. Less strain at once, still useful. And you, I told the exhausted one, swap one of your night shifts with a day patrol every few days so your brain remembers what sunlight is. How is that fair? The taller one started. You both get what you actually need, I said. You both still work. You both stop making everyone in the yard listen to you shout about who's more miserable. Seems fair to me. Grayson's voice came from behind us. Agreed. We all turned. He must have come up during the last few lines. He stood with his arms folded, expression neutral but eyes sharp. You heard your Luna, he said. Do it. The two men floundered for a second, then nodded, mumbled apologies at each other, and stalked off in opposite directions. You handled that quickly, Grayson said when they were gone. I spent my whole childhood listening to people argue about who worked harder, I said. I learned to ask what they actually needed so they'd shut up faster. I'll add that to your list of talents, he said. Please don't make a list, I said. It will look shorter than it feels. Hannah snorted. That was better than watching them try to punch each other and miss, she said, and less paperwork. The next morning, the high table felt a little looser. We took our seats. And the reports rolled out again, bandits sighted at a distance, the patrol boy working the muddy turn, the cook complaining about flour. Grain delivery coming in from the East Farm today, the older advisor said. If their driver tries to blame the road again for any missing sacks, I'll throw him in the ditch myself. Maybe he just has a hole in his cart, I said. You trust every man who says his cart ate his product, he asked. I trust that cart's break, I said, and so do people. Grayson's lips tugged like he was fighting a smile. Let's see how the delivery looks before we throw anyone in a ditch, he said. We didn't have to wait long. By midday, word got back. The cart was in the yard, and the driver was already complaining. We went to see. The cart leaned at a slight angle, one wheel rattling poorly every time the driver adjusted his weight. A sack of grain had a tear at the corner, spilling a thin stream of kernels onto the wood and down to the ground. The driver, broad, red-faced, and sweating, kept gesturing at the wheel. I hit a bad rut, he said. Nearly tipped the whole thing. Rope snapped, barrel slid, sack caught. I'm lucky this is all that spilled. You said that last time, the advisor muttered. It's the same section of road, the driver protested. You've seen it. I'm not lying about the ruts. Grayson crouched to look at the wheel. The bolts were loose, the wood worn in a way that said this was not a new problem. Your cart could use some love, I said. The driver shot me a frustrated look. I don't have coin for new wheels, he said. I fix what I can, the road does the rest. The advisor leaned toward Grayson. We should dock him for the loss, he muttered. Maybe that will motivate him to make his repairs. I looked at the trickle of grain on the ground, at the man's hands. Calloused, rough, one knuckle swelling like it had been jammed recently. If you dock him, I said quietly, he'll have less coin for repairs, which makes it more likely this happens again. Grayson's gaze flicked to me. What do you suggest? He asked. Patch the sack, I said. Help him fix the wheel enough that it doesn't try to fall off on the way home. Give him a hot meal and a chance to rest his back before he goes. And then, when you send him off, tell him you're going to send someone to look at that stretch of road, because if his cart's struggling, heavier wagons are going to have the same problem. That sounds very generous to a man who keeps losing our grain, the advisor said. It sounds like we're investing in him, not losing more of it later, I replied. Hungry men do stupid things. Men who feel like they're seen might work with you instead of around you. The driver looked between us, clearly ready to argue for himself and not sure if he needed to. Grayson rubbed his thumb along his jaw. You'll sit down and eat before you leave, he told the driver. After that, you're taking a cartwright from our yard back with you to look at that wheel and that road. You'll help him. You'll listen to him. The driver blinked. Yes, thank you, Alpha. And you're not getting docked for this, Grayson added. Not this time, but if I hear you turned around and spent what you saved on dice instead of repairs. I won't, the man said quickly. I swear I won't. Good, Grayson said. As the driver moved to start unloading, the advisor leaned in, muttering, You're going soft. Soft doesn't keep border roads open, Grayson said. Nor does starving the hand that brings your food. Fix the problem, not just the man. His eyes slid to me, one brow lifting. That was your phrase, he said quietly, or close enough. I shrugged, a little self-conscious. I just don't like seeing food on the ground when it could be in someone's bowl. That, he said, is a kind of soft I can live with. The next day, the problem was smaller but felt bigger. We were crossing the courtyard when I heard a thin wail from near the laundress's corner. A woman sat on a low stool, a child in her lap, no more than 4 or 5, cheeks flushed too bright, hair stuck to his forehead with sweat. He cried weakly, little fists rubbing at his eyes. I veered toward them without thinking. What's wrong? I asked the mother. She startled, then blinked up at me. He's burning, she said. He started this morning and it keeps getting worse. The healer said to cool him, but The boy whimpered and tried to curl into himself. I crouched, pressing the back of my fingers lightly to his forehead. Heat met my skin, too high. Have you been changing the cloth? I asked, nodding at the damp rag slipping off his temple. Yes, she said. It warms faster than I can keep up. Hannah, I called. She was only a few paces away, talking to another woman about drying times. She turned instantly at my voice. Herbs, I said. For fever, whatever you trust. and a basin with fresh water. "On it," she said and hurried off. I dipped the cloth in the water already there, wrung it out, and laid it carefully across the boy's forehead, then another at the back of his neck. He tried to bat my hand away, but his movements were weak. "Hey," I said gently. "We're not trying to drown you, I promise, just stealing some of that heat." His eyes cracked open a little. "Hurts," he whispered. "I know," I said. "I hate it when it feels like my bones are on fire too." "You get sick?" he asked, like that was hard to imagine. "Sometimes," I said. "Then people boss me around and make me drink terrible tea. I survived. You will too." His mouth twitched in something half like a smile. Grayson arrived a moment later, drawn by the knot of bodies. He took in the scene quickly, woman, child, clothes me on my knees. "Fever?" he asked. "Yes," I said. "Hannah's getting herbs." He didn't stay standing. He dropped into a crouch beside me, armor creaking, and looked the boy in the face. "What's your name?" he asked. "Ryan," the boy murmured. "Ryan," Grayson said. "You look like you've been fighting a dragon." Ryan sniffled. "Dragons aren't real." "Don't tell the rogues," Grayson said quietly. "They'll be disappointed." The boy made a thin, almost laughing coughed. Grayson reached out, steady and careful, and pressed his fingers to Ryan's wrist, feeling his pulse. His other hand settled briefly on the mother's shoulder. "He'll be all right," he said. "We've lost enough to winters and bad food. We're not losing him to a hot head." The mother's eyes filled with tears. "Thank you," she whispered. "I didn't know what else to do." "You're doing it," I said. "You sat him down, you asked for help. That's what people do when they're not alone." Hannah came back with a small pouch in the basin. The water sloshed gently. "Here," she said, handing the herbs to me. "Steep these in hot water, let him drink once it cools." I nodded. "I'll take care of it," I told the mother. "You just keep him talking. Make him tell you stories. Don't let him curl up and vanish into the heat." She nodded quickly. As we straightened, Grayson's gaze met mine over the child's head. There was something in his eyes, tired maybe, but soft. Something that said he wasn't just doing this because an alpha was supposed to be seen caring. He actually cared. It was a simple thing. A man kneeling in the dirt next to a crying boy. It shouldn't have made my chest ache as much as it did. More days followed, but not in the way they used to when I wanted to escape them. These were bright little beads on a string, each with its own sharp edges. Morning meals at the high table, border troubles and grain questions and gossip. Afternoon walks through the yard, helping where I could. Evenings by the fire. Grayson forgot to eat more often than he remembered, so I got in the habit of accidentally ending up near the kitchens when I knew he'd be leaving a meeting, a piece of bread or a bowl in my hands. "You just happened to be walking by," he said once when I shoved a plate at him. "I just happen to hate the sound of your stomach growling from 3 rooms away," I said. He rolled his eyes but took it. On colder days, when the wind came down off the hills and slipped between stones like fingers, he would adjust my cloak without comment, straightening it around my shoulders as if it were the most normal thing in the world. "You'll get sick," he said. "So will you," I pointed out. "I'm allowed," he said. "You're busy keeping my people from tearing each other apart." "True," I said. "Someone has to." We started to build our own quiet language. A lifted eyebrow across the hall when someone said something ridiculous. A small smile when a plan actually worked. The brush of his hand at the small of my back when a room got too crowded and he wanted to guide me through it without making a scene. At night, when there wasn't some crisis dragging him out of bed, we ended up by the hearth. Sometimes in our chamber, sometimes in a smaller sitting room Hannah swore was warmer than any other. We talked about simple things. "What did you like eating when you were little?" I asked once. "Bread," he said. "Everyone likes bread," I said. "That doesn't count." "Bread with honey on good days," he corrected. "Bread without on bad days. Bread with whatever we could steal from the neighbor's chickens on worse days." "You stole eggs?" I asked. I stole eggs, he said. Then I wore a goose on my head for my trouble. I don't recommend it. I snorted. He asked about me sometimes, but I kept my answers shallow. Did you move a lot? He asked. All the time, I said. We didn't leave much behind, so there wasn't much to miss. Did you like it? He asked. I liked some parts, I said. Some parts I don't think about. That's how life works, right? He didn't push. We shared cheek kisses without thinking about it after a while, quick, warm, in passing. Lips more often when we were alone, soft and unhurried. Nothing more, just heat and the feeling of his hand at my jaw, careful, always careful. Those nights felt almost normal. If you ignored the thing sitting under everything, waiting for the sky to turn red again. Hannah and I found our own rhythm too. On a quieter afternoon, we ended up in a small sitting area off one of the side halls. The windows there were narrow, but let in enough light to make it feel less like a cave. She had a mending basket. I had a cup of something hot and bitter. If you keep drinking that face, it'll freeze that way, she said. It tastes like boiled bark, I said. I'm trying to decide if I'll die before I finish it. It's good for your blood, she said. Or so the old women tell me. They might be lying just to laugh at us. Wouldn't be the worst lie I've heard, I said. She glanced up, index finger holding her place in a stitch. You've heard worse. Yes, I said simply. She let that sit. I watched her needle flash in and out of cloth for a while, then said, Can I ask you something? You can ask me many things, she said. I can't promise the answers won't be stupid. If someone has power, I said slowly, the kind that can change other people's lives, how do you know when they're using it right? She frowned, thinking. That depends, she said. Are they using it to make their own life easier or everyone else's heavier? What if they're doing both without meaning to? I asked. Her smile faded. Then you watch what they do when they're told they're wrong, she said. If they listen and try to do better, they're still on the right side. If they get angry and make it about their pride, they were never on the right side to begin with. I looked down into my cup. And if you're the one who has to tell them they're wrong, I asked. Then you do it knowing you might lose them, she said, voice softer. But sometimes losing someone who won't change is better than letting them drag everyone else down with them. I didn't answer. She set her sewing aside for a moment and leaned back. Why, she asked, do you think our dear Alpha is using his power badly? No, I said honestly, not when he's himself. And when he isn't himself, she asked. I traced the rim of my cup with one finger. That's the part I'm still thinking about, I said. She studied me, then nodded slowly. Thinking is better than swinging first, she said. For what it's worth, I've seen enough men with titles to tell you this. Grayson tries harder than most not to be an ass about it. High praise, I said. It is, she replied. Don't tell him I said it. His head's heavy enough with that crown. Massine drifted in and out of those days like smoke. He never pushed, he just appeared. Isabel, he said once, falling into step beside me as I walked the inner yard. The Alpha wanted me to tell you he'll be late to supper. Council ran long. Thank you, I said. None of my business, but you might still eat, he added. He forgets other people have stomachs when he's chewing on border maps. I've noticed, I said. He chuckled politely. On another day, he offered, if you'd like a walk outside the walls, I'm free for the next hour. I could show you the vantage points we use on clear days. That's kind, I said, but I think you have better things to do than watch me nearly trip over roots. On the contrary, he said, I find people reveal themselves when they think no one important is watching. The way he said it made my skin prickle. I'll keep that in mind, I replied. I declined without making it sound like I was declining him, but I watched him closer after that. His manner with Grayson was always correct, respectful, deferential when there were eyes on them, but when Grayson turned away, there was something in Massine's gaze, a flicker of heat and calculation, that didn't match his words. Envy looks different than respect, if you know what to look for, I kept my face smooth. I didn't want him to know I'd seen it. One night by the fire, after a long day of minor crises and mended fences, Grayson stared into the flames longer than usual. We were in our chamber, boots off, half-slouched in chairs that creaked softly whenever either of us shifted. The fire had burned down to a bed of embers with small tongues of flame licking up. "Do you ever get tired of it?" I asked quietly. "Of what?" he asked. "Everyone needing something," I said. "A decision, a bandage, a word, a hand on a wagon." He blew out a slow breath. "Sometimes," he said, "but I get more tired thinking what happens if nobody's there when they need it." We sat in silence for a moment. Then he said, "Can I tell you something without you making a face?" "I make many faces," I said. "You'll have to be more specific." He turned his head, giving me a look that was half amusement, half serious. "I'm serious," he said. "Fine," I said. "I'll try to keep my face mostly still." He stared back at the fire. "Sometimes," he said, "I think I'd like someone to call me out." "On what?" I asked. "On anything," he said. "On everything. If I ever start making choices that are more about my pride than my people, if I start leaning on my title to win arguments instead of the truth." He flexed his hand, palm toward the flames, as if trying to feel how close he could get without burning. "Most people are too scared of the crown," he said. "Or too tired, or too used to the way things are. They'll mutter in corners, but they won't look me in the eye and say, 'You're wrong.'" "Maybe they don't want their heads bitten off," I said. "If I ever start biting heads off for being told I'm wrong," he said, "then I'll have become exactly the kind of alpha I never wanted to be." He turned back to me. "If you ever see me heading that way," he said quietly, "I expect you to say something, even if I hate you for a while." I held his gaze. The words landed in the place where the Coven's warning lived, the power they'd put in my veins, the memory of his wolf's eyes gone empty under the red moon. "You're asking the wrong person," I said softly. "I already have too many things to say." His mouth twitched. "Good," he said. "Then maybe I picked right." He leaned over then, and I met him halfway. The kiss was slow, warm, more like a promise than anything else. When we pulled back, he rested his forehead against mine for a second. "Don't let me slide," he murmured. I didn't answer out loud. Inside, something said, I already decided not to. The days that followed didn't feel heavy. They felt almost light. People started greeting me with nods that weren't stiff. "Morning, Luna," became "Morning, Isabel," more often. Children waved and then pretended they hadn't, burying their faces in their mothers' skirts when I waved back. I helped a small group of younger wolves sit around a table with charcoal and a crude map one afternoon, lines of patrol routes crisscrossing in messy strokes. "Instead of all of you running the same path," I said, "try staggering it. That way someone is always within shouting distance, but you're not tripping over each other." "We've always done it this way," one argued. "And you've always been late to the west corner," I countered. "You just told me that. Try this for 3 nights. If it works worse, you can go back and tell me I was wrong." They looked at each other, then grudgingly agreed. "Write it down," I added, tapping the map. "If you don't, you'll forget who is supposed to be where and blame each other when it goes wrong." They actually smiled at that. In the yard, I laughed more than I had in. I didn't even know how long. When someone almost dropped a crate and caught it with a ridiculous flail of limbs, I snorted. When a dog stole a piece of meat from the kitchen door and ran full tilt through the courtyard with 3 cooks chasing him, I leaned against the wall and laughed until my sides hurt. Grayson saw me once, mid-laugh, and stopped like someone had grabbed his sleeve. His expression didn't change much, but his eyes softened. Later, I caught myself watching him from across the yard. He stopped to talk to one of the older men, bending a little so they were closer to eye level. His hand rested lightly on the old man's arm while they talked. He listened longer than his schedule probably allowed. My chest did that weird pull again. I realized, standing there with my hands wrapped in the ends of my cloak, that I wasn't faking anything anymore. I cared when he walked into a room. My body relaxed a notch when he was near. My ears listened for his footsteps in the hall even when I wasn't thinking about it. I didn't say the words out loud. I love him. Not yet, but the path to those words was there. I could feel it under my feet, even if I tried not to look too closely. That was the worst part. Because I knew, better than anyone, that loving him didn't erase the thing I'd come here to face. It just made everything messier. It was late when I heard Masseen's voice. I'd left the sitting room after a quiet hour with Grayson and Hannah, gone back to our chamber to change into something softer, then realized I'd left my hair tie on a sideboard near the main stairs. So I went back for it. The corridor was dim, torches still burning but low. The stone under my bare feet was cool. As I reached the corner near Grayson's door, the one that led into the narrow hall that ran past his private council room, I heard a hushed murmur. "Just saying it might be useful," a man's low voice said. I recognized it immediately. Masseen. I stopped before the turn, hand resting lightly on the wall. "I don't want trouble," a young woman's voice whispered back. One of the servants, by the sound of her, soft, nervous. "You won't be in trouble if nothing happens," Masseen said in that smooth tone he used when he wanted people to think he was being reasonable. "Just be seen, near his door. Late. People notice those things. They talk, that's all." He's never behaved that way with me," she said, voice tightening. "I don't want people saying." "They won't say anything if nothing's there," he cut in. "But if he ever does cross a line, wouldn't you want someone to believe you?" Silence. My fingers curled against the stone. He wasn't just playing with gossip. He was starting to lay threads that could look like something ugly if enough eyes saw them at the wrong angle. I pressed my back to the wall, heartbeat picking up. Masseen's voice dropped lower. "Think about it," he said. "A few passes in the right place at the right time, and people will see what they want to see. Then, if we ever need to show them who their alpha really is, the ground will already be soft." The servant made a small, strangled sound. "I don't like this," she whispered. "You don't have to like it," he said gently. "You just have to walk by a door." My hand slid along the stone until my nails scraped lightly. He wasn't trying to protect anyone. He was building a story, one he could weaponize later. Heat rose up the back of my neck. I shifted my weight, muscles coiling, deciding in that breath whether to step out and tear his little game apart in front of both of them, or wait, listen longer, and choose a cleaner moment to take him apart where he couldn't drag anyone else down with him. The stone under my palm felt steady. My anger didn't. And that's where the night ended, me pressed flat against the wall, heart pounding, listening to the man who wanted my husband's crown start planting lies I had no intention of letting grow. I didn't think before I moved. 1 second I was pressed flat against cold stone, listening. The next I was already stepping out from the shadows, boots soft on the flagstones. Masseen and the girl both jumped. The servant, little more than a teenager, flour still dusted on her sleeve, spun toward me, eyes wide. Masseen's hand was half raised between them, as if he'd been about to pat her arm or block her path. "Luna," he said quickly, voice smoothing itself out. "We were just—" I didn't look at him first. "It's late," I said to the girl, keeping my tone steady even. "You should be in the kitchens, not stuck listening in a dark hallway." Her gaze flitted from my face to his and back. I was just... "I know," I cut in, softer. "Go wash your hands, then tell your cook I kept you talking too long if anyone complains." She blinked. For a heartbeat, she looked like she might apologize to Masseen instead of leaving. "Go on," I added, tipping my head toward the inner stair. "You're not in trouble." That seemed to break whatever grip the moment had on her. She bobbed a little nod and hurried off, skirts brushing the wall, footsteps light as a rabbit's. I waited until the sound of them faded. Only then did I turn fully toward Masseen. His smile was already there, the polite one he wore at feasts. It didn't reach his eyes. "Luna," he repeated, "I was just..." What exactly? I asked. My voice came out flatter than I expected, not sharp, but with no room for pretending I hadn't heard anything. He spread his hands easy. Talking. Some people worry, they see things differently from the high table. Do they? I leaned back against the wall, folding my arms loosely. Because what I heard sounded less like worry and more like dragging a frightened girl into someone else's game. A flicker went through his expression, something quick and annoyed, then it was gone. You misunderstand, he said. I'm looking out for you. For me, I echoed. You're new here. He stepped closer, but not too close. He knew enough to leave a slice of space between us. You married fast. You don't have family at court, no old houses at your back. If there were cracks in the man at the top, you deserve to know before everyone else did, before you get hurt by the fallout. I let that sit for a second, watching him. I see, I said. So your plan is to use a scared servant as a lantern and hope everyone stares at the right shadows. He gave a little laugh, a portion of it genuine and a portion not. Words sound harsher when you say them like that. I'm only saying power does what it likes when no one questions it. You've seen that, surely. I pushed off the wall just enough to stand straighter. Why are you so interested in dragging his name into those shadows? I asked. If, by your own admission, he hasn't done anything. The hall was narrow. A torch burned in an iron bracket above his shoulder, light licking along his jaw and catching the edge of his tie. I watched the way he weighed his response. Because I've seen alphas before, he said finally. Not just him. Men who start out like him, reasonable, caring, and then slowly forget they can bleed like the rest of us. If no one ever questions them, they go from protector to untouchable, so fast it makes your head spin. And when that happens, the pack pays the price. There it was, not about one man, but about the seat he sat in. I held his gaze. Everything in me wanted to shut this down, to tell him to keep his games away from the people who had nothing to do with it. At the same time, something colder and quieter inside me paid attention. Not every ally had to know what they were actually being used for. You're not the only one who thinks, I said, simple and slow, that he shouldn't stand untouchable forever. The words landed between us like a dropped stone. Massing's eyes sharpened. For a heartbeat, the polite mask slipped and I saw the calculation more clearly, something lit behind his pupils. Excitement, recognition, the look of a man who just found another piece to move on his board. I thought so, he murmured. I didn't say I share your methods, I added. That girl has done nothing but carry plates and sweep floors. Whatever questions you have about the alpha, you bring them to me. You don't shove her into a corner and ask her to ruin herself for whispers. His mouth twitched. You think too kindly of people. I think she has enough to worry about without your plans on top of it, I said. If you want to play with fire, at least burn your own fingers. For a long second, we just stood there. His gaze slid briefly to the side, down the hall where the girl had fled. When he looked back, his expression had smoothed over again, almost charming. Very well, he said. No more dragging wide-eyed kitchen hands into this. But the problem remains, Luna. What problem is that? I asked. The one no one wants to name out loud, he said softly. That our alpha is haunted, and that everyone pretends the title is enough to keep us safe. He inclined his head slightly. If you truly think he shouldn't be untouchable, then perhaps we can keep an eye on things together. He was so careful with his phrasing, always haunted, never dangerous. Always keep an eye, never tear down. And if you see anything you think I should know, I asked. Then I tell you first, he said promptly. Quietly, no chatter in the halls, you'll hear the cracks before anyone else does. I let my arms drop to my sides, fingers loosening. I'm not promising anything, I replied. I'm not agreeing that he has cracks to show you, but if you feel the need to keep watching him, you can bring what you see to me. I'll decide what it is. His smile widened a fraction. That's all I ask. It wasn't, of course. Men like Massing rarely stopped at all I ask, but I didn't say that out loud. And you'll leave the servants alone, I repeated. He put a hand to his chest, mock affronted. If it makes you feel better, yes. No more small birds pushed toward windows. "It doesn't make me feel better," I said. "It just makes me less likely to throw you out one." His laugh this time was low and genuine. "You're sharper than you look, Luna." "You'd be surprised what people miss when they only look at the dress," I answered. He dipped his head in a shallow bow. "Then we are agreed in part. I watch. I bring anything I see to you. No frightened girls involved." "Good night, Massine," I said, letting the conversation end there. "Good night," he murmured, stepping aside so I could pass. I walked away first, back straight, pulse steady, feeling his gaze between my shoulders for several steps. The next morning dawned gray and slow. A mist hung low over the yard when I joined Grayson at the high table, blurring the edges of the training yard beyond the open arch. "Sleep?" he asked, pouring me tea as if this were something he'd done for years. "Enough," I said. "You." He made a face. "Some. I didn't wake up putting my fist through a wall, so I'll count it as a win." I snorted softly, hiding the sound behind my cup. Hannah slid into her chair opposite, eyebrow raised. "What did I miss?" she asked. "His Highness not starting a fistfight with the stonework," I said. "Apparently that's the new scale." "Then the day is already blessed," she replied dryly. "Let's see how long that lasts." The morning's worries were more of the same. Salt stores, a patrol that hadn't returned yet but wasn't overdue enough to panic, one stubborn tradesman from the village arguing about prices. I listened and nudged where I could, the way I'd begun to do every day. Through it all, I acted exactly as I had before last night's hallway. I laughed at Hannah's muttered jokes. I rolled my eyes when Grayson's advisor tried to make a small problem sound world-ending. I steadied a jug that almost toppled when a passing boy bumped the table. My smiles for Grayson were real, soft. Nothing about them was an act. If Massine glanced our way once or twice from the lower table, if his eyes lingered a heartbeat too long on how easily Grayson and I moved together, I pretended not to see. We finished eating, people scattered to their duties. In the yard, two of the younger wolves started a half-serious wrestling match over a dropped crust until Grayson barked their names and sent them running laps instead. "Always the firm hand," I teased when he came back to my side. "That was the soft hand," he said. "If they'd knocked someone over, they'd be on kitchen duty all week." "Remind me not to drop bread near you," I said. His mouth twitched. "You never drop anything," he said quietly. "You watch every step." I forced my shoulders not to tense. "Old habit," I said. "Some roads don't forgive clumsy feet." He watched me for a second, something thoughtful in his eyes, but didn't press. Instead, he offered his arm. "Walk with me," he asked. "I've got to look at those eastern posts again before lunch. If I do it alone, I'll just brood." "Wouldn't want that," I said lightly, taking his arm. We walked the inside of the wall, talking about nothing important. The way the mist crawled up the stones, whether the kitchen would remember to save him the bread he liked. Twice we stopped so he could speak with guards. Twice I stepped aside, listening but not inserting myself. From the corner of my eye, I caught sight of Massine below, talking with the same two men he'd argued with the other day about patrol routes. His gestures were small, deliberate. Whatever he was saying made them nod slowly, not fired up, but thoughtful. He looked up once, as if feeling eyes on him. Our gazes met for a brief, clipped moment. I gave him nothing. No smile, no frown, just the same neutral acknowledgement I'd give any other pack member. Then I turned back to Grayson's commentary on loose mortar. The next days settled into a strange balance. With Grayson, life was simple, almost peaceful. We walked the yard, we listened to disputes, we shared bread on the steps when the sun found rare strength and warmed the stone. He asked my thoughts on more things without making a show of it. I nudged him toward decisions that softened edges without making him look soft. At night, in our chamber, we lay shoulder to shoulder, trading silly stories about the worst food we'd ever eaten or the most ridiculous thing a younger packmate had done. He kissed me, slow and careful, always waiting for me to move closer first. With Massine, life was something else. He didn't seek me out constantly. That would have been too obvious. Instead, he appeared at opportune times. When I crossed the courtyard alone on the way to see Hannah, when I was leaving the storeroom, when I paused by an open arch to watch the training yard. "Luna," he'd say with that polished incline of his head, "the Alpha asked if you'd like to review the updated border map." Or, "Luna, the blacksmith has a concern about how often he's paid. I thought you'd want to hear it before it grows into something more." He always framed himself as a helpful bridge between us and the rest of the castle. I let him. And I watched. When he spoke to the blacksmith, he was full of sympathetic nods and murmurs about how hard it was for men like us, when those above forgot how many hands it took to keep the place standing. When he spoke to guards, he was all shared frustrations and half-jokes about long nights not appreciated by people in warm beds. He never outright insulted Grayson. He never said, "He's failing you." He just left enough small, pointed phrases hanging in the air that other people could finish the thought themselves. Power doesn't come from shouting, I thought at one point, leaning in a doorway where I could see him laugh with a patrol captain. It creeps. It seeps into the spaces people leave empty. At dinner one evening, I caught his voice from a little way down the long table, talking to 3 younger wolves. "I'm just saying," he said, tone easy, "it's not wrong to ask where our Alpha is putting his attention. We trust him with our lives. He should want us to see every move. If he does, there's nothing to hide." The younger men nodded. One of them glanced up toward the high table where Grayson and I sat, not resentful, just measuring. I took a sip of water and met Masseen's gaze when it slid up to mine. He held it for a heartbeat, like a testing wire, then looked away to his plate. "You've been quiet," Hannah said a few nights later, dropping into the chair across from mine in a small side room. The fire there was smaller than the great hall, but it was enough to take the chill off. "Even for you." I tore off a small piece of bread and rolled it between my fingers. "Have I?" "You usually talk more when you're tired," she said. "It's when the second thoughts leak out by accident." Her eyes narrowed a little, kind but sharp. "Something bothering you?" A dozen answers crowded my tongue. Masseen. The way people listened when he labeled his ambition as concern. The feel of Grayson's hand resting over mine 2 nights ago, the warmth of it, and the memory of his eyes under the red moon. "I'm just adjusting," I said instead. "To all of this, there's always someone at the door, someone needing a decision. It wears on you." "That it does," she said, nodding. "And it'll keep wearing on you. Make sure it doesn't wear through you. You tell the Alpha when you're stretched too thin." "I tell him enough," I said. "It's not about him." "Then what is it about?" she asked. I shrugged, letting my gaze drift to the fire. "It's about watching how people move, who stands where when something goes wrong, who steps up, who steps back." Hannah huffed. "You've been watching for a long time, haven't you?" "That's how you keep breathing," I said. "Doesn't matter if you're sleeping in a wagon or in a castle. You watch who steps where." She studied me for a moment, then reached over and flicked a crumb from my sleeve. "You'll do fine," she said. "Just remember, sometimes people who shout about danger the loudest are hopping no one looks too closely at them." I smiled a little. "I'll remember." I did. That same week, on a narrow stone balcony overlooking the training yard, Masseen joined me without invitation. "You pick cold spots to stand," he said, leaning on the wall beside me. "I like seeing where the walls meet," I replied. "It tells you which stones hold the weight." He chuckled. "Everything is weight and stones with you." "What else would it be?" I asked. His eyes followed a group of wolves circling below, practicing a formation Grayson had insisted on drilling until they could do it in their sleep. "People, perhaps," he said. "You and I both know some of them carry more than others." "Some carry things they shouldn't have to," I said. "And some take on what they were never meant to," he countered. "Tell me, Luna, have you ever thought about what this place would look like with someone else at the top? Someone less, haunted by nights he can't remember." There it was, finally spoken more plainly. "Everyone thinks about what-ifs," I said. "It's how they cope when they don't feel in control." He looked sideways at me. "And you? Do you feel in control standing beside him?" Control. The word sat sour on my tongue. I feel responsible, I said, for what I choose to back, for what I turn away from. Exactly, he said, almost eagerly. You feel the weight. Imagine if it were someone whose hands didn't shake before patrol. Someone who didn't need to warn his own Luna to hide behind a locked door every time the sky changes color. I stared down at the yard. Grayson was there now, demonstrating a hold on a younger wolf, correcting his stance, laughing when the boy nearly tipped them both into the dirt. He's not careless, I said. He's scared of himself, that's different. Massing's jaw tightened briefly. Fear doesn't stop teeth, he said. We both know that. I didn't answer, not to him, not yet. He leaned in a fraction closer, lowering his voice. You don't have to say it out loud, he continued. But if the pack had someone else at the top, someone who stayed steady on all nights, red or not, wouldn't that be worth considering, for their sake, for yours? I turned my head, studying his face. He didn't look like a monster. He looked like a clever man who had convinced himself that his hunger for power was the same thing as concern for safety. He wants power more than he wants safety for anyone. The thought came, clear and solid. It didn't show on my face. Lots of people think about someone else at the top, I said mildly. Usually they're thinking about themselves. He laughed, not offended. You wound me, Luna. If you're wounded by that, you're too fragile for the job, I replied. He grinned. You say that as if you haven't thought about who else could wear that mantle. Thinking and acting aren't the same, I said, and some of us think before we move. His gaze lingered on me, assessing like he was trying to decide which box to put me in. Ally, threat, tool. Come walk with me tomorrow evening, he said suddenly. Near the trees, but within sight of the walls. There are things I'd rather not say within stone hearing. Stone hearing, I repeated, raising an eyebrow. These walls have more ears than people do, he said lightly. You know that. He straightened, brushing dust from his sleeve. If we're going to make sure the pack isn't blindly following a flawed leader, we should at least pick a place where only the actual trees can eavesdrop. There it was again, flawed leader, blindly following, always dressed up as duty. And why exactly would I meet you there? I asked. Because you care too much about these people to ignore what you've already begun to see, he said. Because if you're going to keep him from standing untouchable, you'll need more than your eyes alone. And because, smiled, slow and confident, you're not nearly as content with things as you pretend to be. He wasn't entirely wrong. I let the silence stretch, watching the men below shift formations again, responding to Grayson's hand gestures. Hannah's voice flickered in the back of my mind. Sometimes the ones who shout about danger just don't want you looking too closely at them. Tomorrow, I said at last, near the trees but still in sight of the walls. His smile deepened, satisfaction barely contained. Of course, he said, we'll keep everything proper for now. He pushed away from the parapet and walked off along the balcony, whistling under his breath. I stayed where I was, fingers resting lightly on the cold stone. Tomorrow, near the trees. I watched Grayson in the yard below, his voice carrying up in a brief laugh as one of the younger wolves slipped in the mud. He hauled the boy to his feet and clapped his shoulder, saying something I couldn't hear but could guess at the shape of, "Get up, try again." Near the trees, I'd stand with a man who thought he could turn me into his accomplice. Near the trees, I'd have enough space to breathe, and enough distance from the walls that my other self, the one with pale, cracked skin and white eyes, could flex its fingers if it needed to. This might be useful later, I thought, watching Massing's retreating back, the way his shoulders set themselves as if he already wore a crown. Or it might be the first thing I have to cut away. Either way, I would go. I pushed off the stone and turned back toward the inner stairs, the castle hum wrapping around me again, the weight of the choice already settling in my chest. I didn't make Massing wait long. He caught me first. When I stepped out of the stairwell into the quieter east corridor, he was already there, half in shadow near a row of storage doors, arms folded, like he'd been packing. "Luna," he said softly, You walk fast when you don't want eyes on you. The hall was mostly empty. Stacked barrels, a few crates, the smell of dried grain and old wood. Far enough from the main yard that echoes died here. Close enough that if I screamed, someone might still hear eventually. I stopped a few paces away, not backing up, not moving closer. You said you had ideas, I said. This seems like the place you like for them. His mouth curved. You make it sound dirtier than it is. You're the one whispering in corners with frightened girls, I said. So, what's your plan when you're not terrorizing servants? For a moment, he just watched me, like he was checking if I was truly serious. Then he pushed away from the wall. All right, he said. No more light touches. He took a step, lowering his voice. You know how people talk about our alpha, he said. How steady he is, how patient, how he never uses his teeth on his own. His eyes glinted. That image is a shield. If you want to move a shield, you don't tap it, you hit it hard. That's not an answer, I said. It is, he said. You just don't like the shape yet. He walked a slow circle, the heels of his boots soft on worn stone. There are pieces, he said. Humans in the lower town who owe more coin than they can pay. Wolves who can't hold their temper on their best day. You put one of those pieces in the wrong place at the right time. You push. You let it break in front of everyone while Grayson is watching. I didn't move. To what end? So he has to respond, Massine said. Harshly, publicly. If someone mouths off at a festival, cuts another man, threatens a child, what does a good alpha do? He punishes. He removes the threat. The pack is safe. Everyone claps. His lip curled. But if you give him something that looks like a threat and looks like an innocent at the same time, then whatever he does looks wrong to someone. I swallowed. You're talking about using a real person, a real body, not a story. Obviously, he said. Who? My voice stayed even only because I made it. Which piece? He shrugged, as if we were speaking about spare rope. Someone low in rank, he said. A worker who grumbles. A young wolf who drinks too much and bumps the wrong shoulders. A human who still thinks this castle owes him something. You pick the right one, tug his pride a little, pour a bit more ale, plant the idea that the alpha doesn't actually protect him. You give him an excuse to explode where everyone can see. And if Grayson doesn't act harshly, I asked, what then? Then you make sure he has to, Massine said. You push it until he either looks weak or he snaps. Either way, the pack sees a crack. They start asking if the man on the throne is really as steady as they thought. He was close enough now that I could see the faint scar on his chin, the calm in his eyes. Not wild, not haunted, just calculating. What if someone gets hurt? I asked. Really hurt? He tilted his head, as if confused by the question. Someone always gets hurt when power moves, he said. You know that. The only difference is whether they're important enough for anyone to remember their names afterward. The words slid over my skin like cold water. My fingers tightened at my sides. I kept my face as blank as the stone around us. So you're suggesting, I said slowly, that we pick a nobody, push him until he breaks, and hope Grayson takes the bait in front of enough witnesses to stain him. He smiled, small and satisfied. Now you're saying it clearly, he said. And before you frown at me like that, think about the end. You want an alpha who doesn't lose himself under a painted sky. I want an alpha who doesn't carry a curse like a ticking blade. We're both trying to get the same thing. Safer walls, safer people. He lifted one shoulder. Sometimes that costs a little blood on the stones. Little blood. The image that rose in my mind was little at all. It was too much. Screaming, red light, hands I knew falling limp. I forced the memory back into its corner. I need to think about this, I said. His eyes flicked over my face, searching for more than words. Think about what? He asked gently. You know he's not the man they think he is. You saw it. His voice stayed low. You said yourself he shouldn't stand untouchable forever. Heat prickled along my neck. I kept my tone even. I said I don't think anyone should stand untouchable forever, I corrected. That's not the same as handing you a match and pointing at a crowd. He watched me another long beat, then nodded, like this was the answer he expected. Of course, he said. You're careful, that can be useful, take a day. Less if you're faster than I am. The corner of his mouth lifted. When you're ready to move from words to action, you know where to find me. I'll evaluate how much risk the pack can handle, I said. It was the only thing I could give him, without lying or agreeing. He took it as victory anyway. Good, he said. I knew you weren't just a pretty face at the high table. He dipped his head and walked off down the corridor, humming under his breath, as if he'd just made a neat deal over grain, not people. I stood there a few seconds longer, staring at the point where he'd vanished, my chest tight. Then I turned and went looking for Hannah. I found her in the smaller sitting room off the kitchens, as usual. The room always smelled like bread here, even when no one was baking. There were 2 mismatched chairs, a low table, and a window that watched the inner yard. Hannah sat with one leg tucked under her, rolling yarn between her fingers while she talked with an older cook. When she saw me, she waved the cook away. Queen looks like she swallowed smoke, she said. Come in, sit, or pace, I'll keep up. I dropped into the chair across from her. Do you have tea? I asked. She eyed me, then reached for the pot on the hearthstone. That bad? Depends on your answer, I said. She poured into a clay cup, slid it toward me, then settled back, elbows on her knees. All right, she said. Tell me your hypothetical. I wrapped my fingers around the warm cup to stop them shaking. Say, I started, keeping my eyes on the tea, there's a boy. Always is, Hannah muttered. A boy who accidentally destroys his friend, I said. Not on purpose, not because he hates him, because something in him is too strong. It erupts. He can't pull it back in time, and the friend dies. Hannah's face shifted from joking to still. And now, I went on, the brother of that friend wants revenge. He's certain the boy shouldn't walk free after what happened. He says it doesn't matter if it was an accident. The outcome is the same. His brother is gone, so he plans to hurt the boy, maybe ruin his name, maybe worse. That's the only thing that sits right in his chest. My voice stayed even. My hand around the cup did not. What should the brother do? I asked. Hannah didn't answer right away. She sat back, gaze sliding toward the window, drawing a breath like she was tasting every part of the question. Did the boy mean to do it? She asked finally. No, I said. He loses control sometimes, and he hates that about himself. But losing control doesn't bring anyone back. The brother thinks that's just an excuse. Hannah's jaw worked. And has the boy tried to make sure it never happens again? She asked. Or is he just saying sorry and shrugging? He's trying, I said quietly. He's terrified of becoming that version of himself again. He watches every step, every night. She nodded slowly. Then what I told you before still stands, she said. The brother has to decide if he wants peace or punishment. Revenge won't fix the grave. It might just drag more people into the hole with him. Her eyes slid back to me. If the boy meant harm, that's different, she said. If he set out to kill, then stopped being sorry the moment he was done, then the brother is facing a real enemy. But if the boy and the brother both got trapped in something bigger than them, sometimes revenge just makes a second mess out of the first. I felt my fingers tighten around the cup. Tea rippled over the rim and onto my hand, hot enough to sting. I didn't move. Hannah noticed both. Her gaze sharpened. That story, she said softly. It come from somewhere close, Isabel, or did you truly just hear it over bread and wine one night? My throat felt too tight. I forced my hand to relax, set the cup down carefully, wiped my fingers on my skirt. I heard it, I said, and it stayed in my head, that's all. Her eyes stayed on my face for a long moment, as if she could peel back whatever I'd wrapped around the truth. Then, mercifully, she let it go. Then it stayed for a reason, she said. Maybe the brother in the story is tired. Maybe he doesn't know what to do with all that hurt, but if he chooses more hurt, he'd better be sure he's aiming at the right person, and that he can live with what he does next. My chest hurt in a way that had nothing to do with the tea. Thank you, I said. Don't thank me, she said. I like simple problems. This one's not simple, but you asked. She leaned forward, resting a hand briefly over mine. Whoever that brother is, I hope he has someone to talk to who isn't drowning in the same river. I nodded once, afraid if I tried to answer, my voice would crack. I slipped out into the courtyard later with my head full and my chest aching. The light was soft, evening on its way, but not here yet. Workers loaded crates onto a cart. Two older wolves argued gently about where to put extra firewood. The normal rhythm of a place that still believed tomorrow would look mostly like today. Grayson stood near the well, listening to a guard. His shoulders were tense, but his face was open as he nodded, asked a question, looked past the man at something else. When the guard held up his bandaged hand, Grayson took his wrist gently, checked the cloth, then said something that made the man huff a laugh. He wasn't watching for his own reflection in windows or checking if people were impressed. He was just moving from person to person, trying to make sure things didn't fall apart. The claws I'd seen under the red moon felt like another creature, wrapped around the same bones. I leaned against a low wall, arms folded loosely. Hannah's words slid through my mind again, heavy as river stones. Revenge for an accident can poison everyone. I didn't know if what happened in the woods counted as just an accident, or if the word was too soft for the ash in my lungs. I only knew that Massine wanted to build something worse on top of it, and leave the pieces for someone else to clean. Grayson finished with the guard and glanced around the yard. His gaze found me like it always did now. He held up a hand, finished his sentence, and walked over. "You're collecting problems again," he said when he reached me. I forced a small smile. Sitting near a wall counts as problem collecting. "You watch everything," he said. "People don't realize how much you see. I do." He tugged at the edge of my cloak. "And you forget you're cold until your nose goes pink." "I am not cold," I said, a small laugh escaping before I could stop it. The breeze chose that moment to bite at my ankles. My skin prickled in my thin dress. He raised an eyebrow. "Liar," he said. He shifted, pulling part of his cloak around my shoulders. I felt the warmth he'd built up through the day, smelled leather and faint smoke. "This better?" he asked. "A little," I admitted. We stood like that for a moment, side by side, sharing the same patch of cloak as workers shuffled past, nodding to him and then to me. "You really do collect castle problems," he said quietly. "I've seen you. You listen to every complaint. You remember who needs extra blankets. You talk to cooks until they forget they were annoyed about flour." "Maybe I like being useful," I said, "and being indoors helps." "Indoors is overrated," he said, "except when it's snowing or raining or the moon is red." He gave a half smile. "Fine, maybe I like walls more than I used to." "So I deserve part of the credit," I said. "Most of it," he said, with a softness that made my chest pinch. He glanced toward the far end of the yard, where Massine was talking with two younger wolves, hands spread in that easy, persuasive way he had. "You look tired," Grayson added, returning his eyes to me. "If the work's too much, tell me. I didn't bring you here to drown you in other people's noise." "I'm not drowning," I said, "just thinking." "About?" he asked. "Stories," I said and left it there. He watched me but didn't push. "Come inside before you freeze," he said. "I still need to steal you for at least an hour before the books get you." "The books get me?" I asked. "You pretend you don't like those old records, but I've seen your face when you find a pattern no one else noticed," he said. "Hannah says she catches you talking to ledgers." "Hannah talks too much," I muttered. He laughed, low and warm, and led me back toward the inner corridors, his hand brushing mine once, then staying there. That night in our chamber, the world narrowed to quiet. The fire in the small hearth was mostly coals, just enough to keep the room from feeling like stone and ice. I sat on the edge of the bed in my nightdress, brushing my hair loose. Grayson changed out of his tunic with his back to me, giving privacy without making a performance of it. "Any more crises?" I asked. "Nothing that couldn't wait," he said. "A patrol wanted to go further tonight. I told them no." Overprotective, I teased. Maybe, he said. Or maybe I'm tired of pretending the red moons are the only nights that can go wrong. He climbed into bed beside me and lay on his back, one arm behind his head. After a moment, he slid the other arm near me, palm up, an invitation. I lay down on my side, facing him, and put my hand in his. His fingers closed gently. My body relaxed in that quiet way it did only here, only lately. Do you ever think about the future? He asked, eyes on the ceiling. The future how? I said. The next meal, the next red moon, 10 years. All of it, he said. Sometimes I try to imagine what this place looks like when I'm gone. If the walls are still standing, if people are still laughing in the yard, if they tell stories about me that make me sound braver than I am. You're brave enough, I said automatically. He huffed a small breath. Brave enough to fight, sure, he said. That's easy. Point me at a danger, I'll knock it down. But brave enough to admit I don't know what to do with myself on those red nights. He shook his head slightly. That part feels less brave. I watched his profile, the way his mouth tightened on the last words. You told me, I said softly. Twice now, that's something. He turned his head a little toward me, eyes darker in the low light. I want a future where my pack doesn't flinch every time the moon changes color, he said. Where kids don't wake up crying over stories of rogues and blood. Where whoever sits in my chair doesn't have to worry about blank spaces in their own head. His gaze flicked down, almost unconsciously, to my middle as his palm rested there, warm through the thin fabric of my nightdress. If we're lucky, maybe they'll only have to worry about harvests and repairs and who stole whose boots. You think that's realistic? I asked. He smiled faintly. Maybe not, he said, but I can want it. I can build toward it, even if I don't get to see the end. That's the point of this, isn't it? We hold the walls as long as we can so someone else doesn't have to start from rubble. His hand stayed where it was, resting over my stomach, his thumb stroking absently in a slow line. The touch jolted me in a strange way, not because of anything improper, but because of the simple domestic weight of it. A man talking about the future with his hand over a place that might hold it one day. Something knotted and loosened in my chest at the same time. Do you want children? I asked before I could stop myself. He blinked, then laughed once, surprised. Direct, he said. Bad question, I asked. No, he said quickly. Just one no one's asked me straight before. He rubbed his thumb along the fabric again, thinking. I don't know, some days yes, some days the idea scares me out of my skin. Because of the red moons, I said. Because of the red moons, he agreed. I don't know if it's fair to ask anyone to grow up under a roof that might crack like that, but if they did, I'd want them to have better than I had. Better control. Better choices. We lay there in silence for a while, listening to the faint sounds of the fortress, distant footsteps, a door closing, a crack in the fire. His hand stayed where it was. Mine moved up to cover it. In my head, lines drew themselves. Massing's casual talk about nobodies, Hannah's warning about revenge, Grayson's terror of the parts of himself he couldn't remember. The choice between someone who hurt by accident and hated himself for it, and someone who would hurt on purpose and feel nothing at all. Whatever I did next, it couldn't be Massing's way. I stared at the ceiling and made the decision quietly, without words. I would not let him sacrifice innocence just to prove a point. I would not build a new future on blood he called little. If Grayson ever had to be held to account for what lived under his skin, it would be by the hands of someone who actually cared whether the pack survived it, not by a man who wanted their fear as a ladder. I didn't say any of that out loud. Sleep, Grayson murmured after a while. You're thinking loud enough to make the ceiling nervous. Ceiling can handle it, I said. Maybe, he said. You still need rest. He leaned over and pressed a soft kiss to my forehead, then to my mouth. Slow, gentle, nothing more. When he lay back, I tucked myself closer, listening to his heartbeat until mine matched it. The next day, the world went on like it didn't know it was balanced on choices. Morning brought another full table. Reports about border markers, a suggestion for a small festival to keep spirits up before winter bit harder, a complaint about boots mysteriously missing from the armory. "Young wolves," Hannah muttered beside me. "They'll walk barefoot in the snow and still say they're not cold." Grayson gave out instructions between bites of bread, glancing at me whenever a question brushed the kind of problem I'd been quietly handling. "What do you think?" he asked once about a merchant who wanted to raise prices. "We could offer him storage space in the outer sheds if he keeps them down," I said. "He saves his grain from the snow, we save coin." He nodded and passed the order on. Later, I watched a training session in the yard. Young wolves ran drills, clashing wooden swords, rolling in the dirt. Grayson corrected stances, steadying someone's elbow here, nudging a foot there. He didn't shout, he demonstrated, then made them do it again. Hannah pulled me aside at one point to talk about festival stalls. What food? What music? How to keep fights from breaking out when ale loosened tongues. "Put the ale stall far from the weapons," I said. "See," she said to a nearby pack woman. "We keep her, we get smarter every season." I laughed, small and real. But under it all, Massing's voice stayed in the back of my mind. Little blood, little people, big change. As the day leaned toward afternoon, I spotted him near the training yard, talking to a pair of scouts. His body language was easy, relaxed, like he belonged in the center of every circle. He saw me watching and gave me a polite nod. I walked over. "Massing," I said. "Luna," he replied, tone smooth. "We shouldn't talk plans in corridors," I said quietly. "Too many ears, too many guesses." His eyes sharpened. "No arguments here," he said. "Have you been thinking?" "I've been listening," I said. "To you, to others. If something is going to be done, it should be done away from walls that echo." His smile widened, just a fraction. "I was going to suggest the same," he said. "The edge of the forest, sunset, looks like an evening walk to anyone watching, nothing more." "The edge," I repeated. "Not deep. I don't want to set any patrols on fire by accident." "Of course," he said, as if he didn't care where we stood, as long as the end result was the same. "Tonight." I nodded. "Tonight." "Good," he said. "I knew you wouldn't sit on the fence forever." He turned back to the scouts, already slipping back into talk of routes and tracks, leaving me to walk away with my own rhythm of footsteps. By the time the sun slipped toward the trees, the yard had thinned. Evening chores took people inside. A couple of guards leaned on spears by the gate, chatting quietly. I wrapped a plain cloak around my shoulders, pulling the hood up, more to hide my expression than my face. My hands flexed at my sides as I walked, fingers curling, uncurling, feeling the pulse of power sitting just under my skin. It hummed there, quiet but ready. I crossed the yard like any Luna taking air before supper, nodded at the guards, stepped through the open gate onto the packed earth road that led down toward the forest. The trees waited ahead in a dark line, branches tangled against a gray sky. The place where my life had burned, and the place I had chosen to walk back toward anyway. The place where I'd seen Grayson as something more than a man. The place where I'd decided to step through his walls. Tonight, it would be the place I drew a line between his curse and Massing's hunger. I stopped at the edge of the trees, where shadows thickened, but the fortress was still visible behind me if I turned. I didn't turn. I let my breathing slow, let my shoulders drop, let just enough of my other self rise that my senses sharpened and the world slid into clearer focus. Not the full witch, no cracked skin, no white eyes, but the current of her waiting. Bootsteps approached along the path, that easy, confident rhythm I already recognized. Massing. I kept my face calm, my hands flexed once more ready. And I waited. The trees were black shapes against a strip of darkening sky when Massing finally walked out of the fortress yard toward the tree line. I heard him before I saw him, boots on packed dirt, the careless rhythm of a man who thought the world was tilting in his favor. I stood just inside the shadows, cloak hood up, fingers tucked into the fabric so I wouldn't clench them into fists. "There you are," he said, like we were partners meeting late. For a moment I thought you might change your mind. I said I'd come, I answered. He stepped closer into the dim patchy light that made his face look sharper. He was smiling. Not the polite smile he used in the yard. This one was wider, looser, confident. I wanted to thank you, he said, for seeing reason. Did I? I tilted my head. You'll have to be specific. You know what I mean. He made a small, sweeping gesture at the fortress behind us. You chose not to pretend everything's fine just because the alpha wears the crown. You see him. You see what he is. That's rare. The word, rare, rolled off his tongue like a compliment he was giving himself. I didn't answer. I let him keep talking. He turned his back on the walls and looked toward the trees, as if they already belonged to him. Things will be different, he went on casually, when the pack needs a new alpha. He said when, not if. I watched his profile. He didn't even flinch at the idea. I've thought for a long time, he continued, that we could run cleaner, tighter borders, stricter discipline. None of this wobbling every time the moon turns a different color. You've planned this out, I said softly. Of course. He glanced back at me, eyes pleased as if I'd just praised him. Someone has to. He's a good man in the sunlight, I'll give him that. But that doesn't mean he's fit to lead. You know that now. You felt it the first time the sky went red here, didn't you? My throat tightened. I said nothing. He stepped closer, lowering his voice. When it happens, the pack will need something steady to lean on. Someone who doesn't shake every time the moon rises. I can be that. And you... His gaze flicked down, then back to my face. You're already in place. Luna now, Luna then. No need to upset everyone twice. He said it like he was offering me a clean, simple trade. One alpha for another. Same title, same position. Different wolf. You're very sure of yourself, I said. I have to be, he smiled. Pack can smell doubt like rot, but they'll smell strength too. Once they see what he really is, once they see the danger, choosing will be easy. What he really is, I repeated. You sound like you've already written the ending. His smile turned thin. We both know how this ends. You wouldn't be here if you thought otherwise. I let that hang between us. He thought I was here because I agreed with him. He had no idea how close he was to being right and wrong at the same time. Tell me something, I said after a moment. The wind shifted, bringing the scent of pine and the faint tang of the training yard behind us. In your plans, what happens to the people you used to make your case? He lifted a shoulder. What people? You mentioned a nobody. I kept my gaze steady on his. A human, a low-ranking wolf. Someone you'd push into making a mistake so Grayson has to throw his weight around in front of everyone. What happens to that person when you're done with them? Masseen's jaw worked once, like he hadn't expected me to say it aloud. Then he smiled again, easier this time. You really do think about every corner, don't you? He said. Good. That's why you'll make a better Luna than he deserves. That doesn't answer my question. He sighed as if I were being overly sensitive. Someone always gets hurt when power moves. Always. Ask any elder. Ask the old stories. You know that as well as I do. That's not an answer either, I said. Fine, he spread his hands. If a nobody takes a hit and the pack ends up safer, then that's a price worth paying. We're not talking about slaughtering children, Isabel. We're talking about a scuffle, maybe a bruise, a little fear. People forget fear once they think they're being protected. They never forget an alpha who loses control on red moons. He said it so easily. A little fear, a little hurt, a nobody. I felt something cold move through my chest. Nobody, I echoed quietly. Good to know what word you use. He smirked, not catching the warning. Don't pretend you haven't thought it. There are people you would miss if they disappeared, and people you wouldn't. That's how leadership works. He had just told me everything I needed to know. I stepped back, toward the deeper shadow where trees crowded closer together. The last of the sun was gone. The sky was a dark blue smear over the fortress roofs, and the first sparse stars were trying to pierce through. Out here, the torches on the wall barely reached us. We were mostly shapes, half-formed in the gloom. Walk with me a little, I said. Away from the wall. If anyone looks out, I don't want them to see us standing here and start rumors before we're ready. His smile snapped back. Of course. He followed me into the trees. The ground dipped slightly. Roots tangled under the thin grass. My boots knew this kind of terrain better than the stone floors behind us. The air changing around me felt like slipping into an old coat. Massine kept talking, voice low and eager. Once people start asking questions, it won't take much. A story here, a misstep there. They already know the red moons aren't right with him. We just need to nudge. Nudge, I repeated. Yes, you don't push a pack. You tilt them and let gravity do the rest. He chuckled at his own cleverness. You and I, we can be the tilt. I stopped walking. We were deep enough now that the wall was only a gray line between trunks. The fortress noise was muffled, just a hum under the rustle of leaves. I turned to face him. He noticed something then. His mouth kept moving, but his eyes flicked across my face, my shoulders, the way my hands had loosened from my cloak. The wind picked up, sliding fingers through my hair. The hood shifted back a little. I felt the edges of myself sharpen, the part of me I'd been keeping buried under soft skirts and castle conversations. Isabel, he said, slower, you look like you're about to give a verdict. Maybe I am, I said. I stepped closer until there were only a few feet between us. My back half turned to the trees so the shadows could hold me. What do you think would happen? I asked quietly, if someone tried to use you as a pawn. His brow creased. What? If someone decided you were the nobody worth sacrificing. I kept my voice even, so that the pack could see what kind of man you really are. He laughed, but there was a hitch in it. No one would dare, not once they saw the alternative I'm offering. They don't want another Red Moon disaster, Isabel. They'll choose me. And if they do, I asked, if they never get the chance to? Something flickered in his eyes, a small, wary spark. Of course they will, he said. You'll help them see, you're already helping, you wouldn't be here otherwise. I let the silence stretch. It took him a second too long to realize I wasn't agreeing. Isabel, he said, we're on the same side. Are we? I asked softly. The air cooled around my fingertips. I didn't lift my hands, I just let the power wake up, humming under my skin. My vision sharpened, edges going cleaner, clearer. I knew if anyone saw my face just then, they'd notice something not quite human in my eyes. Massine swallowed. His gaze darted to my hands, my throat, the tree line behind me, as if he could sense something he didn't understand. What are you doing? He asked. Listening, I said, making sure I really heard you. He tried to pull his shoulders back into arrogance. You heard me fine. This is how we fix things. You came here because you know he's dangerous. You of all people should. I came here. I cut in, voice low. I came here because I've seen what happens when no one stands in the way of a monster. His mouth closed with a click. The difference, I said, is that what lives in him, he fights it, every hour, every day. I've watched him wrestle with it until his hands shake. I've watched him apologize for things he barely remembers. I took one more step forward. The distance between us shrank to a breath. You, I went on, soft as a knife. The only thing you wrestle with is your own hunger for power, and you like it. You don't fight that at all. Massine's composure cracked. Be careful, he said. It was meant as a warning, it came out thin. Words like that can sound like treason if anyone else hears them. No one else is hearing them, I said. That's the point. He shifted his weight, eyeing the dark behind me like he suddenly remembered we were alone. What exactly are you, Isabel? He asked. The corner of my mouth twitched, more than you were smart enough to account for. I didn't give him time to argue. I let the magic rise properly now, a controlled, narrow line instead of a storm. It flowed from my chest to my arms, to the tips of my fingers. I shaped it the way I'd practiced 100 times on dead branches and rotten logs. Quick, clean, precise. No fire, no light show. Just a twist in the air, like something had been pulled through a knot. Massine stiffened. His eyes widened, confusion first, then fear. His mouth opened around my name or maybe a curse. No sound came out. For a heartbeat, we just stared at each other while the spell settled around his heart, squeezing, cutting, undoing. Then he dropped. There was no spray, no horror show. His knees buckled, his body folding sideways into the damp earth with a dull, final sound. The forest went very, very quiet. I stood there with my hands half raised, fingers still tingling, breathing fast through my nose. This wasn't like the rage that had exploded out of me in the woods after the fire. This was something else, a line drawn, not flung. I forced my fingers to unclench and lower. My legs felt shaky as I stepped closer and looked down at him. His face was frozen in that last expression, half disbelief, half outrage that the game hadn't gone his way. His eyes stared at nothing. His chest didn't move. "You were the wrong wolf to keep alive," I whispered, just loud enough for the roots to hear. My voice shook, but the words were steady. The practical part came next. I crouched and gripped his wrists, dragging his body a few inches to see how it moved. He was heavy, dead weight in the most literal sense. Every tug took effort. My shoulders burned with the strain. "Fine," I muttered under my breath. "You were heavy trouble when you breathed too." I pulled him deeper into the trees, feet sliding, boots digging into the ground. When my muscles started to shake too much, I let the magic take a portion of the weight, nudging his body along, lightening the drag just enough to keep going. We reached a low hollow ringed by old roots. I'd sat here once as a child, hidden under the twisting branches while I practiced small, harmless tricks. Tonight, it was going to hold something else. I knelt and pressed both palms flat against the damp earth. The forest knew me. It recognized the touch. The soil shivered under my hands. "Just a little," I murmured. "Not much, just enough to hide what doesn't belong." The roots stirred, twisting aside. The ground loosened where his shoulders would fall and where his legs would lie. It wasn't a big hole. It didn't need to be. It just needed to swallow one man and every whisper he might carry. I dragged him in, inch by inch, until he lay flat in the shallow cradle the earth had made. His eyes still stared up, so I leaned down and slid his lids shut with my thumb and forefinger. "Stay down," I said. Then I called the earth back. Soil slid over him. Roots stretched back into place. Fallen leaves drifted down from the branches above as if a wind had stirred them, though there was no breeze. After another minute, there was no sign anyone had ever lain there at all. I smoothed the top layer with my palm, brushing leaves into a natural scatter. If someone walked past, they'd see nothing but old trees and shadows. The forest went still. At a narrow stream on the way back, I stopped to wash my hands and forearms, even though there was no blood on them. The cold water bit at my skin, grounding me. I splashed my face, wiped the damp away with the hem of my cloak, checked my reflection in the ripples for any white flicker in my eyes. Just a tired woman looked back, a Luna in a dark cloak. I pulled the hood up again and headed toward the fortress lights. By the time I reached the gate, the evening had settled into its usual rhythm. Guard lines shifted. Someone laughed near the stable. Kitchen smells drifted through an open side door, stew, bread, smoke. "Luna," one of the guards called with an easy nod. "Bit late for a walk." "Couldn't sleep," I said, stepping through the gate. "Needed air." He chuckled. "Forest's good for that, long as it stays on the friendly side." I smiled like any other queen who would never dream of burying a traitor just beyond the line of sight. It stayed quiet for me. I walked across the yard, up the stairs, down the hallway. My shoes made the same small sounds they always did. No one looked twice. The next morning, light seeped between the shutters and laid a pale strip across the bed. Grayson was already up, pulling a tunic over his head when I blinked awake. His hair was damp. He'd been up long enough to wash. "Morning," he said when he saw my eyes open. "You slept hard." "So did you," I murmured. My limbs felt heavier for reasons that had nothing to do with dreams. "First time in days," he admitted, sitting on the edge of the bed to pull his boots on. "I think the training yesterday wore them out enough that no one tried to fight in their sleep." He laced the second boot, then glanced at me. You seemed better last night, less in your head. Did the forest walk help? Yes, I said. It wasn't entirely a lie. The air did what it always does. His smile softened. Good. Eat before you come down. Hannah will scold me if you start skipping meals. He kissed my temple and headed out, talking about patrol rosters as he went. The door shut. The latch clicked. The room felt bigger and smaller all at once. I got up, dressed, braided my hair. In the polished bit of metal we kept near the wall for a makeshift mirror, my face looked almost normal. Only my eyes knew too much. Downstairs, breakfast blurred by in a mix of reports and toasted bread. Grayson listened to a young wolf complain about sentry rotations. Hannah scolded a baker for burning loaves. I nodded where I was supposed to, offered a suggestion about swapping shifts so the night crew didn't always get the worst hours. No one mentioned massing. Not yet. He came up at midday. I was in the courtyard with Hannah, going over a list of supplies. They were planning to hang extra lanterns for the next market day, when a guard approached, scratching the back of his neck. Luna, he said, glancing at Hannah as if wanting backup. Yes, I asked. Have you seen Massine? He asked. He's not at morning drills. I checked the lower barracks. No one's seen him since, I think 3 nights ago, maybe 4, it's a blur. My stomach tightened. I kept my face easy. I haven't, I said. Why? He was supposed to check on a border watch yesterday. The guard frowned. Didn't show there either. Thought maybe the Alpha had him on some special errand. I don't. Grayson's voice cut in behind us. We turned. He was descending the steps from the hall, a rolled map in one hand. You don't what? Hannah asked. Have him on any errand, Grayson said, his brow creased. He missed drills. Yes, Alpha, the guard straightened, and border check. Grayson's frown deepened. That's not like him. He looked at me for a second, as if checking whether I found that statement odd too. I gave him the expression of a wife who had nothing to hide. He could have gone out early, I suggested, to clear his head. Without telling anyone, Grayson shook his head. He likes people to see him where he's meant to be. He turned back to the guard. Ask around. Check the usual places he talks his way into. If no one's seen him by evening, I want a group out checking trails. He might be drunk in a ditch for all we know, but I won't have a pack member lying broken out there because we forgot to look. Yes, Alpha, the guard hurried off. Grayson's jaw was tight when he faced me again. He's arrogant, not stupid, he muttered. It's not like him to vanish. I'm sure we'll find out where he went, I said quietly. I hope it's somewhere he can come back from, he replied. I had no answer for that. The search started just before sunset. From the wall walk, I watched groups of 3 and 4 slip out through the gate, some with torches, some with lanterns, all armed. Grayson walked with them to the edge of the trees, giving short instructions. Follow this path, check that bend in the river, don't chase tracks too far alone. I stood with Hannah, cloak drawn tight against the growing chill. You think he ran? Hannah asked under her breath. Massine, I mean. Why would he? I asked. She shrugged. Sometimes people get tired of being second. They see a shadow where they think a crown should be and decide to go find one somewhere else. Maybe, I said. But I knew he hadn't run, because I knew exactly where he lay, branches and roots pressed over him. Hours later, the searchers came back empty-handed. No tracks we can swear were his, one reported. Some broken branches, but that could be anyone. No blood, no signs of a fight. Could rogues have taken him? Another asked. They don't usually clean up that well, Grayson said grimly. If they did, they left nothing for us. Speculation buzzed through the yard. Maybe he went chasing glory on his own. Maybe he joined another pack. Maybe he slipped in the river. I said nothing, working alongside Hannah to get food handed out to the late returners, keeping my movements steady. Inside, the weight of what I'd done sat like a stone in my chest. He had been ready to trade lives for ambition. I'd removed that threat. That part I could believe in. The silence around it was the part that scraped. The days after that settled back into their cramped, busy rhythm. Morning at the high table, small crises, training in the yard, checklists with Hannah, Grayson's absence in the afternoons when he rode the borders himself to make up for the gap in his ranks. Masseen's name kept coming up in snatches. Still no sign. Maybe he's hiding. Maybe the red moon spooked him into finally leaving. By the third day, people stopped asking every hour and started dropping his name like a ghost in conversation. Someone put his spare armor away, muttering that there was no point leaving it on the rack. He was trouble, one young wolf said under his breath near the well, always talking like he'd run things better. Do not speak ill of the absent until you know they can't hear you, an older wolf snapped. And even then, pick your words. I filled my water bucket and walked away. Inside our chamber that night, Grayson leaned both hands on the window ledge, looking out at the dark forest. The next red moon was close enough now that the air had changed. There was a hum in the stone, in the way people moved. Everyone felt it, even if they didn't name it. You're quiet, I said, sitting on the edge of the bed and untying my shoes. So are you, he answered without turning. That's not an answer, I said. He huffed out a breath and dragged a hand through his hair. I don't like holes, he said finally. In patrol routes, in walls, in people. When someone goes missing, it feels like a crack we're all pretending not to see. He might have chosen this, I said, to leave. Maybe, Grayson turned then, leaning his shoulder against the stone. Or maybe something out there took him and we'll never know what. Either way, I don't like not knowing. He came to sit beside me, the mattress dipping under his weight. The moon will be red again soon, he added quietly. I can feel it. My wolf can feel it. I looked at his hands. They were steady right then, but I'd seen them shake. What are you afraid of this time? I asked. The same thing as always, he said with a humorless smile. That I'll hurt someone I'm supposed to protect. That I'll wake up with more holes in my memory and more blood I can't account for. His gaze lifted to mine. And that there won't be anyone strong enough or willing enough to stop me before it gets that far. Something in my chest tightened. You have people, I said. Pack, warriors, advisors. He shook his head. They'll follow me until the cliff's edge. That's what scares me. He shifted, lying back on the bed, then reached up and tugged gently until I lay beside him. His arm went around my shoulders. My head found the familiar place under his chin. He stared at the ceiling, voice low. If I ever become what I fear, he murmured, more danger than any rogue, more risk than any red moon can excuse, someone will have to stop me. He didn't say you. He didn't have to. His eyes, when he turned his head to look at me, held the question. My throat was thick. I couldn't promise him I would never stand against him. I also couldn't promise I would. So I did the only thing I could do. I reached up and cupped his cheek, thumb brushing the faint line of an old scar. Sleep, I said. We'll deal with what's real when it's in front of us, not ghosts in your head. He studied my face a moment longer, then nodded, closing his eyes. His breathing slowed gradually, his weight settling heavier against me as sleep dragged him under. I lay awake long after. The room was dark, the only light the faint glow of banked embers in the hearth. His words stayed in my ears. Someone will have to stop me. My fingers traced slow circles on the back of his hand, where it rested on my arm. I thought of the hollow in the forest where no one would ever find Masseen. I thought of the thing inside Grayson that wasn't greed, wasn't coldness, but could still destroy everything if no one stood between it and the world. I stared into the dark and knew, with a clarity I couldn't say out loud yet, that if that day came, there might not be anyone else but me. By the time the next red moon started creeping up, the talk in the fortress changed. You could feel it at breakfast. People still filled the high table, still reached for bread and eggs and steaming cups, but every conversation hooked back around to the same things. Patrol routes, gate hinges, who was on which wall at what time. Grayson's chair at the head of the table had new maps laid beside his plate. His jaw moved as he chewed, but his eyes kept flicking down to the inked lines as if the bread might suddenly turn into a border skirmish. "Road to the east is clear," one of the captains said, tapping a finger to the parchment. "No sign of rogues the last 2 nights." "Rogues don't always knock," Grayson answered. His voice sounded normal, but there was a flatness under it. "Double the patrol when the moon rises anyway." I sat at his right, hands wrapped around a warm cup. Hannah sat further down, quietly listening, her gaze skipping between him and me like she was checking how tightly we were both wound. No one spoke the words, "second red moon," directly to my face. They didn't need to. I heard it in the way they said "tonight," and "when it changes," and "keep the kids inside." After breakfast, the courtyard became a moving knot of preparation. Guards oiled blades, checked straps. Stable boys tightened reins and triple-checked gates. The blacksmith's hammer rang sharper than usual, like even the metal knew the sky was about to shift. I moved through it with a basket on my arm, handing out strips of cloth for bandages, extra leather ties, anything the healers and captains said they needed. People thanked me with tight smiles that didn't reach their eyes. A middle-aged packman with a graying beard caught my sleeve near the well. "My lady," he said, almost whispering, "you'll be staying in, "That's what your alpha asked of me," I said. "Tell me something on nights like this. Do you ever leave the gate open?" He snorted softly. "Only for fools and the dead. Best place is behind stone with doors barred. Red moons, they make everything sharp. Words teeth, rogues push harder, even good wolves feel wrong." He shrugged, eyes skimming the cloud-dimmed sky. "We keep kids close and tempers closer." "Does it happen often?" I asked. "This kind of moon?" "Not often enough to get used to," he said. "Often enough that no one forgets." I nodded like a Luna trying to understand her people's bad nights. Not like a witch counting down to a date she'd been walking toward since the night her life burned. "Thank you," I said. "Make sure your doors hold." He bowed and moved on. By midday, the fortress felt like it had pulled itself tighter. Fewer children ran underfoot. Most of the villagers had already gone back through the gates, arms full of last-minute supplies. The laughter I'd grown used to hearing around the cookfires was quieter, as if people were keeping any extra noise inside their own chests. In our chamber, Grayson paced. He had stripped down to a simple shirt and trousers to strap on armor more easily. The breastplate lay on the bed. His bracers were already buckled. His sword belt hung from the chair. He moved from window to table to door and back, like a wolf walking a cage it had walked too many times. The light from the window hit the side of his face, drawing out the shadows under his eyes. He looked like he hadn't slept well in days. He hadn't, not really. Every night he'd shifted in his dreams, hands clenching, breath hitching. "You're going to wear a path in the floor," I said softly, setting down a folded cloak. He stopped and looked at me, as if noticing I was their cost effort. "Sorry," he muttered. "I'm not good company before these nights." He stepped closer to the bed and grabbed the breastplate. His hands shook just enough for me to see. I reached out, covering one of them with my own. "Let me," I said. He hesitated, then turned, holding the plate in place while I tightened the straps from behind. The metal felt cold under my fingers. He felt warm through the thin cloth. "Everything okay?" I asked, keeping my voice light. "Tonight's a red moon," he said, not pretending with me. "We tighten things up." "That's not what I asked." He gave a humorless huff and stared at the wall. "It's worse the second time," he admitted. "The first night, you can pretend maybe it was just a bad stretch, a stronger pull. The second one reminds you there's a pattern." I finished with the last buckle and stepped around to face him. "Then we treat it like a pattern," I said. "You know what's coming, you plan for it, you did it last time." "Last time I almost," he cut himself off, swallowing. I remembered the way his wolf had turned on his own man. The way another packmate had slammed that man out of the way just in time. "You kept the border," I said instead. "You pushed them back." He didn't look convinced. We moved through the rest of the afternoon, like people marking tasks off a list they didn't really want to write. We checked in with the healers. We met with captains about rotation schedules. Hannah brought us a list of households closest to the walls to make sure the children there had someone who could keep them away from windows. I watched Grayson lean over the table with her, tracing names with his fingertip, muttering small adjustments. Every time his hand passed over a family he knew well, his jaw tightened. By early evening, the sky had started to thicken. The light outside shifted from gray to something with a strange undertone, as if someone had bled color into it at the edges. Back in our chamber, he fastened the last buckle, picked up his sword, and turned to me. "Isabel." The way he said my name made my stomach pull tight. "I told you once what I wanted from you on nights like this," he said. "I'm going to add something and you're not going to like it." "That doesn't sound promising," I said, trying for levity. It landed weakly. He stepped close, setting his hands on my shoulders. The weight of them was familiar and not at all reassuring. "There's something I never told anyone," he said slowly. "Not my beta, not my father when he was still alive. No one." I stilled. He drew in a breath like he was bracing for a blow. "When I was younger," he said, "it wasn't just strangers I hurt. One red moon night before I was alpha, my brother went out on patrol with me. He shouldn't have. He knew how I get. But he was stubborn and I was proud, and we both thought we could handle it." His eyes went somewhere else, past me, past the room. "I remember the beginning," he said. "The pull, the way the air thickened, the way my bones felt like they were too small for what lived under my skin. I remember shifting and rogues coming at us, and then—" He shook his head. "After that, there's nothing that makes sense," he murmured. "Just flashes, red, teeth, a shape on the ground, voices, someone dragging me away." I woke up in the keep with blood under my nails, and my brother gone. The room seemed to narrow around us. "They told me later there was no time to get a healer," he said. "That it was quick, that he died doing his duty. People said all the right words. They still look at me and see alpha and protector. But I know what I saw in the faces that washed the blood off me." He let out a shaky breath. "Fear, not of rogues, of me." I felt my jaw tighten, my fingers curling against his forearms. Pieces of different nights slid together behind my eyes. A young wolf brother, an old witch's trembling description of a force ripping through trees, the way the world had twisted the night my own home burned. He looked back down at me, as if waiting for me to step away. "I don't expect you to hear that and feel safe," he said hoarsely. I couldn't keep it in my own head anymore." I didn't step back. "Thank you for telling me," I said. My voice sounded too even to my own ears. "I'm sorry about your brother." He blinked, some tension loosening in his shoulders, but the weight didn't leave his eyes. "I should go," he said eventually. "If I don't check the walls one more time, the captains will think I've finally lost it." He stepped away, grabbed his cloak, slung it over the armor. At the door, he paused and looked back at me. "Please," he said quietly, "tonight just stay inside." I held his gaze and didn't answer. He took it as agreement because it was easier. Then he was gone, the door closing behind him with a soft click. For a moment, I just stood there, listening to the sound of his boots fade down the corridor. The room felt too still. The window looked out over courtyards that were already thinning of people. The light had gone almost metallic. I walked to the table, set my hands on the wood, and let my head fall forward for one slow breath. Then I straightened. I didn't touch the bolt on the door. I didn't even pretend this time. Instead, I moved to the center of the room and let the part of me I'd been keeping carefully hidden begin to uncoil. The change, when it comes, isn't a simple flip. It's a remembering. My skin cooled and then cracked along familiar lines, pale fissures threading across my arms and down my neck. My eyes burned, then went white, the world shifting into sharper edges and deeper shadows. My limbs elongated by degrees, fingers stretching, nails darkening. The simple castle dress bled into the shape of my black witch garment, fabric thickening and falling differently around me. If anyone had walked in just then, they would have screamed. No one walked in. When the last tremor passed, I took a breath. The air tasted different in this form, More truth, less pretense. I opened the door and slipped into the corridor. The torches along the walls burned a little lower than usual, their flames bent by drafts and nerves. Voices echoed faintly from distant rooms, orders, the clatter of armor, the thud of boots. I kept to side passages, letting my altered senses guide me away from human eyes. A sleepy servant came around a corner carrying a basket of linens. She glanced up, and in the moment before I ducked into an alcove, I smoothed my features, skin and eyes slipping back just enough to pass as a shadow. She yawned and kept going. At a side entrance near the base of the outer wall, a narrow door led to the yard. I eased it open and stepped out into air that already carried the wrong color. The red moon hung over the tree line, not fully risen yet, but high enough to stain everything with a faint, rusted glow. The stones under my bare feet felt colder than earlier. The yard was mostly empty now, only a few posted guards on the walls, silhouettes moving against the sky. I moved along the shadows of the wall until I reached the postern gate that opened toward the forest edge. The same gate I had used on the first red moon, when I'd only meant to watch. Tonight, watching wasn't enough. I slipped through and into the trees. The forest under a red moon was not the same forest I walked during the day. Branches seemed to lean closer. The air held a humming edge, like power waiting for somewhere to land. My witch senses rose to meet it, sharpening my hearing, laying invisible pathways under my feet. Howls drifted from deeper in, layered, rogue pack something between. Metal clanged. Branches snapped. I moved toward the noise. The first glimpse of him caught me just beyond a small ridge. I crouched behind a thick trunk and looked down on a rough clearing lit by moonlight and madness. Grayson's wolf form dominated the space. Huge, dark, fur bristling, teeth flashing as he ripped into a rogue that lunged too close. Other wolves, his pack, fanned out around him, driving the remaining rogues back toward the border. Their movements were practiced. Flank, feint, push. For a few breaths, it looked almost controlled. Brutal, but controlled. His wolf moved like something that knew exactly where to land its weight, how to break without wasting effort. Then something shifted. A rogue broke away and ran. One of Grayson's own packmates cut across to intercept, crossing too near his alpha's left side. Grayson's head whipped toward the movement. For a heartbeat, I saw recognition in those burning eyes. Then it was gone. His wolf spun and lunged, teeth bared, not at the fleeing enemy but straight toward his own man's exposed throat. I slapped a palm against the bark in front of me. Another pack wolf slammed into the target from the side at the last second, knocking him sprawling. Grayson's jaws snapped on empty air, closing on nothing with a force that would have broken bone if it had landed. His body hit the ground and skidded, claws tearing up soil as he tried to right himself. The sound that came out of him next wasn't a clean battle snarl. It was something frayed, shredded, like a mind tearing along with it. He shook his head hard, as if trying to dislodge something. For a moment, his eyes looked almost focused. Then another rogue came at him, and he tore it apart with a savagery that went beyond necessity. I pressed my back more firmly against the tree, my heart slamming. This wasn't just a strong wolf. This was a force that bent the air around it. The same wrongness that had rolled through the woods the night the sky over my village turned red. The same weight that had made the roots under my feet feel like they were pulling away, trying not to touch the earth that trembled under his steps. Every broken description from that old witch who'd survived, her hands shaking as she spoke of a shadow that wasn't just shadow, of a howl that made the world itself flinch, clicked into place in my chest. It was him. It had always been him. I could have stayed hidden again. I didn't. I stepped out from behind the tree and walked down toward the clearing. I didn't bother softening my form this time. The witch in me uncoiled fully, cracks brightening along my skin, dress darkening, hair lifting as if the very air around me were afraid to touch it. A rogue saw me first, snapping its head in my direction. It started to lunge, then thought better of it as the magic around me flared. It skittered sideways instead, caught between fear of the massive alpha wolf and the pale, cracked thing walking down the slope. "Grayson," I shouted. His wolf head jerked toward the sound. For a half-second, his gaze passed right over me, eyes unseeing as if I were just another shape. Then the smell of me reached him, my scent, threaded through with smoke and herbs and something older. His ears flattened. He snarled, a sound that carried no recognition. He charged. I flung out a hand. The magic that surged outward wasn't pretty. It was blunt and hard, a wall of force slamming into a body that weighed more than any human. He hit it mid-leap and went sideways, crashing into a tree with a crunch that made the trunk shudder. Bark rained down. He shook himself and came at me again. "Stand down," I snapped, more to the power inside him than to him himself. He didn't. The clearing became a storm. He lunged, claws ripping up earth. I threw up barriers of invisible force, each impact sending a jolt up my arms. Roots rose at my call, thick tendrils twisting up from the ground to grab his legs. He tore through 2, 3, 4, shredding them like vines instead of the living wood they were. Other wolves circled, unsure whether to intervene. A few lowered themselves, whining, recognizing witch power and not wanting to be caught in it. "Grayson," I shouted again, voice raw. "Stop." He didn't stop. He couldn't. He slammed into a barrier so close this time that his teeth snapped inches from my face. The heat of his breath washed over me, rank with blood and effort. His eyes were bright and blank, entirely feral. I pushed back. A burst of force flung him across the clearing. He hit a boulder, slid, struggled to his feet again, lower now, panting. I stepped forward, power humming along every cracked line in my skin. The trees at the edge of the clearing shivered, leaves hissing as if in warning. He sprang again. I met him halfway. This time, instead of throwing him aside, I let him come close, too close. His claws raked the air inches from my shoulders. His teeth snapped near my throat. I smelled blood, sweat, metal, wildness. Underneath it all, another scent threaded through. Mate, home. The smell of a man who had held me while I fell asleep, who had taken bread from my hand in the training yard, who had stood barefoot in our chamber confessing his worst fear. Something in his wolf form stuttered. He landed badly, stumbled, shook his head hard. For the first time, his eyes flickered. The pure red edge in them dimmed for a heartbeat, and I saw confusion there. "Grayson," I said quietly, stepping closer despite every instinct screaming at me to stay away. "Look at me, really look." He stared, sides heaving, paws digging into the torn earth. The crackling glow around my skin reflected in his eyes, mingling with moonlight. Recognition slipped in. He made a sound that wasn't quite a growl anymore. Then the shape of him started to change. Fur flowed back into skin, limbs twisted, shortened. Bones reset. It was rougher than a normal shift. I could see the strain in every motion. When it was over, he was on his knees in the dirt, human again, chest bare, armor lost somewhere in the chaos, hair tangled and damp with sweat. He looked up at me like he'd never seen me before. "Isabel," he rasped. What are you doing out here? What are you?" The pack wolves hung back at the edges, low to the ground, eyes wide. No one came closer. The clearing belonged to us. I looked down at my own hands, still cracked and pale, fingers tipped in darkened nails, then back at him. "I'm not what you thought," I said. "I'm not a wandering human who lost her people on the road." He shook his head, as if trying to clear it. His gaze dragged over my changed face, the streaks of light in the cracks. "You're a witch." "Yes," I said, "I am." His expression crumpled. "You lied to me," he whispered. "Yes," I said again, "I did." He pushed himself up, swaying a little, until he was standing in front of me. His hands trembled at his sides. "Why?" he asked. His voice was raw in a way that had nothing to do with the fight. "Why would you come here like that? Why would you come to my gate, sleep under my wall, marry me, if you were this?" The night I'd been holding at bay, since I pitched my first tent, snapped fully into place behind my eyes. "I didn't come because I was lost," I said. I came because my home was already gone." I took a breath. The words tasted like smoke and old ash. "On a red moon night not long ago, I was out in the forest with the younger witches," I said. "We were practicing small spells, nothing that would make the trees shake. The sky went wrong while we were gone, red in a way it shouldn't have been." I could still feel the way the air had tightened that night, the way the ground had seemed to hum with something that wasn't ours. "When we came back," I went on, "the village was burning, houses torn apart. The air smelled like blood and splinters. My parents were on the ground, the elders, most of the old ones." My voice stayed steady. My hands didn't. He stared at me, eyes widening. "An old witch survived," I said. "She had gone out on the edge of the trees for her own practice, and she saw what came through before the fire spread. Not clearly, not like we're seeing each other now, but she felt it." I stepped closer, closing the last distance between us until I could see every small tremor in his face. "She felt a force tearing through the woods," I said slowly. "A wolf shape too big, too wild, not just a beast, something that made the world bend around it. She said the air turned inside out wherever it stepped. She said it howled and the trees shook, and the ground under her feet felt like it wanted to pull away." He shook his head minutely. "There are many wolves," he said. It sounded weak even to him. "She had sensed one like it before," I said. "At a distance, near a border patrol. She didn't see faces then either. But magic remembers weight, Grayson. It remembers the way some things land in the world. The aura, the shape of a presence." My chest felt tight, like my ribs were shrinking around my heart. "When she crawled back into what was left of the village," I said, "she told the elders it was the same weight she'd felt once when a patrol from this region's pack passed near the outer trees. The same bend in the air, the same wrongness under a red moon." His knees wobbled. He sank back down into the dirt as if his legs had finally decided to give up. The clearing went quiet. Even the remaining wolves stilled. "The elders gathered that night," I said. "Those who could still stand. They argued. Some wanted to curse your whole line. Some wanted to send others to attack your walls. In the end, they did something else." I knelt in front of him, cracked hands resting lightly on my thighs. "They poured their power into me," I said. "Old strength, piece by piece, until I thought my bones would split. They told me to go to the fortress whose alpha carried that weight, to get close, to watch with my own eyes. If it wasn't you, I would see that. If it was, I would be near enough to stop you when the sky turned red again." His voice was barely a sound. "The night you came here," he whispered, "with ash on your skin." "Yes," I said. "I walked out of the smoking woods and followed your walls and pitched my tent at your gate. I told you I was lost because in a way I was, just not the way you thought." He swallowed hard. "All this time," he said, "you've been measuring me." "Yes," I said, because there was no soft way to say it. "And if I had turned out to be what you expected," he said, eyes searching my face, "you would have killed me." The word hung between us, heavy. "I came here with an intention I didn't say out loud," I answered. "To bring down the alpha whose power tore through my home if he proved to be the same force." I held his gaze. "Everything changed because the man I met didn't match the monster I'd carried in my head, but that doesn't erase what happened." He closed his eyes for a moment. When he opened them again, they were wet. "My brother," he whispered. "Your parents, your people, all of it, the same curse chewing through different nights." "Your curse," I agreed, "and my loss." He let out a sound that wasn't quite a sob, more like something breaking in his chest. "I remember flashes," he said. "I don't remember faces. I see blood and trees and—" He cut himself off, jaw trembling. "But it doesn't matter if I remember. I carried it. I did it, whether I wanted to or not." The red moon burned overhead, watching. I reached out and set my hand lightly over his. "I love the man who held a fevered child's hand in the courtyard," I said quietly. "The man who made sure no one slept on stone before winter. The one who told me he wanted someone to call him out if he ever became a danger to his own people." His fingers tightened around mine, as if he were drowning, and I was the last thing to hold. "But I can't pretend the rest never happened," I said. I can't say I forgive you like I'm washing soot off my hands. I don't know if I ever will. He flinched as if I'd struck him, then nodded once, slowly. Thank you, he said hoarsely, for not lying. We stayed like that for a breath, 2, 3. Then something in him shifted. He let go of my hand and pushed himself up, swaying. The light from the red moon carved hollows into his face. I told you once, he said, voice scraping, that if I ever became what I feared, someone would have to stop me. Yes, I said. His eyes went distant, past me, toward the darker line of trees beyond the clearing. I think, he said slowly, I already have been, for a long time. I just didn't see all the places the pieces fell. Grayson. He took a step back. I don't know how to carry this and still stand in front of them, he said, jerking his chin toward the invisible line of the fortress. My pack, your people, our child if we ever, his voice broke. He shook his head sharply. I won't let them live under an alpha who might tear them apart the next time the sky shifts. I stepped toward him. We can find a way to control it. The witches. The witches sent you to stop me, he cut in, quiet but fierce. They were right to be afraid, and you were right to come. Before I could answer, his body blurred. Fur rippled out over his skin again, bones stretching, limbs lengthening. In a breath, the man was gone and the great dark wolf was back, standing on the torn earth, chest heaving. Grayson, I shouted. He looked at me one last time. There was apology there, and something like relief. Then he spun and ran. Grayson! I stumbled after him, branches whipping against my arms as I pushed through the trees. He didn't look back again. The ground sloped downward. The trees thinned. I felt the shift in the air before I saw the open space, the edge. By the time I broke out of the tree line, he was already there. The cliff's edge dropped off into blackness, the forest falling away into a gorge that swallowed sound. The red moon hung above it, watching like an unblinking eye. Grayson's wolf stood at the brink, paws toes from nothing. Stop, I screamed, my voice tearing in my throat. Grayson, don't you dare. He turned his head. For a heartbeat, the world narrowed to the space between his eyes and mine. In that look, I saw everything at once. The boy who had lost a brother and never forgiven himself, the alpha who had carried a pack and a curse, the man who had learned to laugh again in a stone courtyard, the wolf who had torn lives apart under skis he couldn't control. I saw his love for me. I saw his horror at himself. I saw his decision. Please, I whispered. We'll find another way. Don't do this. He dipped his head, a small, broken gesture that felt like a bow and an apology and a goodbye all at once. Then he leaped. His body arced out into the open air, dark against the red-lit sky. For a moment, he hung there, weightless. Then gravity remembered him. Grayson, I screamed, running to the edge. The gorge swallowed him. For a second, I saw a flash of fur and motion as he tumbled, then the darkness took him. The sound of impact was distant, muffled, a dull, final thud that still managed to punch the breath out of my chest. I dropped to my knees at the cliff's lip, fingers digging into the cold stone. The red moon glared down, painting my cracked hands the color of dried blood. The only thing that moved was my shoulders as the scream tore itself out of my throat and went nowhere, shredded by the wind and the distance between the woman on the cliff and the man who wouldn't be climbing back up. The scream was still tearing out of my throat when my body decided it was done staying upright. I dropped onto my hands and knees at the cliff's edge, fingers scraping stone. For a heartbeat, all I could hear was my own breath, ragged and loud, and the echo of that dull, distant thud rolling up from the dark. No more movement below, no sound. Grayson. His name came out in pieces. The red moon glared down, washing the rocks in a sick light. The cracks along my witch skin pulsed, bright and raw, then dimmed as if the power inside me had flared too hard and now wanted to fold in on itself. I couldn't stay there, not frozen on the lip of the world while he lay somewhere below. I forced my mind to narrow, down there, find him, bring him home. My witch form slipped away in shivers. The cracks in my skin pulled together. My eyes burned as white bled back to normal. My limbs tightened back into human shape. My black witch dress thinned, reshaping into the dark, dirt-smeared gown I'd been wearing when I left our chamber. It felt like shrinking into something too small, but I needed human hands and human grip. "Move," I whispered to myself. I turned and found a path, a jagged trail of stone shoulders and ledges clinging to the cliff face. It wasn't really a path, just less steep places pretending they knew how to be safe. I swung my legs over the edge. The first drop burned my palms. Stone bit into my skin as I lowered myself to the next ledge. My foot slid on loose grit, my knee slammed into rock. Pain flashed bright. I swallowed it. One ledge, then another. The red light bled slowly out of the sky as I climbed, fatting toward the ashy gray of almost dawn. The moon sank lower, its edge snagged on the trees. Every time I glanced up, the color had thinned that much more. Once my hand slipped entirely. My stomach lurched as my body jolted sideways, weight swinging out into empty air. For a moment my feet scrabbled, found nothing. "No," I hissed, fingers clawing at the stone. A root jutted out of the cliff wall near my shoulder. I grabbed it in both hands, gritting my teeth as my shoulders screamed. For a second, I tasted the urge to reach for witch power, to make the rock itself rise and catch me. I didn't. No flares. No more bending the world when I was this tired. I hooked a boot back onto a lip of stone and hauled myself in. My breath came in rough gasps, fogging in the cold. The cliff face scratched lines across my arms and shins. Dirt mixed with the dried streaks of wolf blood already on my dress. Down, just keep going down. The sounds from above faded, the distant barking of orders on the walls, the occasional howl answering nothing. The world narrowed to stone under my fingers, stone under my feet, stone waiting below. By the time the ground finally flattened, my legs shook. I half stumbled the last few feet, boots sliding over loose rocks, and then I was there at the bottom of the drop, staring at a tangle of broken branches and shadow. He lay a few steps away. For a second I couldn't move. My body just stopped. His wolf form had vanished with the fall. Grayson lay on his back among the rocks as a man, bare chest streaked with dirt, trousers torn at the knee. One arm was flung out, palm up, fingers slightly curled as if he'd tried to reach for something in the last breath and missed. He should have looked ruined. He didn't. There were bruises, yes, livid colors already rising on his ribs, blood at the corner of his mouth, a cut near his temple where his head had met stone, but nothing open, nothing I couldn't look at. His face was strangely peaceful. No tension in his jaw, no lines bracketing his mouth, no faint pinch between his brows like the one that had been there even when he laughed with me in the courtyard. For the first time since I'd met him, all the fight had gone out of his features. "Grayson," I whispered, stumbling the last steps and dropping beside him. The rocks dug into my knees. I didn't care. I touched his cheek with shaking fingers. His skin was already too cool for the end of a long, hot night. I pressed my fingers to his throat anyway, against the place where I'd felt his heartbeat so many times when I'd curled under his arm in bed. Nothing. No thud, no slow, stubborn rhythm. Just stillness. Something in my chest folded. "I told you we'd find another way," I said, voice coming out thin. "You stupid, stubborn wolf, I told you we could try." The words fell on ears that would never twitch again. For a while I just knelt there, palm on his cheek, the rough stubble scraping my skin in a way that made it worse. Tears burned behind my eyes. I blinked them back once, twice, and they spilled anyway, splashing onto his chest and the rocks. I wanted to stay right there and let the gorge swallow me too. I couldn't. He had jumped thinking he was protecting them, from himself, from his curse. If I left him here, the pack would wake to rumors, to the shape of a loss they couldn't touch. No body, no goodbye, no proof he hadn't run. He deserved better than to vanish into a story. So did they. "So we do the hard thing," I murmured, wiping my face with the back of my wrist. We always do the hard thing. I slid my hands under his shoulders. His body was heavy and limp, dead weight in the cruelest literal way. My muscles screamed as I tried to lift. "Come on," I breathed. "Help a little, would you?" He didn't, of course. My back spasmed. I bit down on a curse, shifted my grip, and dragged instead, scooting his body inch by inch over the rocks until I had him clear of the worst of the jagged edges. I could have shaped the ground, smoothed the way with a sweep of power, made the rocks roll aside and cradle him. I didn't trust myself to spend that much magic without it showing. Not tonight. Not when the world already felt shredded thin. So I did it almost the human way. Almost. When the slope back up toward the fortress started, I let a small thread of power slide into my hands. Not enough to make anything glow, just enough to ease the pull, to make him feel a little lighter than a full-grown alpha male ought to. To anyone watching, it would have looked like a woman dragging her dead husband home, because no one else was there to do it. Step, drag, breathe. Step, drag, breathe. The sky lightened above the cliffs, red washing into bruised purple, then into a tired gray. My arms trembled. My palms burned. My shoulders throbbed in time with my heartbeat. I talked to him to keep myself from stopping. "You were supposed to stay on the cliff," I muttered. "You were supposed to let me yell at you and drag you back to the fortress and argue in council about what to do. That was the plan in my head. You killed my plan, you know that." My boot slipped on a patch of loose gravel. I grunted and dug my heel in, regaining my footing. "At least you didn't try to tear anyone's throat out on the way down," I said. Breath hitching on something that wasn't quite a laugh. "Small mercies, Alpha." The word stabbed as soon as it left my mouth. I set my jaw and kept going. By the time the outer wall came into view in the dim light, my body felt like it had been rolled under a wagon. My throat was raw from ragged breathing. My dress was torn where rocks had bitten through. My hands were an ugly mix of blisters, raw patches, and drying blood. The postern gate loomed ahead. Guards stood there, silhouettes the color of ash, heads turned toward the forest as if listening for trouble that had already happened. One of them saw us first. "Alpha," he started, then the word broke. I saw his face change, confusion flipping to horror. "Open the gate," he shouted, voice cracking. "Now." The heavy wood creaked and swung in, and then everything was noise. Boots thudding, voices shouting, a howl splitting the morning air, picked up and echoed by others along the walls. I stumbled through the gate, fingers numb around Grayson's shoulders, and the world crowded in. Hands grabbed at me. Someone took his weight from my arms. My knees buckled without him to anchor me. I dropped to the cobbles and barely caught myself. "He jumped," I heard myself say, the words thin and distant. "Off the cliff. I brought him back." Faces swam above me, guards, servants, pack members, some I knew, some I'd seen only in passing. Their expressions blurred together, shock, grief, raw animal panic. "Get him inside," one of the captains barked, voice breaking on the last word. "Now, now." They lifted him, 3 men under his body, 1 at his feet, moving as if he might still jolt and catch an arm if they were careless. Old habits, hard to let go. As they carried him toward the inner doors, a long, low howl rose from somewhere near the training yard. It wasn't a call to battle or a challenge. It was morning. Others answered from the walls, from the barracks, from the village beyond the gate. The sound rolled over the stone like a wave, making my chest hurt. A hand appeared in front of my face. "Come on," Hannah said, her voice rough. "Up." I looked up at her. Her eyes were red-rimmed already, though she was biting back her own tears. "I can walk," I said. My voice didn't sound like mine. "Good," she said. "Do it in a straight line, then." She helped haul me to my feet and kept a hand on my elbow as we followed the small procession carrying Grayson through the yard. People poured out of doorways along the way, stopping whatever morning tasks they'd started. A woman with flour on her hands, a boy still half asleep in a too big shirt, an older man with a broom in one hand and his other over his mouth. "The Alpha," someone whispered. "No, no, no." Inside, they laid him on a table in one of the larger side halls, not the Great Hall, but a space big enough for people to gather. Lanterns were lit even though dawn light pierced the high, narrow windows. The combined glow washed everything in a soft, uneven gold. The men stepped back once he was settled. For a long moment, no one moved. Then the sound came. Not the disciplined howls of the walls, not the distant echo from the village. This was closer, smaller, messier. A wolf near the back of the room shifted, body collapsing into human as he stumbled forward on shaking legs. His eyes were already wet. He fell to his knees beside the table and grabbed Grayson's hand, pressing it to his forehead. Others followed. Some made it all the way to the table and leaned over, pressing lips to his knuckles, his shoulder, his brow. Others couldn't get past the doorway and sank there instead, backs to the wall, faces in their hands. I stood by the foot of the table and watched. Some people looked at me with pure sympathy, others with something else, confusion, a flicker of suspicion. I had been with him. I had brought him back. No one knew exactly how. No one asked, not yet. Hannah hovered at my side, hand between my shoulder blades, as if she was ready to catch me if my legs decided they were done. He looked, wrong, there on the table, surrounded by the living, like someone had taken a piece of the fortress and hollowed it out. A voice cut through the noise. "We need to tend him," one of the older women said. Healer, her hands already steady. "Wolves or not, he doesn't lie there like he just came in from patrol." That broke the freeze. People started moving. Someone went to fetch water. Another ran for clean cloths. A carpenter, face ashen, muttered that he'd gather wood. The word coffin floated through the air and made my stomach twist. "I'll do it," I heard myself say. Heads turned. "Do what?" the healer asked. "Prepare him," I said, stepping closer to the table. "Clean him, dress him, I'll need help, but—" My throat squeezed. "He's my husband. I'm not leaving that to someone else." For a moment there was silence. Then the healer nodded. "All right," she said gently. "Hannah and I will help the rest of you out. Give them space." There was some protesting. People who wanted to stay, to keep their hands on him a few breaths longer. But eventually the room thinned, leaving just the three of us and Grayson's still body. Hannah closed the doors. The healer brought bowls of warm water, stacks of cloth, a small vial of oil that smelled faintly of herbs and smoke. "We'll keep it simple," she said quietly. "He never liked fuss." "No," I agreed. My voice sounded far away. "He didn't." We worked in silence. I wiped dirt from his face, tracing the line of his jaw with a cloth, smoothed his hair back from his forehead the way I had so many nights before sleep, cleaned the dried blood from the corner of his mouth with hands that wouldn't stop shaking. Every now and then my breath hitched, but I kept going. "Did you fight?" Hannah asked once, barely above a whisper. "Out there?" "Yes," I said, "but the last fight was his." She swallowed and didn't ask more. We dressed him in clean clothes, simple but well-made trousers and a dark shirt, the kind he'd worn on days when he wanted to look like an alpha without looking like a carved statue. I fastened the buttons with slow, careful fingers and smoothed the fabric over his chest. "I'm sorry," I murmured under my breath, words for him alone. "I'm sorry I didn't find a way first. I'm sorry I didn't drag you away from that cliff sooner. I'm sorry I didn't. I'm just sorry, you stubborn man." The healer pretended not to hear. When we were done, he looked less like a fallen warrior and more like someone who had lain down after a long day and forgotten to wake up again. Outside, hammers started up, measured, harsh beats as the coffin took shape. Each strike felt like it landed somewhere between my ribs. By midday, the council called. I didn't want to leave him. It felt like turning my back on a wall that had already cracked once. But Hannah touched my shoulder. "You have to go," she said softly. "They'll be deciding things. About you, about the pack. He'd be furious if you let them do it without your voice in the room." She was right. So I went. The council chamber felt smaller than usual, even though the same number of bodies filled it. Elders, captains, a few key wolves who'd always hovered near decisions. The air tasted dry. I took my place at the table because no one else knew where to put me, not beside an alpha anymore, not at the simple bench, somewhere in between. "Luna," one of the elders began and hesitated over the word. "My lady, we need to speak plainly." "Then do it," I said. "I don't have the strength to walk circles today." A murmur ran around the table. An older man with iron in his hair cleared his throat. "The pack is without an alpha," he said. "Grayson left no appointed successor. There is no brother to stand in his stead. His child is not yet." He stopped, words catching on the gap where no child existed yet. "We've done without before for short times," another elder said quickly. "But wolves need a center, a point to turn around. Without that, fear grows." Hannah sat along the wall, hands folded tightly in her lap. Her eyes never left my face. "So you need someone to lead until you choose another alpha," I said. "Or until the pack decides it can't stand under one at all." A few men shifted in their seats, uncomfortable with the idea of no alpha. "And what of you?" one asked bluntly. "Without an alpha, can there be a queen, a Luna? You came from nowhere, my lady. We respect what you did here, what you have done. But our ways—" "Your ways say an alpha's mate stands with him," another elder cut in. "And when he falls, his mate doesn't vanish." The first elder shot him a look. "This isn't about—" "It is," the second said. "We've all seen how she's worked these weeks. She's no noble-born princess. That might be the best thing about her. The people know her. They trust her. You ask if she can be queen without an alpha. I ask if we can afford to throw away the only person who's been holding half of this together while he fought himself." Their voices blurred in my ears, a low rumble thrown back and forth. Some argued that the Luna's place was beside a living alpha, not alone on a throne that wasn't really hers. Others insisted that without some steady hand, the pack would tear itself apart, especially with rogues watching the borders and rumors already whispering about Massine's disappearance. My name slid in and out of the sentences, like a stone, passed from palm to palm. Through it all, I sat and listened, exhausted beyond anger. When they paused, I spoke. "I don't care what word you use," I said quietly. "Queen, Luna, regent, widow. It doesn't matter to me what you call me, as long as the pack eats, the borders hold, and no one forgets that the man you lost gave up everything because he was terrified of what he might do to you next time the sky turned red." The room stilled. "You think I want a crown more than I want him back?" I asked. The words came out sharper than I intended. "I would trade every title you invented for one chance to drag him away from that cliff and make him listen." I forced myself to breathe. "But he jumped," I said. "He's not coming back, and whether you like it or not, your people already come to me with their problems. They already listen when I speak, so let's stop pretending this is about custom." "What is it about then?" one of the captains asked. "Fear," I said simply. "Yours, theirs, mine. You're afraid of falling apart. I'm afraid of failing them. They're afraid of waking up tomorrow with no one at the center of this place at all. So here is my offer. I stay. I do what I've already been doing, listening, helping, speaking for those who have no voice in this room, until your pack decides what shape it wants to take without him. If you want to call that queen, fine. If you want to call it woman who holds things together with fraying thread, fine." Silence. Then, slowly, the second elder nodded. "Spoken like someone we should have listened to earlier," he said. The first elder sighed. "Very well," he murmured. "The pack needs stability. We can fight about titles later. For now, we agree that she stays in this seat. We agree that those who would challenge that can bring their arguments here, not to the yard." Murmurs of assent. Just like that, without a formal word, the decision settled. Not a coronation, not a grand pronouncement. Just tired men agreeing that the woman who had dragged their alpha home from a gorge could sit at the table and keep doing what she'd already been doing. The days that followed did not pass quickly. They marched. Morning to night, night to morning. I woke every time in the bed that suddenly felt 3 sizes too big. I lay there for a few breaths with my hand on the empty space where his body should have been, and then I got up. I met with patrol leaders, listening to their reports of rogues testing the borders, of strange movements in the outer woods. I walked the walls with captains, staring out at the tree line and forcing my voice to stay steady when I gave orders. I visited the kitchens to make sure no one was hoarding food or starving themselves in grief. I stood in the yard while young wolves practiced, their movements a little sharper than usual, as if they were hitting the air for him. Sometimes, mid-sentence, my mind flipped back to the image of him falling. I'd lose my place. My hand would curl into a fist. I'd swallow hard and pick up again. People watched me closely at first, waiting for me to crack. I didn't. I couldn't afford to. The coffin took shape under the carpenter's hands. It wasn't grand. It was solid and clean and lined inside with soft cloth. Hannah and I placed it in a lower chamber where the air stayed cool, and the walls felt thick enough to hold any noise we didn't want spilling onto the yard. We laid him inside together. "Too small for you," I muttered under my breath as we settled his body. "You always needed extra space." Hannah snorted, then covered her mouth as if she was ashamed to laugh. "He'd be furious if he heard you," she whispered. "He'd pretend to be," I said. "Then he'd tell you I was right." She looked away quickly, blinking hard. Grief doesn't land all at once. It comes in thin, mean slices. One of them cut into me a few days later. I was in the middle of a conversation with a young tracker about adjusting patrol routes when the yard shifted sideways. The edges of my vision dimmed. My stomach flipped. "I'm sorry," I said abruptly. "Give me a moment." The tracker's face blurred. His words turned to mush. My knees decided they didn't care about holding my weight anymore. Hands caught my arms before I hit the cobbles. "Isabel," Hannah's voice said sharply somewhere near my left ear. Hey, look at me." I blinked, trying to pull my focus together. The world swam back into shape in pieces. The worried eyes of the tracker, the gray sky over the yard, Hannah's face too close. "I'm fine," I said automatically. Just stood too fast." "You were already standing," Hannah said. "Come sit now." She steered me to a bench along the wall and pushed me down gently. My heart hammered against my ribs. My skin felt too hot and too cold all at once. A healer appeared at Hannah's shouted call. She was the same woman who had helped wash Grayson's body. Her hands were as steady now as they had been then. "What happened?" she asked, laying 2 fingers along my wrist. "Nothing," I said. "I just forgot to eat." Hannah gave me a look that said she'd heard that excuse too many times in the last week. "You've forgotten to eat a lot lately," she said. The healer hummed low. "Any pain?" she asked. "Dizziness before this, nausea." "Some," I admitted, tired of pretending. "Mostly in the mornings. I thought it was just grief." She pressed her fingers gently against my lower stomach. Her expression shifted into something unreadable. "Lie back for a moment," she said. I frowned but did as she asked, stretching out carefully along the bench. She moved her hands with practiced care, feeling along the line of my abdomen, pausing here and there. Hannah hovered behind her, chewing on her lower lip. "Well," she asked finally, unable to help herself. The healer sat back on her heels and looked at me. "You're not just forgetting meals," she said softly. "You're carrying." It took a second for the word to land. "Carrying what?" I asked stupidly. She smiled, a small, tired thing. "A child," she said. "Grayson's child. Only a little way along, but it's there. Strong enough that your body is starting to shift around it." The yard noises blurred out. I stared at her, words gone. Hannah's hand flew to her mouth. "Oh," she breathed. "Oh." For a moment, all I could feel was the bench under my back, rough wood against my fingers, and the sudden, strange awareness of my own body. The places where things felt different, tender, as if something inside had quietly started building a future while the rest of me was busy trying not to fall apart. A child. His child. "Are you sure?" I whispered. "Yes," the healer said. I've checked enough women to know. We'll need to watch you, make sure you rest more, eat more. But you're strong. So far, the little one feels determined. The word hit me in the same place. His name always did. Determined, of course. News like that doesn't stay in one corner of a yard for long. By evening, it had spread through the fortress. Whispers turned into open talk. The Luna is carrying the Alpha's child. There will be an heir. Grayson left us a piece of himself. Even the ones who had grumbled in council about my place fell quiet when they saw me after that. A few bowed deeper. Some simply nodded with a new kind of respect. Others brought food. Bowls of stew appeared in my path, plates of bread, a wedge of cheese wrapped in cloth and left on my table with no note. Every time my stomach turned away, Hannah's glare turned it back. Eat, she ordered. If not for you, for the tiny wolf you're building. I did not agree to build anything, I muttered once, pushing a piece of bread around my plate. You did, she said. You just weren't paying attention at the time. Despite everything, a laugh escaped me then. It sounded rusty, but it was real. Life in the fortress shifted again. The questions about whether I could be queen without an alpha dulled under the weight of a quieter, simpler truth. The alpha's blood was still here. In me, growing. No one said it outright, but I saw it in their faces. She must stay, because the future alpha is under her ribs. Hannah became my shadow. She reminded me to drink water, pulled me away from long meetings when she saw my eyes glaze, walked with me through the yard in the evenings when the weight of the day felt too much. One night, after a long council with captains about new border strategies, I sat on the edge of my bed, head in my hands, and said without thinking, he died because he couldn't bear himself anymore. Hannah, who was in the middle of folding a blanket near the foot of the bed, stilled. What do you mean? She asked quietly. I looked up at her. She'd been there through everything, but she still didn't know the shape of the thing he'd been fighting, not really. For years, I said slowly, he carried something inside him that he couldn't control on certain nights. You've seen pieces of it. The way he went quiet before red moons, the way he paced. He hated it, hated the holes in his memory, hated the fear in other people's eyes when they remembered what he'd done once. Hannah's eyes softened. She came to sit beside me. He never told us the whole of it, she said. We knew there were accidents, that his brother, she stopped, looking down. But he always tried so hard to be better in the daylight. I thought maybe that was enough. It wasn't enough for him, I said. He couldn't forgive himself, and when he understood how far it had reached, I swallowed. He couldn't stand under the weight of it anymore, so he stepped off the edge. Telling her the words felt like pushing something heavy out of my mouth. I didn't mention the witches, or the village, or the fact that I had gone to that fortress ready to end him if he didn't jump first. She didn't need those pieces, not yet. Hannah's hand found mine. I'm so sorry, she whispered. I am too, I said. Sorry for him, for them, for everyone who loved him, for everyone who feared him, for me. We sat together in the quiet, our joined hands resting over the place where a tiny, determined life had decided to plant itself. Sleep did not come easily after that. Most nights, I lay on my back, staring at the ceiling, watching the play of shadow and lantern light on the stones. My hand drifted, without my permission, to my stomach. I'm sorry, I whispered to the child growing there. I'm sorry your father couldn't stay. I'm sorry I didn't find a way to keep him. I'm sorry you'll only know him through stories and the way people look when they say his name. Guilt and grief braided together inside me until I couldn't tell one from the other. After several nights like that, something in me snapped in a different direction. I couldn't stay in that bed forever with only my own thoughts and the empty space beside me. I needed answers I couldn't get from stone walls and patrol reports. I needed witches. I have to go to my people, I told Hannah one morning as she brushed my hair back from my face, trying and failing to tame the tangles. She frowned. Your people, she asked. You mean your nomads? The lie tasted stale in my mouth now. My old people, I said instead, keeping my voice gentle. The ones who raised me before the road, they'll know what to do for this. I placed my hand over my stomach. Her expression softened. You can't go far, she said immediately. Not alone. I won't, I lied. I'll be careful, it's only for a day or two. I'll come back, I promise. She searched my face for a long moment, then nodded. Fine, she said, clearly not liking it. But you tell the captains you're leaving, and you let at least one patrol know which direction you're going, in case you don't come back when you say. They'll think I'm going to see nomads, I said quietly. Relatives. Maybe you are, she replied. Just different ones. Her eyes were sharper than I gave her credit for. I told the captains I needed to visit the people who had been my family before the fortress, to ask advice about carrying a child without losing my mind entirely. There were some raised brows, some protest, but in the end they let me go. Maybe they thought I needed air beyond the walls. They weren't wrong. I left through the same gate I'd first walked into as a lost traveler, cloak around my shoulders, boots steady on the morning frost. The forest felt different with a child inside me. Every step came with a faint awareness of the life I carried, the way my body shifted around it, the way the world seemed to lean in, listening. I followed the now familiar path deeper, past the places where patrols turned back, past the ridge where I'd watched Grayson fight, past the scarred trees that still remembered the first red moon night. The hidden trail to the coven's clearing revealed itself under my feet, roots that twisted just so, branches that bent out of the way at the last second. When I stepped into the clearing, the witches were waiting. They always seemed to know when one of their own crossed the threshold, power or no power. The oldest among them, the woman whose hands had shaken when she first told me about the night my village burned, watched me with sharp eyes. You've changed, she said, again. A lot has happened, I answered. They made space for me in the circle, without a word. I stood there, cloak around me, hands at my sides, feeling all their eyes on me. I need you to listen, I said. All of it, no interruptions. And I told them. I told them about the mission they already knew, the power they'd poured into me, the tent at the gate, the marriage that had started as a step in a plan. I told them about Grayson's fear of the red moon, his confession about his brother, the way he held children's hands and walked the walls barefoot when he couldn't sleep. I told them about the first red moon I'd watched in secret and the way his wolf almost tore into his own man. I told them about Massine and the way ambition had rotted through him, about the decision I'd made at the forest edge to remove the wrong wolf. I told them about the second red moon, the fight in the clearing, the moment he recognized me even through my witch form. I told them how I dropped my disguise and finally spoke the truth, how he fell to his knees under the weight of what he'd done, how he chose the cliff rather than risk another night like that. I did not leave out my own part, the watching, the weighing, the intention I'd carried like a knife behind my back. When I reached the part about the gorge, the leap, the thud, the climb down, dragging him back, my voice faltered. When I said the words, "I'm pregnant," the clearing went so quiet I could hear my own heartbeat. They listened through all of it in silence. When I finished, the air felt thicker. The oldest witch closed her eyes for a long moment. "We cannot restore full life," she said finally, opening them again. "You know that. We are not gods to pluck a soul back from where it has settled." The words landed like stones. I'd known them. I still hated hearing them. "But there might be another path," she went on, "tied to the red moon that has caused all this trouble." My lungs forgot how to work for a heartbeat. "What path?" I breathed, stepping forward before I could stop myself. She studied me, gaze flicking from my face to my hands to the place under my ribs where new life moved. "You wanted a different goodbye," she said softly. "There may be a way to borrow nights from the curse that took him, to wake him when the sky turns red and let him walk as a man again, for a time." My heart lurched. "Tell me," I said, voice coming out raw. "Tell me exactly what you mean." They didn't answer me at first. The words, "there might be another path," were still hanging between us, and the whole circle of witches seemed to breathe in and hold it. Firelight snapped softly. The night outside the clearing felt thin and listening. Then one of the elders stepped back, and the oldest woman in the circle came forward. Her hair was more white than gray, braided thick and low down her back. Deep lines bracketed her mouth, but her eyes were very, very clear. I'd grown up half afraid of her and half in awe. Tonight she just looked tired in a way that had nothing to do with age. "You remember I told you," she said, voice steady, "that the night your village burned wasn't the first time I had felt that weight in the woods." I nodded. My throat was too tight to say anything. She took another step, closer to the fire, so I could see her hands. They were rough with work, stained with crushed herbs, small scars running across her knuckles where magic had bitten back over the years. "It was days after that first trail of blood," she said. "Before your village, before we knew his name. I was alone in the trees. I thought I was alone, at least." Her eyes slipped past me, away into some old memory. "I'd wandered further than I should have," she went on. "Even old bones get restless. I heard a fight before I smelled it, snarls, the sound of bodies hitting earth. I thought it was our own pack, the ones we still trusted then, pushing rogues back." The other witches leaned in, listening like they'd never heard this part. "It wasn't," she said simply. "It was an enemy wolf, a stranger, wild-eyed, teeth too eager. It came at me by accident, I think, chasing something else and finding only an old woman in its path." She made a small, sharp gesture with one hand, fingers curling. "I had nothing ready," she said. "No herbs in reach, no time for proper words. My body moved slower than my mind. I thought, this is how they'll find me chewed." Her mouth twitched. "And then it didn't reach me." I swallowed. "What happened?" I asked. She looked at me again. "Another wolf hit it from the side," she said. "Hard, knocked it clean off course. They tumbled, snarling. The newcomer put himself between me and the enemy without looking back to see if I was even still breathing." My heart gave one slow, painful thump. "His wolf was big," she said. "Not as out of control as that presence on the later red moon, but heavy. The air bent a little around him even then. He drove the enemy off, took a gouge along his shoulder for it. Never once looked at me like he wanted anything in return." Her brows drew together. "He didn't know I was a witch," she said. "I walked closer after, slow and careful, ready to drop every root in the forest on his head if he turned. He just panted, shook himself, and trotted away. No claim, no demand. He didn't even stay long enough to make sure I wouldn't fall on my face." A thin, breathless sound went through the circle. "You never told us it was him," one of the younger witches said. "I wasn't sure until the village burned," the old woman answered. "Until I felt the same weight again, but bigger, corrupted by that red sky. After that I was ashamed I hadn't spoken sooner, ashamed I had felt even a breath of gratitude for anything that carried that curse." Her gaze settled on me like a hand. "I'm telling you now because you asked for another path," she said. "Because whatever else he is, that wolf was willing to bleed protecting someone he didn't know, someone he might have hated if he'd known what I was." Heat pricked the backs of my eyes. The witches around us shifted, their faces changing. He wasn't just a shadow at the edge of their fears anymore. He was a body in front of an old woman in the woods, taking a hit meant for her. "I saw that man too," I said quietly. Dozens of eyes swung to me. I sank down onto a flat stone near the fire, palms open on my knees so they could see I wasn't about to fling power at any of them. My voice came out rough but clear. "In the castle," I said. He flinched every time someone said red moon, like the words themselves had teeth. He couldn't stand knowing there were gaps in his memory. He hated it. He checked on children when he thought no one was watching. He carried a bucket for a boy who spilled water on his boots. He thanked his guards for doing their jobs and asked if anyone had eaten when he forgot to eat himself. Images flickered through my mind. His hand resting over my stomach in the dark, long before we knew there was a life there. Him kneeling beside a sick child in the yard. His face when he told me about his brother. "He never abused his title when the sun was up," I went on. "The fear wasn't in his daylight hours. It was in what he became when the sky turned wrong. That doesn't erase what he did on those nights. It doesn't bring back my parents, or his brother, or anyone else. My throat closed around the next words. I forced them out anyway. But it means he wasn't a monster enjoying the tearing. He was a cursed man trying to build something decent around a piece of himself that should never have existed. Silence spread out from us like water. The coven I'd grown up with, who had cried over my parents' bodies, who had poured their power into me like they were pouring themselves into a blade, they shifted on their feet. I saw doubt and anger and reluctant understanding all fighting for the same space in their faces. So, the oldest elder, the one who'd first spoken of another path, finally moved again. Her staff tapped the earth lightly. You want us to unmake death for him, to pull him fully back and pretend the red moons never happened. My stomach twisted. No, I said. I don't want you to pretend anything. I can't leave it like this, with a cliff and a fall and nothing else, with a child coming who will never even hear his voice. Her gaze softened just a fraction. There are limits, she said. Even for us. We can stitch wounds and bend storms and make trees grow where there was only rock, but death is not a door we can pull off its hinges and throw away. My fingers curled against my knees. Then what did you mean? I asked. What path is there? She took a breath, slow and careful. The red moons tore him, she said. They also marked him. The curse that rode him was tied to those nights, to that sky. When we poured our power into you, we were trying to give you enough weight to stand against that bond, to cut it if you had to. I know, I said quietly. We cannot give him a full life back, she went on. Days under clean skis, growing old beside you, watching your child run, that is beyond our reach. The words landed like stones. Some part of me had already known, but hearing it said out loud still hurt. We can, perhaps, do something smaller, she said. Stranger, we can bind what remains of him to the same force that broke him. I frowned. I don't follow. She shifted her staff, and the fire popped between us. We can stitch a thread between his body and the red moon's pull, she said. When that sky returns, when the world tips the way it does on those nights, that thread could tug him back up for a little while. Bring him awake as a man instead of a mindless beast, just for the span of one red moon at a time. Air left my lungs in a slow, thin stream. And when dawn comes, I asked. She held my gaze. He would quiet again, she said. Return to stillness until the moon turned red once more. My heart pounded. You mean he'd wake, only on red moons? Yes. For one night. Yes. The others began to murmur, unease rippling through the circle. That is not life, one witch said sharply. That's a loop, a trap, a single night repeated over and over with no morning. A torment, another muttered, to drag him up each time just to push him back under. We would not be pushing, the elder said. We would be letting the pattern that already marked him drag him halfway back, borrowing that pull for a different purpose. Her eyes came back to me. If we do this, she said, it will be a kindness and a cruelty at once. To him and to you. You will have a series of last nights instead of one. You will have to choose someday when to cut that thread. He will never do it himself. Men like him cling to duty even when it breaks them. The clearing felt suddenly too small. My skin buzzed. The image of a coffin under stone, a body waking, his eyes opening and seeing me, hearing my voice, hearing about our child. Just one night at a time. Would he remember? I asked. From one red moon to the next, or would it all be broken pieces like before? If the ritual works, he will be himself in those hours, she said. Not the wolf without sense. He may feel the strain of being yanked up. He will feel the pull when it's time to go back down. But his mind between those tides should be his own. A lump formed hard and hot behind my sternum. And he would be bound, I said. Literally tied to that sky, no chance for more. No, she said gently. No growing past it, no full morning, just borrowed nights. The other witches watched me, some with pity, some with disapproval. I could feel their unasked questions pricking at my skin. Why would you do that to yourself? Why would you do that to him? I thought of dragging his body over roots and stones with my hands bleeding and my lungs burning. I thought of waking in a bed that was too big, of feeling the small weight of a life in my belly and having no voice to put beside it. "I need to tell him about the baby," I whispered. Silence dropped again. "I didn't get to say it," I said. He talked about futures he thought he had ruined, and I stood there with his child inside me and gave him nothing but truth and hurt. He died thinking there was nothing left of him but damage. "He died thinking it was better that way," the elder said softly. "That his absence was safer for the people he loved." "I know," I said, breath shaking. "And maybe in the long run he was right, but he deserves more than a cliff. He deserves to hear that some part of him is still here and wanted. He deserves a chance to say what he needs to say without the wolf chewing at his mind." The old woman, who told the story of the forest attack, shifted closer. "He also deserves rest," she said. "Real rest, not being dragged up and down like a bucket in a well." "I'm not talking about forever," I said. "If this works, if we can give him a handful of nights to say what needs saying, and then we can decide when to stop. I will decide. I will not keep him half alive out of selfishness." It felt like promising something to myself as much as to them. The elder studied me for a long moment. In her eyes, I saw the child I'd been, the girl they had armed and sent into enemy stone, the woman who had come back with grief and a crown. "Very well," she said at last. "If we do this, we do it carefully. We anchor him here once. We show you what thread we are tying so you can cut it when you must." She lifted her staff. "Bring the coffin," she said. We moved to the stone chamber at the edge of the clearing, the one used for heavier workings, the ones that needed more containment and less sky. Grayson's coffin lay in the center, where we had left it. The sight of it still made my chest seize. Witches filed in around the edges, taking positions in a wide ring. Herbs were laid in small clay bowls at compass points. Someone opened a narrow stone panel high up on the wall, a shaft of open air let in a slice of night. The red in the sky was faint here, washed thin by distance, but it was enough. The edge of the moon's wrong light spilled in like watered wine. The elder gestured me forward. "Your hands," she said. I stepped up to the coffin and pressed both palms flat against the cold wood. The surface hummed under my skin, the faint, residual echo of the power they'd poured through me the night they sent me away. "Do not think of dragging him all the way back," she said. "Think of opening a window that only the red moon can really shove." Right, opening a window. Letting that familiar pull sink its hooks in again, but differently. The witches began to chant. It wasn't one of the sharp, cutting spells meant to break or blind. It was low and even, like the ground humming. Smoke rose in slow spirals from the bowls of herbs, carrying scents of rosemary, ash leaf, a pinch of something metallic and bitter I couldn't name. Heat slid along the lines in my skin as witch cracks traced themselves over my arms, across my shoulders, up my neck. My eyes burned, then cooled. I felt the world tilt around us just a little. The shaft of red-tinged light above us widened, as if the sky outside were leaning closer. I focused on the memory of him as he'd been before the leap, his weight on the cliff edge, the look in his eyes. And on the man in the courtyard, the one who laughed when I smirked and scolded him for skipping meals. "Grayson," I whispered, though the chant already held his name in other shapes. Power moved. It didn't roar like a storm. It seeped, a slow, steady pull like a tide sliding in under a door. I felt it catch in the wood under my palms, sink through, snag on something below on him. For one breath, my instinct was to clutch and drag, to yank, to haul him all the way back. The elder's staff cracked on stone. "Not like that," she said sharply, even as the chant continued. "You will rip the thread before it's tied." I forced my fingers to loosen. "Let it bind," she said, "not tear." So I breathed. I let the pull stretch instead of jerk. Let it curl through him like a hook, loop around his bones, his heart, his mind. Let it twist once around the red moon itself, anchoring him not to this room, not to me, but to that sky. When it was done, I felt it. A thin, shimmering line in the space between our bodies, taut and waiting. Not strong enough to move him now, not while the moon outside was just a memory of its worst self, but ready. The chanting faded. The witches lowered their hands. Smoke thinned. My own form eased back toward something closer to human, though the cracks on my skin pulsed faintly. The elder stepped to my side. "It's done," she said quietly. "When the red moon swells again, that thread will pull. You must be there when it does." "I will," I said. My voice came out hoarse. She looked up at the narrow gap, where the moon's diluted light still slid in. "We have given you the tool," she said. "We cannot wield it for you, nor can we cut it for you later. That will be your choice alone." I nodded once. Getting the coffin back to the fortress meant walking the same path twice with a different weight in my chest. The witches helped me load it onto a plain cart for the forest stretch, cloaking it with branches and cloth. No one on the pack lands ever looked deep into our woods if they could help it. They'd had their own scars from that direction long before this. Halfway back, we said our goodbyes. "Remember," the elder said, her hand warm for a moment on my arm. "Borrowed nights, not salvation. You are not saving him. You are finishing the story more gently." Tears stung, but I held her gaze. "I know," I said. I walked the cart the rest of the way alone. By the time I reached the fortress edge, the red stain had left the sky entirely, replaced by ordinary gray morning. The guards at the gate straightened in surprise when they saw me coming with a coffin instead of provisions. "My lady," one of them asked, eyes wide. "I've brought him home," I said simply. My voice was steady. "The witches kept him safe while we arranged a place for him below. I wanted him buried under his own stone." The words weren't entirely lies, just trimmed. They looked moved, not suspicious. One of them swallowed hard and called for more arms to help lift. Hands reached for the handles with unexpected reverence. We carried him down into the lowest parts of the fortress, past storerooms and old armories to a cold, carved hall that had been used for our dead before. A crypt. The air smelled of candle wax and stone. I chose an alcove that faced no door, no disturbance, a place where the world felt heavy and still. "We'll seal it," one of the elders of the pack said, "so no stray foot wanders where it shouldn't." "Leave a way for me to visit," I said. "But yes, sealed, he deserves peace." Peace, and a door that would open only on the wrongest nights. They nodded. No one asked why I wanted him in a crypt instead of in the earth outside. Many assumed it was because of the baby, because the Luna wanted her child's father close, even as stone. Let them think that. We settled the coffin onto a stone platform. Candles were lit. Prayers were murmured in the pack's rough, simple words. When they were done, everyone filed out, leaving me alone with him. I stood there for a long time, hand resting on the wood. "I don't know what you're going to think of this," I whispered. "I don't know if you'll be grateful or angry, maybe both. I wouldn't blame you." My palm tingled faintly where the thread hummed underneath, dormant but very, very real. "I just couldn't leave it at a cliff," I added. "So if you want to shout at someone when you wake up, you can start with me." Then I left him under stone and climbed back up to a world that didn't know what we'd just done. Life wrapped itself around the waiting days, whether I wanted it to or not. Every morning I woke, checked that the roof hadn't fallen in, that I could still feel the small flutter under my ribs. I ate because Hannah put food in my hands and glared until I did. I walked the yard, listened to reports, signed off on patrols. Some nights, I sat on the edge of the bed with my feet on the cold floor and my hand over my stomach, whispering half-formed explanations to a child that wasn't ready to hear them. I didn't speak of the crypt. I didn't speak of the thread. But some evenings, when the light hit the stone in the corridor just so, I felt a tug somewhere behind my ribs, like a reminder. "You did this." It was only when the talk in the fortress began to circle red moons again that the hum under my palm sharpened. The same patterns as before, tightened patrols, drawn faces, fewer children in the yard. But now, under all of that fear, I felt something else, a waiting, like a held breath in the bones of the castle itself. When the sky started to stain that wrong shade again, my heart found a new beat between fear and desperate hope. The red moon rose. I waited until the last of the corridor torches had been checked, until the guards on the ground level were settled into their rotations. Then I wrapped a cloak tight around my shoulders and slipped away from the parts of the fortress where people knew my footsteps. Down. Past the chapel, where candles burned for the lost. Down. Past the armory, where armor gleamed faintly in the strange light seeping under the door. Down. Into the cooler, thinner air of the crypt passage. I lit a single candle at the entrance, cupping my hand around the flame. The red moon's glow slid through cracks and small openings, twisting the light into something pale and strange. Stone drank sound. My footsteps felt too loud. At the alcove I had chosen for him, I stopped. The coffin sat where we'd left it, quiet and heavy, wax from previous candles hardened in uneven drips along the floor. I set my candle down and let its small light lick the edges of the wood. For a moment, nothing happened. Then the thread pulled. I felt it first, not as a sound or a sight, but as a shift in the air pressure, a tug low in my chest. The hair on my arms rose. The crack lines in my skin glowed faintly under the surface, answering the same force that had bent the trees on the worst nights. The wood under my palm trembled. "Grayson," I whispered. Something inside the coffin jerked. There was a gasping, choked breath, muffled by wood. A dull thud as a hand or a shoulder or a head hit the inside. Then a scrabble, the scrape of fingers searching for an edge. I moved fast, sliding the lid just enough to give him space. His hands burst out first, gripping the sides like he was dragging himself out of deep water. Then his face appeared, pale and disoriented in the candlelight. He gulped air like a man who'd forgotten what breathing felt like. His eyes were wide and wild. "Easy," I said, voice shaking. "You're okay, you're safe." He stared at me like I was part of a dream. "Isabel," he croaked. Every part of me wanted to sob. I swallowed it down. "Yes," I said, "it's me." He pushed the lid the rest of the way aside and sat up fully, one hand clamped over his chest, the other braced against the coffin's edge. He looked down at himself, bare chest, linen trousers, the faint marks of the fall softened by careful tending and time. Then his gaze locked on my face again. "I jumped," he whispered. "The cliff, I remember, wind, the fall, then nothing." My throat closed. I forced words through anyway. "You did," I said. "You fell, you died." His eyes squeezed shut. His shoulders shook once. When he opened them again, they were shining in the candlelight. "Then why am I?" He looked around at the stone walls, at the candles, at me. Did I miss the part where I ended up in some strange afterlife with you and bad lighting?" A broken laugh escaped me. "No," I said. "You're in the crypt under your own fortress, and I asked the witches to tie a thread between you and the red moon." His brows dragged together. "A thread?" "Borrowed nights," I said. "On these skis only, just this." I told him. Not every detail of the ritual, not every argument with the coven, but enough. The dragging, the coffin at the forest's edge, the decision, the binding. The choice to bring him back like this instead of leaving him at the bottom of the gorge. He listened in silence, jaw clenched. Hands gripping the coffin, so hard, his knuckles went white. "You pulled me back," he said finally, "on purpose." My stomach nodded. "Yes." "Knowing," he went on slowly, "that I would only wake on the worst nights, that I'd have no other days." "Yes." He exhaled, a rough, broken sound. Then, to my surprise, he let out something almost like a laugh, wet and bitter and grateful all at once. "Of course you did," he muttered. "Of course you drag me out of the dark and then apologize for it." "I can stop it," I said quickly. "If it's too much, if this feels like torture instead of repair, I can cut it later. They showed me how." He looked at me for a long time. "You think I don't want to see you again?" he asked softly. You think I'm angry you gave me even one more night where I can look at your face and know you're breathing. Emotion surged up so hard, I had to bite the inside of my cheek. I thought you might, I said. Blame me for not letting it be over. He shook his head slowly. I blame myself for not telling you everything sooner, he said. For leaping before we could figure out any other path, for leaving you holding everything. His gaze dropped, and his hand moved, almost without his permission, toward my stomach. I froze. There was no hiding the small swell now, not from someone who had once counted my ribs with his fingers in the dark. Isabel, he whispered, are you? I let out the breath I'd been holding for what felt like weeks. Yes, I said. I was going to tell you that night. I didn't. I was too angry, too hurt, too afraid you'd think I was lying to make you feel better. And then you ran. And then. The words crumbled. His hand hovered a breath away from the curve of my belly. May I? He asked. I nodded, unable to speak. His palms settled there, warm and trembling. His eyes shone. You're carrying my child, he said, as if he needed to hear it out loud to believe it. Our child, I whispered. A sound broke out of him, then that was more sob than laugh. He bent forward, resting his forehead against my collarbone, his shoulders shaking. I left you alone with this, he choked. I thought the best thing I could do was remove myself before I could hurt anyone else, and I left my child without a father before they even drew breath. I wrapped my arms around his shoulders. The feel of him, solid, shaking, very much there, nearly undid me. You left because you couldn't see any other way, I murmured. You were wrong, but you were trying to do right in a mind that had been chewed on by a curse for years. That doesn't make it less of a failure, he said into my shoulder. No, I agreed. It just means you weren't the only one in that fight. He pulled back slowly, cupping my face in both hands. I am sorry, he said. For your parents, for your village, for my brother, for every blankness in my head that ended with someone else's blood on soil. I know sorry isn't enough, but it's all I have that's mine and not the curse. Tears blurred my vision. I'm sorry too, I said, for coming to your gate with an unsaid knife in my hand, for watching you fall in love with a woman who planned to watch you fall, for telling you the truth the way I did all at once, like ripping a wound open. His thumb brushed a tear from my cheek. I would rather have the truth that way, he said softly, than never have it at all. We stayed like that for a long moment, quiet in the flickering candle light, surrounded by stone and echoes of things we couldn't fix. Then I shifted, nudging him gently. Lie down, I said. You look like death. He huffed a small, shaky laugh at that, the sound as familiar as it was fragile. Yes, he said, I imagine I do. I helped him swing his legs out of the coffin and onto the floor. His balance was off, too long without a body, I guessed. He leaned on me as we settled on a folded blanket beside the stone, my back against the cold wall, his head on my shoulder. It was not a bed in a warm chamber. It was a crypt, and we were both exhausted. But his heartbeat thudded against my arm, steady and real, and for one night that was enough. We talked. Not in rushed, panicked fragments, but in slow, halting sentences that stretched into the dark. He told me about his brother, not the death, but the boy before it. The way he'd insisted on racing him to the river, how he used to steal extra bread from the kitchens and blame it on the dog. The way his laugh had sounded before red moons made everyone flinch. I told him small things about my parents that I'd never said aloud to anyone. The way my mother hummed when she worked herbs, my father's terrible singing voice, how they'd argued about whether I was stubborn because of her side or his. We talked about the pack, about Hannah, about the way the fortress had felt in the days after he fell, like a body learning to move with a limb missing. He asked about council decisions. I told him enough to reassure him without dragging him into politics from the grave. When I finally told him about the debates over my place, queen or not, Luna or just a widow, he snorted. Let them call you whatever they want, he said. You're the one holding the roof up either way. We shared soft, tired smiles. Sometimes we didn't talk at all. Sometimes he just held my hand and pressed his forehead against mine. Once, he kissed me, gentle, reverent, like he was afraid I'd vanish if he leaned too hard. "You're here," I whispered against his lips just to hear it. "I'm here," he answered, "for now." The words held both comfort and the ache of their limit. As the night wore on, the pull changed. I felt it first in the way his weight settled heavier against me, as if the floor had started to tilt under his bones. His fingers tightened around mine, then relaxed, then tightened again, like he was fighting a sleep that wasn't really sleep at all. "The thread," he murmured. "I can feel it." My own skin hummed in answer. "It's almost dawn," I said quietly. The red in the moonlight had paled around the edges down here, but I knew what that meant up above. He closed his eyes, jaw working. "I am not afraid," he said, and I believed him. "I just don't want to let go of this yet." "You don't have to," I said. "Not forever. It will pull you up again next time." "And if you decide it should?" he asked, opening his eyes to look at me. I swallowed. "Then it won't," I said. "And you'll stay resting, properly. I promise I won't make that choice lightly, or for me alone." He searched my face, then nodded once. "Good," he whispered. "You've always been better at being brave and cruel in the right proportions." I didn't feel brave or cruel. I felt like a woman sitting in a cold room, clinging to a hand that was already slipping away. His breaths grew slower. The spaces between them stretched. "Tell them I loved them," he said softly. "Who?" I asked, voice breaking. "My pack," he said. "My brother, our child. I was not always what I should have been, but I loved them. That part the curse never touched." Tears slid silently down my cheeks. "I will," I said. "I swear it." He smiled, small and crooked. "Good," he murmured. "Then I can rest a little." His hand loosened in mine. His chest rose one more time, then stilled. The thread under my skin quieted, not gone, just slack, waiting for another red moon to pull it taut again. For a moment I just sat there, fingers curled around his, letting the silence settle. Then, with hands that shook harder than they had on the night of the ritual, I eased him back into the coffin. I smoothed his hair, straightened the linen at his shoulders, pressed my lips to his forehead. "I'll see you when the sky goes wrong again," I whispered. "Or I won't. Either way, I'll carry you." I lowered the lid and set it gently in place. The candle had burned low. I blew it out, leaving the crypt in the thin, strange light of dawn leaking through cracks. Up above, the fortress was waking. Footsteps, voices, the clatter of buckets, and the murmur of morning prayers. None of them knew that their alpha had drawn breath under their feet in the night. I climbed the stairs. When I stepped out into the courtyard, the sky was an ordinary, washed-out blue. Children were trickling back out of doorways. Someone cursed loudly at a stubborn cartwheel. The world, stubborn as ever, had kept turning. Hannah spotted me from across the yard and raised a hand, face lined with worry and relief. I lifted my own hand in answer, feeling both more and less alone than I ever had. The sun touched my face, warm and indifferent. Beneath my ribs, the small life there shifted, a tiny, insistent movement. How many nights like this can I stand? I asked myself, silently, as I walked toward the day. I didn't know. But I knew I'd chosen them, and until I chose otherwise, I would carry the weight of every borrowed breath we stole back from the dark. The morning after the first borrowed night, the sky looked completely ordinary. Gray, low clouds, the usual thin smoke from the kitchens, the clatter of buckets and the scrape of brooms in the courtyard. If I hadn't spent the hours before dawn in the crypt beneath the stone, holding a dead man who kept breathing on borrowed moonlight, I could have believed nothing had changed at all. Instead, every sound felt a fraction too loud. I walked up from the lower stairs slowly, one hand trailing along the cool wall, feeling where the fortress skin shifted from underground chill to lived-in warmth. By the time I reached the main corridor, I'd folded my expression into something almost calm. "Good morning, my lady." The guard by the hall door straightened as I passed. He didn't look twice. I nodded, murmured something polite, and slipped into the great hall. Breakfast was already halfway through. Elders, captains, a few merchants who'd stayed the night, everyone with their usual places, their usual cups and bread and worries. Chairs scraped, spoons clinked. Hannah sat halfway down the high table, her braid looped low today, shadows faint under her eyes. Grayson's chair at the head was empty. It would always be empty now, when the sun was up. Someone had set a strip of dark cloth over the back, a quiet marker that made my chest tighten. I took my seat to its right. Conversations dipped as people nodded to me, then rose again. Talk of border patrols, of winter stock, of a broken wheel on one of the grain carts. Of the future Alpha, more and more. When the little one comes, we'll have to, one elder was saying, fingertips brushing the table wood before he caught himself and knocked once for luck. My hand drifted to my belly under the table. It wasn't huge yet, but it had a shape now, a gentle, undeniable roundness pressing against my dress. Enough that when I stood too fast, someone inevitably said, "Careful, my lady," as if I didn't live in this body all day. I let them. It kept their hands busy, their hearts pointed toward something that still held hope. "After breakfast," one of the elders said, turning toward me, "we'd like your thoughts on the outer storehouses, some of the beams." "I'll come," I said. My voice sounded steadier than I felt. "We'll walk them together." He looked relieved. It still astonished me sometimes how much ease a simple, willing answer could give these people. Hannah caught my eye down the table and gave me a small smile. I gave her one back. From this distance, it probably looked convincing. We ate, we talked, we planned. When breakfast ended, I pushed my chair back and rose. A few elders immediately gathered around me with notes, questions. I moved with them toward the courtyard, listening, answering, marking places in my mind where beams needed checking, hinges needed oil, arguments needed smoothing. The day moved forward because it had to. The first day after that borrowed night became the second, then the third. They didn't blur, not exactly. Each had its own shape. In the mornings, I met with pack elders in the side chamber off the hall. The table there had once been Grayson's father. Old nicks marked where some long-ago argument had gotten heated enough to involve a knife and wood instead of just words. The elders spread out parchment, grain tallies, patrol rotations, letters from nearby villages. I learned when to raise an eyebrow to make someone explain themselves better, when to let silence do the work. "Supplies are tighter toward the east side," one elder pointed out, leaning over the map. "We could reroute from the south." "If we drain the south too far," another cut in, "they'll resent it, and resentments rot slower than food, but they rot deeper." I rested a hand on the table between them. "What if we send people instead of grain?" I said. "Ask for volunteers from the south to help the east with repairs after the last storm. Extra hands, promised help when they need it. Tired neighbors complain less than hungry ones." There was a pause, then a few nods. "It could work," one said, "if you ask them yourself." "I will," I said. After meetings, I walked. Sometimes with elders to the storehouses, sometimes with captains along the inner wall, often with Hannah, who had developed the habit of arriving precisely when my shoulders started to feel too tight around my neck. "Fresh air," she'd announce in the doorway, holding a cloak like a peace offering. "Doctor's orders." "You're not a doctor," I'd point out. "I'm close," she'd say. "I listen to common sense." Today we walked the inner courtyard. Her steps matched to mine automatically, slowing a little whenever uneven ground made me adjust for the weight I carried. "You're getting the look," she said at one point, eyeing my stomach. "What look?" "The one women get when they're making lists 20 months into the future," she said. "Cribs and blankets, and will my child hate me if I make them wear this horrible sweater from Aunt so-and-so?" "We don't have an Aunt so-and-so," I said. She nudged my shoulder with hers. "You know what I mean." I breathed out slowly. Truthfully, my lists were less about sweaters and more about curses and stories, and how to explain a man made of contradictions to someone whose eyes hadn't seen him yet. But I let her tease. It held the corners of my mouth in a shape other than a straight line. After walks, I checked in with healers. The infirmary smelled of herbs and boiled cloth. The head healer was a sharp woman with thin fingers and a perpetual frown that deepened whenever I forgot to come at exactly the time she'd told me. "You need to sleep more," she said, after pressing cool palms against my abdomen and nodding at some secret measurement only she understood. "I sleep," I said. "You lie down," she corrected. "There's a difference." "Is the baby well?" I asked. She sighed, but her gaze softened. "The child is strong," she said. "Heart steady, no signs of trouble. When I put my hand there," she pressed more firmly. "They kick like they already think they're in charge." "That would be from their father," I murmured. She pretended not to hear. By afternoon, my days filled with small things. Listening to a young guard worried about his place on the wall, mediating a disagreement in the kitchens about who had eaten more than their share of dried apples, reminding people that the future alpha wouldn't want his pack falling apart over stew. Little things, necessary things. Everywhere I went, people's eyes dipped to my middle and then away again. Some touched wood, door frames, tables, when they spoke of the child. Some smiled tentatively, like the very idea of a baby felt almost too bright to look at directly. "You'll make a good mother, my lady," one of the older women in the laundry said, handing me a folded cloth I hadn't asked for. "I hope so," I said. "You will," she insisted, knocking on the wooden tub beside her. "You already care more about everyone's socks than your own sleep. It's a start." I laughed, surprised by the sound. When evening fell and the torches were lit and the courtyard quieted, I went to bed instead of going underground. Those nights, I lay on my back staring at the ceiling, fingers splayed over my stomach, feeling the small, firm curve there and the ache under my ribs where missing someone's lives. I tried not to count how many days stood between me and the next red moon. It was useless. The number lodged in my throat every time I exhaled. The truth sat between my ribs, heavy, longer than those first days. I told myself I would wait until I felt stronger, until Hannah laughed more often again, until the pack had steadied enough that pulling away for a conversation that would shatter something in me wouldn't also crack them. The truth did not care about my timing. It pressed up against my teeth whenever Hannah sat with me alone by the small hearth in my chamber, mending something or braiding wool. It tugged at my tongue when she squeezed my hand absent-mindedly while we watched rain on the window. I lasted until the afternoon when the rain wouldn't stop. The sky had been leaking since dawn. By mid-afternoon, the courtyard was a mess of mud and puddles. Patrols kept to the inner walkways. Children were stuck inside, making far too much noise in every corner of the fortress. Hannah and I escaped to a smaller sitting room overlooking the back slope, a room with a low table, 2 chairs, and a window that looked out over dripping rocks and ferns. She lit a small fire, more for comfort than heat, then curled up in the chair across from me with a basket of mending. "You look like a cat someone left out in the rain," she said after a while, squinting at a torn sleeve. "I am inside," I pointed out. "Your face isn't," she said. "Your face is very much somewhere else." I stared into the fire. Shadows flickered over the stone. "Hannah," I said. She glanced up, needle paused, expression sharpening. "Yes." "I need to tell you something," I said. "Everything." Her fingers tightened on the cloth. "Everything what?" she asked softly. "Everything," I repeated. "About me, about Grayson, about what he did and what I did and what happens on red moons now." She set the needle down very carefully on the table. "All right," she said, "then tell me." It was the quiet acceptance that broke something, not loud reassurance. The room felt suddenly too small for the story and just big enough for the two of us. I started with the simplest confession. "I'm not just a traveler," I said, "and I'm not just your Luna, I'm a witch." Her eyes widened just a fraction. She didn't move otherwise. "A witch," she repeated. "Yes," I said, "from the village that burned." I told her about that night, the sky turning the wrong kind of red, the smell of smoke, the way the ground had shuddered under my feet, about coming back to charred beams and bodies, about the old witch crawling out of the trees with a story in her eyes, a massive wolf force tearing through the village, not rogue, not random, carrying the same power signature she'd felt once before from the edge of Grayson's territory. I told her about the elders pouring their strength into me, the plan to send me to the fortress, to get close to the Alpha, to watch and, if necessary, be the hand that stopped him when the sky bled again. Hannah's face didn't change much. The only sign that the words hit their mark was the way her hands tightened on the edge of the table, knuckles pale. I told her about the tent at the gate, the borrowed name, the first walk on the wall, how nothing about Grayson's daylight self fit the monster I'd been prepared to kill. I told her about the first red moon I had watched hidden in the trees, the moment his wolf turned toward his own man, the second red moon when I stepped into the clearing instead of hiding, when my magic shoved him back instead of letting his jaws find a throat. I told her about the argument in the clearing, about revealing my witch form, about telling him why I was here, about the way everything in his face broke when he understood how far his curse had reached, about his leap from the cliff. By the time I reached the part where I scrambled down the rocks and found his body, my voice had gone hoarse, but the words kept coming. The dragging, the coffin, the coven's ritual, the tether we'd tied between his body and the red moon. How he wakes, I said, and now my shoulders shook enough that I had to grip my own knees to keep them still. How he wakes every red moon night, and how no one knows but the witches and me, and now you. The room went very quiet. The fire crackled, rain tapped against the window. Hannah stood. For one heartbeat, I thought she might back away from me. It was the most reasonable thing in the world to want distance from someone who could speak of death and magic and repeated awakenings like they were items on a list. She didn't back away. She came around the table and knelt in front of my chair. Her hands, calloused, warm, closed around mine. You did your best with a terrible choice, she said, voice steady. You loved someone who was cursed and tried to find them a way to carry it without breaking everyone else first. That's not a witch thing or a Luna thing. That's just you. Tears spilled over before I could blink them back. They hit our joined hands, small, hot. Hannah, I whispered, I let him fall. And you climbed down a cliff to bring him back, she said. And you've been letting him live honest nights instead of leaving him as a rumor. You put yourself under that weight so that no one else had to carry it without knowing what it was. Don't you dare tell me you did nothing. I let out a shaky breath that felt like it had been lodged under my ribs since the night the red moon first turned the sky wrong. Are you afraid of me? I asked. It slipped out before I could stop it. She squeezed my hands harder. I have watched you bandage scraped knees and listen to old men complain about their backs like it's the most important story in the world, she said. I've watched you stand between angry people and turn fights into arguments instead of blood. If you were going to turn us all into frogs, I think you'd have done it by now. Despite everything, a laugh strangled itself out of my throat. I can't turn anyone into frogs, I said. Good, she said. We don't need more mouths to feed. She leaned forward and pulled me into a hug. For a moment, I froze, unused to being held instead of being the one doing the holding. Then I let myself sag into it, hands clutching the back of her tunic, breathing in cloth and smoke and the faint, reassuring smell of someone who had stood beside me through almost every day of this strange, heavy life. When she pulled back, her eyes were damp too. We'll carry this, she said. You, me, and the small kicking tyrant you're raising. We'll figure out how to tell them. I nodded. The truth didn't feel lighter, but it sat differently, spread across two sets of shoulders instead of one. The next red moon came like all the others, slowly, inexorably, with a shift in the way the light hit stone. Between my conversation with Hannah and the night itself, the days moved in their same careful pattern. Meetings with elders, walks with Hannah, where we didn't always talk about magic. Sometimes we just complained about the way boots never fit right when your feet were swollen. check-ins with healers who now huffed at me for overdoing it, even when I was just standing. "The child is strong," the healer repeated, ear pressed briefly to my belly. "You need to remember you are not a wagon. You cannot keep piling more stone on top and pretend your wheels won't feel it." "I'm fine," I insisted. "You're functioning," she corrected. "Different thing." When wolves trained in the yard, I stood at the edge, one hand on my stomach, watching the way they moved, watching for any hint of the wrongness that had once lived under Grayson's skin. So far, nothing. Their snarls were just snarls, their movements sharp but sane. Every so often, my gaze drifted to the corner of the yard where he had stood with me once, showing a young guard how to adjust his stance. The memory of his hand over mine, guiding, sat like a bruise. The night before the red moon, I stood at the window of my chamber, watching the sky tint itself in faint rust. Hannah came in without knocking. "You'll go?" she asked quietly. "Yes," I said. She joined me at the window, eyes flicking up briefly. "Do you want me to come with you?" she asked. I hesitated, then shook my head. "Not yet," I said. "You knowing is enough for now. The rest of it's still something I have to bear with him." She nodded. "Then I'll keep people away from the lower halls," she said. "And if anyone asks where you are, I'll say you're praying that the future alpha doesn't kick his way out early." "Accurate," I said. She squeezed my shoulder once, then left. When the moon was fully up and the fortress had settled into that peculiar, uncertain quiet that always came on these nights, I took a candle and went down. The crypt smelled of old stone and candle wax. The wards woven into the walls hummed faintly when I passed, recognizing my touch. I set the candle on the small table we'd dragged in for these nights and rested my palm on the coffin lid. The wood shivered. A moment later, a gasp tore through the silence from inside. The lid creaked as hands pushed up from underneath. I helped, fingers digging into the edge as we shifted it aside. Grayson sat up with a harsh, choking breath, hand flying to his chest. Every time, the first thing he did was look at his hands, flexing them like someone who wasn't sure they belonged to him anymore. Then he looked around. Stone, candle, me. "It worked," he whispered, as if it were still the first night. "It worked," I agreed every time. He swung his legs over the side of the coffin and stood. The movement had a stiffness now, like even borrowed bodies remembered falls. I stepped closer, ready in case his balance betrayed him. It didn't. He reached for me instead. Our fingers laced together. His hand was warm. That kept surprising me, the warmth, as if the borrowed blood in him had to burn brighter to exist at all. "How long?" he asked. "1 moon," I said. He nodded. That meant roughly a month, give or take. Time for the pack to live full days. Time for me to attend meetings, to laugh at small, stupid things, to feel the child turn somersaults inside me and wonder whose nose they'd have. Time for him to be here for none of it. We sat on the small bench tucked against the wall. I rested my head against his shoulder. He breathed me in like fresh air. "Tell me," he said. "Tell me everything." So I did. I told him about the elder who'd argued about grain, and then showed up the next day with a cart and 2 grandsons, ready to help build a new roof. I told him about the kitchen boy who dropped an entire pot of stew and then burst into tears because it had been the last of the fresh meat. How we'd ended up eating bread and cheese and laughing ourselves, sick over the way he'd stared at the empty pot like it had betrayed him. I told him about the healer scolding me, about Hannah's jokes, about how our child had begun to kick exactly when people were being most serious, as if they sensed when to interrupt. He listened like each small detail mattered more than any war. When I was done, he talked. He asked what I wanted to name the baby. He confessed that he had once, as a boy, planned to name every future pup and child after great wolves of the old stories, until his father had sat him down and explained that no child wanted to go through life answering to Silverfang in the yard. He told me about a dream he'd had between moons, one of the few things that filtered through whatever lay between death and this borrowed breath. He'd seen the fortress from very high above, like a bird, and everything had been so small and fragile he'd woken with his hands clawed. "Sometimes I think I should not have taken your witch's bargain," he said quietly once, thumb tracing circles over my knuckles. "Sometimes I think if you hadn't done it, you would have been forced to move on instead of," he gestured around us, "this." "Sometimes I think that too," I admitted. And then I remember that I would have spent every red moon wondering if there was something more I could have done. He sighed. "I don't know which is worse," he said. "A curse that turns you loose on your own people, or one that lets you live only in hours that don't belong to anyone else." "You're still you," I said. "You're still here." "For one page of the book at a time," he said. That was the first time he said it like that. One page. It lodged under my skin. On another night later, his unease sharpened. We were lying side by side on the cold stone floor, cloaks and blankets making a nest between candles. My head rested on his arm. His other hand lay over my stomach, feeling the gentle kicks as our child made their opinion of the hard floor known. "Stubborn," he murmured, smiling faintly. "Definitely mine." "Or mine." I said. "I was told once I came into the world screaming and refused to sleep for 2 days." "Of course you did," he said. We fell quiet. "You know what the worst part is," he said finally. "Besides all of it?" I asked. His mouth twitched. "I exist for you like this," he said. "Only for you. The pack, they don't see me. They live their days and talk about me as if I'm gone, which I am, and am not. It's strange." "You wanted them safe," I said. "This is the safest version of you they could have." "I know," he said, "and I'm grateful. Truly, I am. I get you. I get to know our child will be born, grow, breathe air I won't. It's more than any cursed man has the right to ask." His fingers tightened slightly on my stomach. "But," I prompted. "But it feels like someone ripped the middle out of my life and told me I could keep the edges," he said. "No mornings, no work, no standing in the yard and pretending that telling people what to do is as important as it feels. Just this room, this night, over and over, one page." I swallowed. "I'm sorry," I whispered. He turned his head, brushed his lips against my hair. "It's not a complaint," he said. "Not exactly, just a truth. One more truth in a story full of them." The next red moon, the words came. We had spent the night as we always did, talking, holding, trading apologies we'd already given and thanks we'd already spoken. I'd told him how the child had started reacting to certain voices, kicking harder when Hannah sang in the kitchens, calming when the healer murmured nonsense while checking their heart. As the candles guttered lower and the faintest hint of gray began to press against the high window, he sat up. "Izzy," he said. Something in his tone made my stomach drop. "What?" I asked. He drew in a breath that seemed to drag on his bones. "I think," he said carefully, "it's time you let me go." My throat closed. "No," I said too quickly. "No, we still have." He reached out, cupped my cheek, thumb catching a tear I hadn't realized had slipped free. "Listen," he said gently. "I am grateful for every second you've stolen back from whatever waits outside that coffin. But this half-life, it's starting to feel less like a gift and more like a chain, for both of us." I froze. He went on. "I don't want our child," he said, voice low, "to grow up with a father who is a calendar mark, a secret you slink away to in the dark, a story that only comes alive when the sky turns red. They deserve something cleaner than that. So do you." My fingers curled into the blanket between us. "You deserve days," he said. "Sunlight, stupid arguments about socks, laughing at the way they mispronounce words. You deserve to be able to say he died without also having to say, but I keep him anyway." "I don't want you to just be dead," I whispered. "I'm not ready for that." He smiled sadly. "You weren't ready for the first time either," he said. "You still climbed down that cliff." "That was different," I said. "I didn't have a choice." "You always had a choice," he said. "You just keep choosing the harder thing." I let out a shaky laugh that broke halfway through. "I'm very talented at that," I said. Then do the hardest thing one more time, he said softly. Let me rest. Silence stretched between us, thick and heavy. I don't know if I can, I admitted. You can, he said. I've seen you hold this pack together while your own heart was breaking. I've seen you stare down a wolf twice your size under a cursed sky. You can do ugly, necessary things. This is one more. It's not ugly, I said, voice breaking. It's mercy, he supplied. I closed my eyes. Will you hate me, I asked, if I do it? His hand slid to the back of my neck, fingers warm and sure. Never, he said. I will thank you even if it hurts, especially if it hurts. We sat like that until the pull of dawn started to drag at his limbs, turning his fingers heavy in mine. When his breath slowed and stilled, when his hand slipped from my cheek, I closed the coffin lid with hands that trembled from something more complex than exertion. Back in my chamber, I lay awake until the real sun climbed over the wall. Between one breath and the next, I made the decision. One more night, I told myself. One more red moon. We would go through it once more, not because I needed it, but because he did. Because he deserved to say goodbye knowing exactly what I would do. Then I would cut the thread. Days filled themselves as they always did. Healers checked my growing belly. Elders brought me problems and took away answers. Children in the yard played games that involved a future alpha chasing them with wooden swords. They're making up stories already, Hannah said one afternoon, watching a pack of little ones charge across the yard. Apparently your child will have golden eyes like the sun and will never trip over anything, ever. Then they certainly aren't related to me, I said. I trip over air. They'll be better, she said, bumping my shoulder with hers. Isn't that the point? At night, when the fortress slept, I lay awake, fingers tracing patterns on my skin, counting kicks and breaths, imagining a face that was half someone who would only ever exist below stone on borrowed nights. The next red moon arrived with a clarity that made my teeth ache. The sky turned the wrong color. The air thickened. People barred doors and checked locks, murmuring prayers and curses, unaware that the worst of the night was not outside their walls. I kissed my fingers and pressed them to the stone of the crypt door before I opened it. Candles waited, unlit. I whispered a spark onto their wicks. Small flames flared, throwing shadows across the coffin. My hand lingered on the lid, a moment longer than usual. Then I pushed. The wood shuddered. Inside, he gasped. The lid shifted. His hands found the edge. I helped him, heart pounding as he sat up, eyes wild for a moment and then finding mine. Relief and sorrow crashed over his face in the same instant. You came, he said, voice rough. Of course I came, I said. He climbed out, feet finding the stone. For the first time since the ritual, he looked almost at ease in his returned body, as if he had finally accepted the pattern enough to stand comfortably inside it. That made what I had to do feel crueler. We didn't rush. We had the whole night, and we used it. We sat with our backs against the cold wall, shoulders pressed together, hands entwined. We lay on the blankets, my head on his chest, listening to the borrowed heartbeat inside a ribcage that had once stood on the edge of a cliff. We talked. We remembered the tent at the gate, how irritated I'd been at Branches snagging the canvas, how bemused he'd been to see a stranger sleeping under his wall. I thought you were either a spy or the most stubborn traveler alive, he said. Why not both, I said. We remembered the first walk on the wall, the way the wind had tugged at my hair, the way he'd confessed feeling chained to stone, while I pretended I didn't know what it was to crave roots. I almost told you then, I admitted, about the witches, about why I was really there. Would have saved us some trouble, he muttered. Would it, I asked, or would you have had me thrown back over the border? He considered. I like the version where I fell in love with you before I knew you might kill me, he said. Feels more honest somehow. We remembered the spilled bucket, the sick child, the little quarrels in the yard I'd smoothed over. The way his hand had hovered a moment before touching my cheek on our wedding night, asking permission with a look instead of a command. We remembered the fights, the arguments about the forest, about secrecy, about the line between curse and responsibility. The night in the clearing where I'd thrown magic at him instead of running. The cliff. We remembered the day. The healer told me I was carrying his child. "I wish I'd been there," he said, thumb brushing my stomach. The baby kicked in answer. "You're here," I said softly. "Now they know your voice. Every time you speak, they kick like you're disturbing their sleep." "They get that from you," he said. We laughed, we cried, sometimes both at once. Near the end of the night, when the candle flames had shortened and the red moon's light slanted through the small shaft high above, he shifted so we were face to face, foreheads resting together. "Izzy," he said, voice very quiet. "Yes." "Promise me something," he said. "You've already asked for bigger things than I thought I could give," I said, "but try me." "When you talk about me to our child," he said, "don't make me a story they can't live up to, or a monster they're afraid to see in themselves. Tell them the truth." I swallowed. "What truth?" I asked. "That I was a man who loved them before they were born," he said. "A man who loved his pack and his land and his Luna. A man who also carried something he couldn't always control and sometimes lost to it. Tell them I fought. Tell them I failed. Tell them I tried again. Tell them that's what being better looks like, not perfect, just better." Tears slid sideways across my nose, dampening his skin. "I'll tell them," I whispered. "Teach them not to carry secrets alone," he added. "Weighing yourself down with everything in your head, it makes the fall farther when you finally trip." "I'll tell them that too," I said. "And tell them," he said, breath catching, "that if they ever feel something inside them they don't understand, they can tell you, or Hannah, or someone. They don't have to climb any cliffs about it." I let out an ugly, half-choked laugh. "No cliffs," I agreed. "We'll build bridges instead." He smiled. "You're going to be a good mother," he said. "I had help," I replied, "from a cursed alpha who insisted on worrying about everyone else more than himself." We fell quiet. The feel of the magic in the room shifted, subtle at first, then clearer. The tether we'd woven between his body and the red moon began to hum, sensing dawn's approach. Usually, this was the moment when I held his hand and simply waited for the pull to reclaim him. Tonight, I took a breath and reached deeper. "Grayson," I said. He opened his eyes. "It's time," I said. He exhaled slowly, a single steady breath. "I know," he said. "I'm ready." He lay back, head cradled in my hands, eyes on mine. I positioned my palms over his heart and the center of his forehead, feeling the way the borrowed life ran between them like a tight, bright thread. The magic of the ritual thrummed under my skin, familiar now. I could feel the shape of the tether stretching upward, out of the stone, through the small opening where red light poured in, up and up until it tangled itself in the restless weight of the red moon. Normally, on these nights, I let the moon feed the thread, keep it bright a little longer. This time, I reversed my grasp. I caught the thread with my will. It resisted, habit or hunger, power accustomed to its path. "Thank you," I whispered, not sure if I was speaking to the magic, the moon, or the man under my hands. "But we're done." I pulled. The tether snapped with no sound and every sound at once. A silent, perfect break that sent a shiver through the air and down my spine. The hum of the ritual stuttered, then faded, like a song ending on a held note. Under my palms, Grayson inhaled. His eyes stayed on mine. For the first time since his death, there was no flicker of fear in them. No question, just a deep, bone-deep peace. "I love you," he said very simply. "I love you," I answered, everything in me pouring into the words. He exhaled. The borrowed warmth under my hands slipped away, not abruptly, not torn, but like water seeping back into earth that had always been waiting. His body relaxed, every line softening. His chest rose no more. This time there was no sense of something clinging to the edge. No half-pull toward the next moon, just stillness. I bowed my head until my forehead rested against his. "Goodbye," I whispered. "Rest now, I'll carry the rest of it." Tears fell, soaking into the fabric at his shoulder. I let them, not trying to wipe them away. Grief needed a way out, or it just sat there gnawing. When I finally lifted my head, the sky above the small opening had shifted. Red fatting, gray pushing in. Dawn. I smoothed his hair back from his forehead, pressed my lips to the place my palm had just rested, and then gently, steadily, closed his eyes. The coffin waited. This time, closing it felt different. Not like shoving him back into a box he was going to claw his way out of later, but like drawing a curtain over someone who had finally gone to sleep after a long night. I sealed the lid, whispering small, old words under my breath, words not to trap, but to protect, to keep his rest intact. Then I went to work. The crypt became a place of rest. In the days that followed, when my duties allowed, I brought flowers down, simple wildflowers from the edge of the forest, or dried herbs from the witches who had given me the ritual and then trusted me to wield it. I laid them along the stone ledge near the coffin, their colors modest against gray. I traced sigils along the walls with chalk and fingertip, protective runes that hummed softly, pledges that no restless thing, no stray magic, would bother the man who slept here. I hung a small lantern by the door, its light low but steady, so that anyone who ever came down would not enter darkness. No one did, aside from me. Above ground, life refused to stop. Patrols still rode out at dawn. Kids still chased each other between barrels and benches. The kitchens still clattered. Elders still argued over grain and fences and whose grandchild had stolen whose best scarf. The pack had learned to live with the idea that their alpha was gone. Now they leaned forward toward the idea of the next one. As my belly grew heavier, people began to step aside for me automatically, the way they would have done for Grayson when he moved through the halls with a purpose. It was not the same kind of space. It was softer, lined with unspoken wishes. "Careful on the stairs, my lady," a young guard said one day, hand half extended in case I slipped. "I carry my weight just fine," I said, "but if you want to hover anyway, I won't stop you." He blushed, then laughed, relief loosening his shoulders. In the yard, children played games where one of them declared themselves Alpha and organized the others into pretend patrols. More and more often, when they did, they looked up at me on the balcony and shouted, "Look, my lady, I'm protecting the gates." "You're doing a fine job," I'd call back. "Just remember to protect each other, too." Hannah became an even more constant presence at my side. She reminded me to eat when meetings ran long. She nudged chairs into place when I tried to stand too quickly. She swatted elders' hands away when they gestured too close to my middle while arguing, muttering something about respecting the tiny wolf who is trying to nap. At night, when I couldn't sleep, she sat with me by the window or the hearth, talking about nothing and everything, recipes, patrol gossip, the way the stars looked different in winter. When the conversation skated near the crypt, near the man beneath the stone, she didn't flinch. "You did right," she'd say whenever the guilt tried to creep back in. "He asked, you listened." "I know," I'd say. "Some part of me still wishes I hadn't needed to." "Some part of you is always going to wish you could fix everything," she'd answer. "That part doesn't get the last word." One evening, when the sky had gone soft and blue, and the courtyard below the balcony was full of the sounds of practice and laughter, Hannah and I stood side by side at the stone rail. The pack moved under us, wolves shifting through drills, hunters checking bows, children chasing each other in circles that had no point but joy. The air smelled like sweat and stew and wood smoke. "Looks calmer, doesn't it?" Hannah said quietly. I rested both hands on the rail, then shifted one back to my stomach when the child inside rolled in protest. "It does," I said, as if the whole place finally exhaled after holding its breath for too long. "Some of that is you," she said. "You and the way you insist on knowing every squeaky hinge and every hungry mouth." "Some of it is you," I said, "keeping me from wearing myself to dust." She linked her arm through mine. "And some of it is the fact that for the first time in a long time, the worst danger these people face isn't coming from their own alpha," she added softly. I let that settle between us. Below, 2 young wolves tripped over each other in a spar and landed in a heap, laughing. An elder shouted half-hearted scolding from the sidelines. They waved it away with grins. "You'll tell them," Hannah said after a moment. "About him, about all of it." "Yes," I said. "Not today," she added. "No," I agreed. "Not today. Today I let them run without ghosts." We stood in silence for a little while, watching the pack move, each life a small stitch in a fabric I was still learning to mend. Inside, our child turned again, a solid, insistent push against my palm. "I know," I murmured under my breath. "I hear you." I thought of the crypt below, of the man who slept there now without being tugged awake by any moon, of the promises I'd made to him. Not as saint, not as monster, as a man who had fought and failed and tried again, as a warning and a hope. I thought of all the secrets that had brought us here, the ones I had carried alone until they almost broke my spine, the ones I had finally handed to Hannah, to the witches, to the dark stone itself. No more of that, I thought, not for my child. Standing there, looking out over a castle that had seen too many curses and not enough explanations, I made a promise. Not aloud, the words felt too big for the air. I made it in the quiet place behind my ribs where magic and grief and love all sat together. In this fortress and these woods, no curse, betrayal, or death would be left as a whisper again. Everything that twisted our lives would be named, explained, laid bare so that no one would have to guess where the danger came from or wonder if they were the only one who saw it. My child would grow up knowing the shape of their father's shadow and his light. They would learn the weight of their own choices before the world dropped them on top of them. They would never have to stand on the edge of a cliff with more questions than answers. I straightened, hand steady on the curve of my stomach. "Ready?" Hannah asked, nodding toward the hall behind us where yet another meeting, and another small mountain of decisions, waited. "Yes," I said. Together, we turned away from the balcony, away from the view of drills and laughter and ghosts who no longer ruled this place, and walked back into the castle. I carried grief in one hand and love in the other, and in between them, a small, fierce future that kicked back whenever I dared to doubt it.